popping it up on my phone.
Says I'm not eligible for promotion.
What kind of fucking bullshit? Uber Eats did.
Okay, let's see.
We might have to figure something else out if I can get this promotion to work.
Press.
Okay, we are officially live on the interwebs. So, everybody watching right now, we're still kind of testing. Feel free to give us some comments for those watching, just to make sure you can hear us, make sure the audio, everything is good to go. This is going to be the first live stream, really, that I've done on the channel. And as soon as we get everything squared away, we're going to be introducing, yes, the Rifleman. You are first. So that is good to go. But as soon as we get everything squared away, we'll get kicking off here. We'll introduce who's here and what's going on. But yeah, how's everybody feeling tonight? And Rifleman, if you could tell us if the audio is working out, if you can hear us. We kind of have a ghetto set up here, but yeah, we're just trying to see if it's going to work out. But let's see. This might be weird. I might tear a hole in the universe, but let me see on my phone here. Oh, it's okay. It says it's live. Let's see. We got 5 watching. So
audio is great. Yes, loud and clear from Dallas, Texas. Cool.
Woo!
Hey, Dallas. Yeah. Miss Texas and I were in Dallas. What was it? It was actually right. It was just right before everything kicked off.
It was like early March. It was during rodeo season. And
just like as a big history buff dude, it was pretty awesome seeing Dealey Plaza. We did the 6th or the 5th floor, 6th floor museum, and yeah, that's probably a topic for a whole other video of standing next to the alleged window and was this possible with the equipment at hand. Wow, lucky I live in liberal Florida. Thanks, Harris. Appreciate it. Rifleman, we're glad you guys are here. So we're going to start kicking this off in a second here. But next to me, you guys have not met
Sabo Shalom, I guess.
Sabo.
Benjamin.
So I'm just going to call you Sabo the whole time. But
That works.
we work at the same gun shop in Orem, Utah together. And pretty solid, outstanding guy. Also knows a lot about guns. And you're actually, I think, you're the only person I work with when we do Magnum Mondays, Tactical Tuesdays, Wheel Gun Wednesdays, and every day we have something. So you're the only person at work, or the only other person who actually has the inventory to accomplish that. So Sabo, he's pretty experienced. Also comes from a band state because you're originally from
New York, upstate New York, not the city, thankfully, but it's.
And I'm originally from Southern California. So both of us pretty solid Second Amendment people coming from states where we don't take this for granted.
Exactly.
No. But yeah, is there anything else you want to provide with your background? Because
I've been interested in firearms for a while. I guess I really like it the past couple of years. I really managed to actually get into it. I had a very weird employment history. I'll be honest. Like I was a librarian, and then I was a 911 dispatcher, and then I was a librarian again. And then as of like a couple of years ago, I've just been working in gun stores exclusively. So yeah, bouncing around a little bit there. But other than that, yeah, I just like guns. Didn't want to live in New York, so I escaped. Came to Utah, met Ryan, started working with him at Ready Gunner. Also a very solid dude. Literally probably the only guy I can count on to like pull us out of those bullshit moments, other than like a few other people. But
well, thank you for that. I have to say, I mean, and Range Chris, he's in the background. He'll join us soon here. But for those of us that have worked in the gun industry, at least on the counter or range side, it's one of those professions where if you work that kind of job long enough, you will slowly but surely start to accumulate just absolutely asinine, crazy stories of weird shit and stuff going on. Let's see. Do you guys think bump stocks should be unbanned? Oh boy, well this is actually something Range Chris and
Here we
I.
go.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Sabo, you want to take the lead on that? Because I have my opinions, but I'm just gonna hold tight for a second.
So I could go into more detail about how my politics skew, but for this topic, I'll just say not only do I think they should be unbanned, I think we should go all the way to privately owned nuclear devices. Let's just get that all the way.
Fucking send it, dude.
Send it, dude. Yeah.
Yeah. So I personally think the 1934 National Firearms Act is egregious. It was not passed in good faith. The original text of it actually banned handguns, just like period, and that was removed, at least thankfully, at the last second. But there was an attempt. Yeah, you guys can come on in.
We got it.
Oh, do we have to reorder?
Yeah.
So I apologize, everybody. We're just going to reorder our. We're doing some DoorDash tonight or Uber Eats.
Trying to figure it out.
Be dogs.
Yeah. So apologize and just work with us as we're working through, and we welcome you to our home. So, but yeah. So getting back to bump stocks.
What?
We're live. Stop fucking it up. We're good. I mean, effing it up. I mean, we're good. I mean, fucking it up.
Yeah.
Anyway, hi everyone.
Now we lost all that ad money. God damn it.
Gosh
Yeah.
darn it.
Oh boy.
Darn.
Yeah. So Miss Texas and I, we've been dating for what is it, a year and a half, something like that. I don't know.
Good job. A year and a half.
Yeah. So she's made an appearance before, but that's part of, being part of it. There's going to be some interesting comments, and I'm not even hating. So
Interesting. What are you talking about?
it's literally on the TV.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
now.
Do you guys think bump stock should be unbanned? Absolutely.
Yeah. So, okay. Just press and rewind on that. Range Chris and I, when all that shenanigans was going down, I always viewed, at least from a functional standpoint, the bump stock, and I shot a number of them and tried to kind of get the hang of it. From a functional standpoint, it was hot trash. It was garbage.
Hi, Dad. Sorry.
All right. Anybody else need any shout outs real quick while we're doing the hi dads? Anyone? Ben, you got to say about
Yeah.
Hi
he's
Flo,
been
maybe
hurt.
if she's watching.
Oh,
Other than that. If any of you degenerates from my Tumblr have found this stream, fuck you
God.
and thank you for joining us.
For the record, drinking scotch tonight, Sean Connery, to your memory.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sean Connery.
To the best James Bond.
The best James Bond.
The best.
Best James
That's
Bond.
just how it is.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sabo brought the Coronas with him.
He brought the Rona. He got the Rona up in here.
corruptor?
He
Brought
brought
the
the
Rona.
Rona.
I can't
sure.
believe you brought the
I'm positive.
corruptor.
Okay, team. So back to
You
bump
gotta come
stocks.
back for more.
Yes, to James Bond.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah, man. So I always thought bump stocks from a functional standpoint, if I needed full auto out of a carbine in my hands, bump stocks, I could not trust it with the rate of fire. Some hammer follow was going down. And hey,
Oh, golly.
yeah, El Bentley's here.
What's up, Lance?
Utah
Lance!
Patriot.
Lance, what the
Lance,
fuck?
come
Lance,
here.
why are you not here
Lance,
right now?
come here.
Right now.
Why
here
are
right
you
now.
not here?
Why
Show
aren't
up.
you down?
Get in your car right now and show up.
Come
Uh,
here. Have some fun. Have some candy because we got a lot of candy
Have
right
some
now.
Rona. Get some Rona. Come here and catch
Get
the
some
Rona.
Rona, Lance.
I have some plum jam for you. Come over here.
Not that we don't want the rest
It's
of you
good
here
jam.
as well. We do want the rest of you
We
here,
do.
but
Yeah.
Lance is capable of being
Like-
here right now.
Yes.
Yes.
Putting on the old NCO hat, like, hey, you are fucked up for not being here right now.
Knife hands.
You.
Knife hands. Yes.
Everybody knife hand.
So, yeah, I would do the fist and the knife hand, just like General Mattis and one of my new privates. We called him Bobby Hill. He looked like Bobby Hill, but he weighed like 20 pounds.
Oh, dang it, Bob.
And I was like, man, unfuck yourself. And he went to shake my hand. I'm like, you're not going to get that hand back. Don't do that. And my soldiers backed up. They're like, oh, fuck, he doesn't know. But anyway, let's get back to Rifleman 556. He's talking about bump stocks. Here's the bottom line, guys. I always looked at bump stocks like a range toy It was not something I could count on if I needed reliable full auto fire from a carbine or rifle in my hands. But from a legal perspective, we're a nation of laws. We have a framework of the Constitution. In the 1934 NFA and per the actual statute, the law, there are definitions as to what a handgun is, what a shotgun is, what a rifle is, what constitutes a machine gun, as per the NFA and the ATF's determination.
Oh, the ATF's determination. And who elected the ATF, Mr. 2A?
Yeah, so that's another thing I'm fucking pissed off about is, every one of us, which is everyone you see in front of you and probably you guys watching right now, we all have braces. We all have pistol braces. We're doing the thing, but we could all wake up tomorrow and somebody, had a rough night at the office or, whatever, and they're angry. They just wake up and whatever, and they decide that braces aren't cool.
Or perhaps Pepsi wins the night and an executive order comes out and, oh shit, all of a sudden, now everything's illegal.
So, Article 2 Constitution, executive branch, with the executive,
make him quote the Constitution. That's the best part.
Excellent.
Executive orders cannot cover that because Congress, it's even in the First Amendment, Congress shall make no law. So Congress makes the law. That's Article 1. It's supposed to go to the House and the Senate, be approved by both. They agree on it. They send it up to the executive, and the president can decide to sign it or desk veto it or whatever they want to do with it. But if we're going to make rulings or preferably, constitutionally speaking, statute that carries the force of felonies, like the worst thing our government can do to us is throw us in prison. Take your rights away, throw you in prison. You can't vote again if you get out, whatever.
Real quick,
the second worst thing.
I want to interject, okay? Because that is a good point. If you're a felon, you lose your rights, which includes your right to, it's November 3rd, the right to vote? You lose the right to vote. So why is it that a certain side of the aisle wants to make it so that people who have lost their right to vote can then do so? That makes no sense to me. But anyway, if you lose, you commit a felony, you lose your right to vote, you lose your right to vote, that seems legitimate. But if you get the right to vote, even though you've screwed over the rest of your citizenry, what is that really?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So my degree that I'm getting right now is in criminal justice. And we talk about that a lot with felons and what happens after them. And it's a long debate whether rehabilitation or other things of just shunning them to an island and that and just living their lives like they escape in New York and that. But it's honestly, I personally think, this is my personal opinion, after they do the time and they pay their dues, they should have their right to vote back. They do 20 years in jail. I understand they murdered a whole bunch of people, but they're still a citizen. They did their time and they come back. That is part of their rehabilitation back into the world and the community. Like, we can't, I understand they murdered people in that, but they've done like check fraud or something like that. They've done, hi Dylan. Sorry, ADD. Oh, that's my brother, not my dad. My bad.
What up, Dylan?
What up?
That's your brother?
Yeah, that's my brother. Thunderheart is my brother. And then, it's Black Knight is my dad.
You don't have to tell them the name of the person who's your Anyway, what's up, guys?
Pushing the pause button real quick for everyone. This is the first time on my channel that we've done anything like this. I'm not going to say we're fucking it up right now. I'm just going to say we're having some micro failures.
We're having some alcoholic beverages. We're all adults here. We're having a good time.
This is transcendent.
So anywho, on felons, I think part of their rehabilitation is treating them like citizens. And once they keep continuing and building up.
But that's once they've actually completed their term of service in order to regain their citizenship after the fact that they have committed their crime.
Right.
Not that while they are serving time in jail that they should be given the right to vote.
No.
because that is part of the punishment is that your rights have been revoked.
Exactly.
Much like when you join the United States military in any capacity, be it the Navy, the Army, the Marine Corps, which is also just the Navy, or what have you.
Just called it the Marine Corps.
Of course I called it the Marine
It's the untied status Marine Crops.
But
Don't you
okay,
know?
but regardless, right? You join the Marine Crops, okay? You lose your right to an individual opinion, which is why you can't post anything on social
What is
media.
their crop? Do they grow crayons?
Wait a
Or,
minute.
like,
No,
do
they eat
Pause.
the They eat the crayon.
But
Yeah.
don't like their crops, so they grow the crayons.
Mr.
To eat them?
Corpse, Mr. Tua.
Just real quick. So one thing I want to go back to Rifleman 556. Thanks for being here, dude. Thank you all for being here. I want to go back to the motherfucking bump stocks. But real quick, we had what is it, Utah Patriot? What's Lance on IG?
Lance Bentley. Yeah.
Like
Are we trying
Patriot Bentley.
Patriot Bentley. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Patriot Bentley, if we're trying
Sorry,
to
Lance, I
hashtag
can't.
it. Hashtag
Okay.
Patriot Bentley.
If they, being daddy government, feels that someone is too dangerous to have their rights reinstated, they should still be in prison.
That's a good point.
In my honest
Yeah.
opinion.
That's
That's-
I'm already thinking of 3 arguments for that and 4 that would go that I could argue against that. But you were talking about reinstating those rights.
Yeah, but it's more in that rehabilitation of like them gaining their way back into the community, and instead of still treating them like prisoners.
message
Like,
retracted. What does that mean?
That
The
was-
Feds got him.
Yeah, it means it's fine. So
don't worry about it.
let's not worry about it.
But I want to know.
No, well,
I think it was a
curious.
question about
These are not the
suppressors, but he
drugs,
didn't want
but
to.
He did say something about suppressors.
I think
He
he
did.
didn't want to confuse us. So
No. Okay, to be fair though, after he asked about bump stocks, 556 did ask whether suppressors should be legal as well.
What did he?
He
What?
did, yes.
did, yeah, that was
I've been paying attention
Oh,
to the
damn.
comments section.
Okay.
He did.
All right, let's just handle this because we're supposed to be talking about the election. We're going way off road. So
it was always going to go to guns. It was
well, yeah.
always-
I mean, but the thing is, you guys have to know we're going to be slow rolling this goat rodeo shit show till at least after midnight.
But have you seen Goat Rodeo? Like, it is amazing.
I've
like what they
seen
do.
things done to goats.
No,
that are
not that, but
that are
like
not cool.
goat
In all
rodeo.
honesty, if somebody told me to Google Goat Rodeo, I'd probably put my safe search on before I did that. but-
Yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely. You
It's
should
like,
say
yeah, dude, Google meat speed. It's awesome. It's like, all right, cool. Oh, wait, no, this isn't awesome.
Yeah, what you've seen in the rodeo and everything, the times we've gone to the rodeo together and stuff, like
Rodeos are so
Just-
cool.
take that and throw it out if you go to like Afghanistan. It's a very different. I'm just gonna leave it there. Okay, going back to bump
Like
stocks.
something like Hub something? Like
No, it's bestiality.
Dun dun
so
dun.
blank Hub, basically,
It's-
in real life?
I mean, okay, sure. Okay, let's get back to Rifleman because he's a really cool guy. So again, thanks for being here, everybody. The short answer on this finally is no. Like, fuck to the no. Do I think that bump stocks should not be? And interestingly enough, probably about 2 years ago, Vice of all people, they actually interviewed the ATF dude who worked in the technology division, who made the determination that the bump stock was not, by statute and definition, a machine gun. It was not. It was one shot is accomplished per one trigger pull. And it still has a semi-automatic, completely street legal, good to go fire control group in there. And it was basically an NFA nut kicker is what it was. But by the definition of the law, it was good to go. And he, probably, at least in my opinion, upheld a high standard of public service where it's like he may feel the way he feels about it, but when he's looking at the law and then he understands firearms design and technology and he's understanding how this works, it's not his fucking place to be a one-man Congress or a one-man executive or president. So he didn't. He's like, hey, it doesn't constitute it. My response to some of my lefty, more progressive friends, like, oh man, bump stocks are not cool. It's like, first of all, you don't even own a gun, but we're going to discount that. Second of all,
I have no
like,
dog in this fight. Let me voice my opinion.
They're like scary, man. It's like
The orange man bad.
It's like,
Or like
you know,
if they had a chihuahua in the fight. Oh my god.
that's pretty much what it boils down to.
Like if they have a taser in the fight
My-
and they're
my-
like,
my-
I don't believe
my-
that.
Chihuahua isn't dangerous, but I think your pit bull is, so I should have an opinion.
Exactly. Like
Yeah.
I'm okay with a teaser, but I'm not okay with a gun. Like fuck.
Seriously.
Yeah, I just my response to that is, how about you fucking read your constitution and your laws and your statute, and how about you be fucking harder? How about you stop being brittle? You know, like actually, if things are out there that scare you, then change the law. That's how I felt about bump stocks. If
Okay.
you don't like it, then change the fucking law.
Well, now you're tapping into some historic ground. So I believe we can quote George Orwell there, which is hard times breed hard men, who breed soft times, who breed soft men. Correct?
It rolls along those. Yeah, and Ralph Waldo Emerson actually had a lot to say about that.
That's
as well.
absolutely true. But that philosophically, and that's my entire corner of this whole thing, because I outright, I will say now, here and today, on November 3rd, 2020, consider myself, if nothing else, a philosopher. That's where we find ourselves philosophically. Hard men breed hard times, or hard times breed hard men. Hard men breed easy times. Easy times breed easy men. Easy men breed skin tight jeans. Skin tight jeans breed custom coffees. Custom coffees breed
IPAs.
feminist, idealistic, Marxist ideals.
Oh,
Feminist,
Jesus.
idealistic ideals breed hard times. Hard times breed hard men.
Aren't you the most allegedly, somewhat remotely one possible trace of liberal out of any of us?
Okay, you're right. To be fair, I'm the farthest left of anyone here. And if you're on a scale, right, of super left to super right, I am just slightly left of center.
Wait, so you're socialist?
Okay. No.
Wow!
No.
First off, good hit, good punch.
You're
But
welcome.
no.
All right, I have to make.
Because it's a diamond.
I know him, Ian Ice from Hey Ian, what's up? What's going on, bud?
Okay, so I have to take a administrative pause here because what we intended to do was not be fucked up, and clearly,
Why can we not be fucked up?
That's the whole point.
Let's be fucked up.
well, at least getting this thing going. So what I intended to do, like task forward, what I wanted to do here was everybody introduce themselves. So you guys know me. It's fine. Yeah.
Right,
thanks.
my God,
Oh,
Ryan, my guy,
Oh.
be fucked up. Read the comment section. Okay, first off, okay,
Michael,
ladies and gentlemen,
Oh, no. Fuck.
okay, Miss
shit.
Texas's brother says, amen, brother. My bro from Germany says freedom dies with thunderous applause. All right, and then I'm fucked up. He admits it. I am.
No.
Let's just keep rolling.
He said he is when I said you are possibly, like on the litmus test, you are probably
so far
Show
left
up.
of everybody in this room.
okay. Let's back the fuck up a little bit, please. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, dude, it's fucking Hoke. Hoke, you got me in the army. Fucking thank you, sir.
Okay, so
Who's Hoke?
let's back it up. So,
Wait, is that your recruiter?
His recruiter, my recruiter. Hoke, you're a fucking champ, bro.
so everyone, at least, and you saw this in the army.
Yes, Southwest Houston. What's up, man?
So at least everyone in the army is like, oh man, my recruiter lied to me, and like he said I was gonna be like it was gonna be great, and like oh my god, it's horrible. It's like your recruiter probably had a little bit of shystiness, but you're also an idiot,
Right?
He sold his soul.
but-
Wait for it.
So the thing about Michael Hoke that you guys see in the chat, okay, Mike and I went to high school together. We knew each other from then. We had some time and space. Both of us, he did the army. I went to college. We did our thing. And then later in life, we showed up and I was trying to join the army. And the thing about Mike was like, he did not give a fuck. He was like, he gave a fuck in all the right ways.
This
But-
many fucks.
But he didn't care about like towing the line or selling people down the river. And then Lancaster, what's up, dude?
What up, Russell?
Have you done SLC yet? What's up? Are you going to be a career guy? Oh, you're a recruiter too. You're the enemy.
Yeah.
Wait,
Fucking
no,
just focus on your Hope story. We'll move on.
A conspiracy of recruiters.
But
Just keep telling your Hope story because I got mine next.
So the Hoke story is just relying upon the fact that Mike and I knew each other going to high
Can you
school.
look up election results because that's what we're supposed to be.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm monitoring the situation.
Are you monitoring the beta?
We're working on it. I'm
So-
monitoring the B-dub. He's monitoring the election situation.
I'm going to end it there. I'm just going to say Hoke was 100% real with me. He told me exactly what the fuck was going to happen, but also I was not a retard. Like,
Okay,
I was not an idiot. I read every line of that
I
contract.
hear that helps.
You went
I
to
have
BMI.
two
You are
stories.
a very smart man.
I have 2 stories about Michael Hoke.
Oh.
Can I put a
Who is
side
great.
note in?
Okay,
Yeah, let's keep
First
in
off,
mind if we can keep it short because, like
It-
you
it
just
is gonna be
said,
short.
we're supposed to be
it is
on
good.
the
Well,
election.
Ben's looking really election shit up.
Mhm.
But Michael, okay, Hoke told me that the majority of my time in the United States Army would be pushing a broom. And Hoke, you were not wrong. You were 100% right. I pushed a broom for the majority of my time in the United States military army. It was awesome. I got full benefits. Fucking thank you, bro. You and everybody else in the Santa Clarita recruiting station, you hooked me up. Great times.
Can I put a side note in there?
Side note.
Side note.
Don't try to justify it, Lancaster, you faggot. Come
This
on.
man right here
Excuse me.
needs to write a book. Like, he is a fantastic writer. He is very smart, very intelligent, and he needs to write books.
Number
Like,
2.
anybody else agree with that?
My number 2 Hoke story, okay? We're outside the CVS in front of the El Segundo, California, and Hoke kicks this dude out of the car, sends him into MEPS, telling him that we have to go over and do the drug test at CVS. And Hoke sits there and goes, "Don't fuck me on this." He
Wait.
says, "Don't fuck me
Yeah.
on. I swear to God, have
He would
you
say
ever
that.
done pot?" And I go, "No, man." And he goes, "Seriously, Eddie, don't fuck me on this. Have you ever done marijuana?" And I go, "No, bro."
I've done
And he fucking
shrooms.
throws the piss test in the back of the car, whips it around, drives me back over to MEPS, and I join the army. True story. Hoke is an American hero, and he should get a fucking Bronze Star for that shit.
Well,
You're
actually,
here to Hoke.
so one last thing I have about Hoke, and I'll cheers to that,
Woo!
is when I was getting out of infantry OSUT, I got my orders to Fort Polk, which I didn't even know existed, and it should not exist. It's awful, but
Tigerland,
It's
bro.
not
Tigerland.
good.
but I
I
sent
tried my best.
I
to
sent
make
pic-
her-
I sent pictures to him like, hey man,
It's bad.
I don't know how to read the orders here. Where am I going?
You know, to be
It's like you're
I
going
don't
to Fort
even wanna
Polk,
know, really.
but
Really? It's like
yeah, you got the GI Bill and VRE bennies for school, grad school, good enough for me. Yeah.
Hoke, you're the fucking man, bro.
I think like Hoke, dude. I know we go back since like 2007, I think, but no, 2004.
He's a goddamn American hero.
2004.
Just know that if the Army was a game, I think you won. Yeah, 2004, earlier. If the Army was a game, I think you won. Yeah, 04, 05. So Mike and I go back a while, but I got to say, all the experiences that people said about recruiters, I did not have. You shot really straight with me. And also, I wasn't an idiot. So I read everything, but I mean, you kept it real and pretty solid guy. So you guys chatting right now, just know Michael Hoke in the comments. Yeah, we could do some more whiskey.
Oh,
So just as a side note, I got coffee, whiskey, Copenhagen.
Copenhagen.
We got the Ronas.
Copenhagen.
We got the
gotta get fucking
Thanks to
Copenhagen
Sabo.
in this.
shall we do a side note? My brother has officially got his appointment to go to MEPS next week.
That's not.
That's,
Yeah. Way to go.
But he worked hard for like 2 years to go. So, I mean, accomplishment.
Well, yeah. So your brother and I were on the phone. So actually, for Hope, this is going to matter. Yeah, dude, a solo cut for days, man.
Red
so I gotta interrupt real quick.
I feel you.
So election
Okay,
update,
okay,
I
let's
guess.
pause.
Yeah. Oh, the Jewish guy is giving election updates. That's how this works. From the New York Times. All right, so
From the New York
Florida,
Times.
Georgia, and North Carolina are like the three major states they're hinging on. They're like, if Trump wins all three of these states, it's officially a toss-up. Trump right now is ahead 3.1 in Florida. In Georgia, he's ahead 3.6. In North Carolina, he's ahead 1.1. Biden had a lead in North Carolina up until like the past 10 minutes. So we'll see. We'll fucking see, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary people.
So for those in the comments, we got a little throwback to Ayn Rand here, but that's who I refer to as Gun Bro. That's Miss Texas's dad there.
Hello.
And the thing is I am relatively, at least from a pedestrian standpoint, educated, but also I'm very low shelf. Let's keep the expectations low. So if it's going to be whiskey, if it's going to be cigars, it's Solo Cup and Black and Milds, man. That's what I do. It's awful.
You got wood tip black ones?
Yeah.
Dude, that's where the shit's at.
Man.
Yeah, what are you talking about? We were in the garage. You did not want one.
I didn't know they were. I didn't know.
Well,
He always
I
gets
literally
wood
offered you a wood tip black month.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Did we say wood tip though? Because like
Yeah.
that, like
Okay,
it's
yeah.
like
okay.
No, he
that's
literally
like
did.
that's like cerebral programming. For me.
Shalom.
Okay,
Say
so-
wood tip.
It's
So-
always a wood tip with him.
That's always a wood tip.
It's always a
All
wood
right,
tip.
that's good. That's
Yeah,
good.
my first, so in the reconnaissance world, instead of fire team leaders, you have ATLs or assistant team leaders. My first ATL was Sergeant Willie. I'm glad you got out of Alaska. You're going back to New York. That's awesome.
Real quick,
it was fun.
Hoke said he ended up ordering a Henry Big Boy 357.
wow.
Hoke, good choice. 357, quality way to go.
We're going to give
A lot of people on
thumbs
the
up
internet
that.
feel that's a good way to take your
Well, like
lever action firearm. Big boy.
357 out of your 6-inch Python.
Colt Python? Fucking
Yeah,
no
and
recoil,
then
brother.
out of my 425 model 19.9.
Also, no recoil. I would say they're about equal.
Yeah, we still need to wrap that up and do it like an
We
after
should
the
just
catch.
do a 357 video, really.
We should do it with a woman's perspective too, and do the weight to bang ratio with it.
With also the Derringer. Ryan, what do you
Ryan?
think, Ryan, with the Derringer?
Did you fix it yet?
I did not because
Did you-
unfortunately,
Damn, he didn't fix it yet, guys.
unfortunately, the company that made that is way the fuck out of business.
But don't you know the history of it? John Goat 42 got it for me.
All I'm saying is my buddy with his fucking AMT hardballer, he got that shit fucking etched, and you can't even fix this. What's going on, Ryan?
Hey, no, all I'm going to say is
Don't slurp whiskey like that. It feels really bad.
Oh,
Push-ups,
God.
you. Don't slurp
Fucking
whiskey.
haze
It
yourself.
feels really bad.
haze yourself right now.
They are a machine shop now, no firearms, because
Yeah.
they got sued for some.
Okay.
person-
So, yes, you're not incorrect. I was just going to say that if I cannot locate the parts I need, I'm going to fabricate them, usually from a file, a used file.
I watch this in person sometimes. He closes the door. There's sparks like it's serious shit.
Yeah, and I'll come outside, and customers will be like, "Hey, can you help me with my gun? It's loaded." And I'm like,
I put this magazine in backwards and I loaded the round, and now
I've
it's
seen
backwards
this
in my
happen.
barrel. What
And
do
they
I do?
pointed at me, like I'll be sitting there talking to like
Yeah.
Patriotic Lance, or Shalom and that, and then like they literally like pointed, they're like, "Hey," and I'm like, "I'm sorry, I don't want to be a person that like is like shot because of your dumbassery." Like,
Oh
what
my
the
god. Dude, like, so it's really bad with the masks too, because somebody walks in with a mask and a gun. That's like my lizard brain is just like, all right, that's a robbery. Just like react. Don't even like, don't ask questions. Just draw and just yell.
yeah, the last
Yeah.
6 months have admittedly been like Kurdistan rules, where
Yeah,
like you don't know
literally.
who everyone is, everyone has a gun, and everyone's being wild and unsafe. You're like, what the fuck is going on right now? I just want to do my thing and go home. Don't want to get shot.
Literally.
But okay, let's backtrack for a second. So the first thing, we talked about bump stocks. As much as a range toy and combat ineffective as I thought they were, I did not think on the statute they deserved, some kind of action to be banned, and I stand by that. But also, full disclosure, I think the 1934 NFA, 1986 Miller Amendment, the Gun Control Act, all of it, just garbage.
Thanks a lot, Reagan.
Hot trash. So that's that. And then Rifleman 556 talked about suppressors, and he was talking about, should suppressors be legal? I think so.
Yeah.
Absolutely, 100%. Like, I have no problem. Like, if you want to save your hearing, and that's the thing, and you guys can definitely chime in, but I think the people who most want to ban suppressors are like smoking all that Hollywood crack. Like, they think it's some super secret. We were talking about Sean Connery earlier, but like some super
Like
secret James Bond
assassination shit.
like Hollywood quiet. Like, dude, if you shoot a suppressed weapon inside or indoor range, it's like, dude, you are going to want to have ear protection for that. Like, it's not like people are going to know something happened.
And bless this kid's heart, but AJ actually told me a story about this when he went to fucking England. Harry Potter, yeah.
God damn Harry Potter.
So,
AJ, fantastic story if AJ's involved.
So AJ told me that when he was in England, like when you would go hunting, it was like, I don't know if it was actually a law, but it was pretty much like just assumed that like if you're going hunting, you have to get some sort of suppressor. And in England, you literally go to a hardware store and you buy one. It's like it only works for a couple of shots. It's made out of like polymer or something like that. But it's like $45 and you just go and you buy it like a wrench. And it's like, yeah, that's a safety tool to prevent your hearing from being damaged. And in the U.S., it's like, oh, what do you need a suppressor for? You're going to shoot the president in the face? And it's like, I don't need a suppressor for that. Like,
I think
if we're really coming down to it.
the second saddest moment that I had where we worked was a dude who he was an old timer, and you could tell he'd been shooting and hunting his whole life, and he needed new scope and rings mounted on his like sporterized Mauser.
Of course, it's a sporterized Mauser, of course.
Well, but I mean, like that was back. It looked like it had been done in the '60s because he had the old school Weaver rails on top. But
he was a good old boy.
He was a good old boy. He was good. He was a good guy, but he could not hear because he had been hunting for decades, and hearing loss is cumulative.
Wait, what?
And like,
What?
Okay. Thanks, everybody. So we had to discuss on a notepad how he wanted it mounted and the rings he chose and the scope he chose with the rifle he had versus some recommendations I had on how we can get this done. And we had to discuss that over notepad. And then Range Chris a little boozy right now, but
not even that boozy. I'm just hard of hearing.
Again, on a serious note, we're dealing with SWAT teams, with American law enforcement that do a lot of shoot houses. They do a lot of training indoors. They, as a matter of OSHA and disability, that their departments are requiring suppressors to limit, not to prevent, but to limit the hearing damage that is done. From all the training they do, and suppressors as a way to help limit that, even on supersonic rounds. Like, I don't know. At the end of the day, suppressors. I don't understand why it's this spooky thing or why it needs to be. I'm a huge fan of deregulation, and also however tonight goes. I know we haven't talked about the election at all yet.
Quick electoral update.
With it,
so Biden currently 119 electoral votes. Trump is 94.
Okay.
Trump still has his lead in Florida. North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida are all. So New York Times had like these three. They're like speedometers for like swinging Trump, swinging Biden. There were three for Florida, North Carolina, and Georgia. They have taken them down, and now they're saying, "Oh, they're too close to call." So that's interesting.
From what I looked at, it's all within the margin of error. But let's backtrack.
Yes, Hoke. Guns are hard. They're very hard.
Yeah. Southwest Texas. Southwest. Wait a minute. I spent some time in El Paso.
That's not Southwest. That's Southwest Houston. Don't confuse our
Houston.
redheaded stepchild with Houston.
Yeah, I spent some time. I lived.
That's where NASA. No, not NASA.
Oh, let's bring up NASA over here. It's too late. You brought up NASA.
Oh
Ryan,
my God.
hang on. 2A. Shut up. Miss Texas. Mr. 2A, how do you feel about NASA?
I think.
I already sent tickets that your girlfriend was an asshole. I'm so sorry. Shh.
We don't need to bring it up. It's not a sour subject. I don't like to hold grudges. I don't make threats and make promises. I'm not worried about it. We will go to motherfucking NASA.
Why are we going to NASA?
When we go.
Why are you going to NASA? Why would you ever need
All right,
to
so
go to NASA?
I will only. Is the position of space shuttle door gunner available? If that's what we're doing, or are we doing something completely different?
No,
Like,
no.
you know-
See, because NASA is just for kids.
Actually,
Well, getting back to Sabo's point, I mean, ISIS, I hate them. I hated them a lot, especially in Iraq. That was
they
that
have
was
good
like
music.
peak hatred.
Damn.
But you know what's worse than ISIS is space ISIS.
Fucking
God
space
damn.
ISIS. God damn it.
So if they need a machine gunner, I mean, I've rocked a 48, a 240,
And an
M2, a
MG42.
PKM, RPK, and also the biggin out there.
Houston, we have a problem. I love that.
Yeah.
I passed up the spaceship door
Got
gunner.
that for a second.
Fucking Christ.
Wait, what part of Southwest Houston are you?
Yeah, there we go. Local knowledge.
Yeah, what part of Southwest Houston are you?
Houston is fucking
Been-
huge. It's like LA, but it's in
Long
Texas,
hair?
so it's not as weird.
It's not as weird.
No, that's true.
Austin
That's
is the
true.
weirdest.
Yeah.
We just corralled all of the special
As weird as Austin
snowflakes
is, it's still not
of
as weird as
Texas
Los Angeles.
in the wrong city. That's what we did.
Austin is only weird because it has so many denizens of Los Angeles living in it.
I
Yeah,
have a Space
what-
Force shirt
like,
with an
why
astronaut helmet that
didn't
says
you-
Born to
you
Kill
know-
on it.
For LA.
Anybody who runs is a Martian.
I just have to
Anybody who
say,
doesn't run is a well-trained Martian.
Fuck yeah, Hoke. Fuck
So-
yeah, Hoke.
my first deployment, we had a female door gunner on the UH-60 we usually ride. It was 4th ID Aviation. It was they called themselves Gunmetal, and they were fucking fearless. And this chick, so she had the gunner's helmet and mask on the whole time. Towards the end of the deployment, she rolled it up to smoke a cigarette out the window, and we're going over Pactica province. I'm like, holy shit, you're a woman? That's awesome.
You're a girl and you have feet? Holy
Oh my
fuck.
god, you're a girl?
You didn't realize what she like.
Excuse me, ma'am. You do have feet, right?
No,
Have you ever seen a regular just jumpsuit? You can't tell sex. It's just fucking baggy clothes up until the zipper.
Yeah, on night missions, so we put machine gunners in the best shots on either side of the hellhole, or the left and the right side of the UH-60 aircraft, and we'd have PSQ-20 Bravos, and we'd also have, of course, PBS-14s. We'd be looking out, and these gunners were insane. They would just turn on the PEC-15 on the high vis setting, IR, and they would just like, oh, we're receiving fire from down there. Fuck it, just fucking sending it. I think that was the 240 Golf, whatever they had in the window. And I was so impressed. I'm like, okay, as a machine gunner, this dude is fucking shit hot on his weapon system from an aerial platform into a valley. This is awesome. And then it was like the last 7 months of my first deployment, she like rolled up her window to smoke a cigarette out the top. I'm like, holy shit, you're a chick. This makes it exponentially better.
Because women can fucking get after it.
Yeah, well, I was living in a
Hell
country
yeah.
where like women were below the worth of like disposable silverware, and we have
Come
American.
on, dog. Fuck it up.
Yeah, let's see. Austin is the place where California people went back east. And
That's
stopped
right,
in
Ian.
Texas.
That's right.
You know what? They should really just like stop in Oklahoma because there's really nothing in Oklahoma.
Ian says it's a 240 hotel. Excuse me. Yeah, I've done the
He's not wrong.
Dishka, the PPSH, MG42, 240 Bravo and Lima, Mark 48, and the 46 before the Navy stole them from us when we stole them from the Navy. But when they
no.
we
You
acquired.
didn't steal them.
Acquired.
You literally fucked them over for it.
Yeah, we acquired some weapons from the Navy. They were a little bit butthurt about it. We kept it kind of down low, and then
Navy's used
I
to
thought
butter,
you acquired things from the French.
that
No,
was
that
was
was
Iraq.
situation.
Yeah, so in Iraq we lived next to this French artillery battery, and they always had their berets, and they walked around with their mustaches. Like, okay, here's the thing. They stayed, Brad Simp, your Raw Virginia Mill, rah. I got you, dude. He was one of my cadre when I was a rat tat or a freshman.
Russell, appreciate the offer, but fuck you, man, because we're all old and fuck that shit. You know what, though? If the country calls and you need us, like World War kicks off, let us know. Outside of that, fuck you and your recruiter bullshit.
So, like,
Russell, hold on, time out. Russell, darling, sweet pie.
Just call him Lancaster.
Lancaster, darling, can you put an apostrophe, like a little dash? So you put Y, and then you put a little dash, and then you put all. Can you do that? Thank you. That would be appreciated.
Thank you, as they say.
Thank you.
So going back to Ian real quick, the French, as much as I hate to admit it, and historically the French were very badass. Militarily.
Not gonna lie.
Everybody gives the French
historically,
shit for like a couple of things.
And
but
it's like,
folks.
by the time we finished my second deployment, our brigade.
Fuck you, Russell. Thank you, Lancaster. That's great.
Our brigade had.
But what about the y'all though? Like, can you fix that? Like, that's a serious thing. That's an actual word in the sound.
Real quick, you guys, where is your closest bathroom?
Right there to the left.
Literally
Right
just fucking
Right
right
there.
around there. Outside that, fucking you're good.
You're good.
Hard glass, right there. There you go. Anyway, you found it. Yay! Lancaster, fuck you. We're not joining them again. My phone's
It's so
back.
clean. Yes, I do clean my house well. I don't want to be on hoarders.
Okay, going back to the French.
Wow, look, 2 phones.
Historically, the French were militarily badass. And in Iraq, our brigade, we racked up triple-digit kill count. We had 341 confirmed enemy kills by the time we were done with that shit show. But the French, their artillery was outstanding. And they would fire and do their thing, but they would never leave the wire. And we would always go down Tampa and Irish and all of the awful IED Valley shit. We would do that every couple days at least. And we'd do air missions on the side, plus a bunch of other retarded stuff on the side. So the French would go to sleep. They would have their food and celebration. They would have awkward soccer that was shirtless all the time for some reason. And then they would go to sleep. And when they went to sleep, they left jerry cans and chains and toe straps and things that were valuable. So I'm not guilty for the fact they somehow lost their equipment if they didn't guard it. But I remember standing before our command sergeant major and some French colonel who called me some American scoundrel because he was accusing me of lifting the supplies they had left unsecured. Well, they accused me because by that time I got battlefield. I was a corporal at that point, and I may or may not have got my greasiest guys like, hey, we're going to do this shit, and we're going to do it now.
Why didn't they accuse anybody else? Why were they accusing you?
I'm not going to say that I smiled and laughed at them when they were distraught that they were missing like all of their shit. I'm just going to say that I walked by and maybe they picked me out of a bunch. I don't know. What a mess.
Accusations without proof are just accusations. No military tribunal or court was ever called. So no proof that anybody was convicted of anything doing.
Not the first or the last Article 15 I dodged, but that one actually was pretty heavy and it took a while.
Lancaster, good night, my friend. I hope you awake to good news. We'll see what's up, man.
And stop lying to the children's.
Continue to lie. You're good, brother. Good night, man.
You're doing great. Did you find it? Did you
Yes.
go past the left stair, go
I
up
got
the
it.
stairs? You know, there's a secret door. You knock 3 times,
Is that
open the
where
door,
Harry Potter
say
was?
strawberries,
We're
walk in,
Hang
sniff the
on.
guy like
I want
Joe
to
Biden,
point
and
your
keep
guys'
going,
attention.
and then
Okay?
you find it.
Ian, my bro, says just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty, and that is a fucking fact.
Admit
okay?
nothing.
That's a fact.
Well, Kamala Harris thinks so.
Admit
She
nothing.
didn't do it. She's not guilty. He didn't do it.
Look, man.
He's not guilty.
I was a specialist.
Fact.
I was a specialist for 4 years. Okay, admit nothing. deny everything,
make
offer counter accusations. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's push pause real quick, and let's, if we can,
How we do?
We already kind of got into Sabo here, his background, and then Miss Texas. You've only appeared once on the channel so far.
Hi.
Twice, but
So far, yeah.
But yeah, what would you say?
To be fair, your face is now internet friendly. So what's up?
I am internet friendly now. It's a great face, you know. Yes.
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 Yeah. No, I grew up in Texas, around Houston, and my dad was part of the NRA. He was shotgun, pistol, and rifle instructor. So I grew up around guns, but we started really young with education and understanding, you know, what they are, and they are a tool of use. They are a tool for protection, and how to use them and how to be safe around them. That's what he taught us. And then from there, I just, you know, I moved around. I went to Louisiana. Met this weirdo, you know.
Louisiana.
Great.
Oh, you're a weirdo.
I'm a weirdo too.
No one said that. Why you gotta throw yourself under a bus?
Yeah.
Teammates, and then you know we're up here and
You good?
Huh? Yeah, I'm good.
beautiful.
Okay. Because I mean,
Yeah. So
Oh no, I was gonna get up in a second.
I grew up in
black
Texas.
on beer, you're black on whiskey.
I
I'm
know,
just
so
taking
when-
this off.
Just
So-
enjoying the whole feeling.
Well, if
I
you're
got you.
if you're done, that's
Since
I'm
you was
like-
4. Okay.
I am the lightest
Okay.
of lightweights.
Since I was
so,
4.
You're 230
When,
pounds.
so- just
Dude.
real quick, when did you guys start dating? When was that?
we have we're not
So
we're not together. This is not a thing.
officially, it's not.
Not officially. Okay, to be fair,
Yeah,
not
like,
officially a
listen,
thing.
like this
Okay.
man, this is a caring,
Look, it's a
sensitive
love
man,
couch,
and you
but
know
it's
what?
just a couch.
Well,
Exactly.
it's 2020, and both of y'all are from California and New York, so we can't assume
That doesn't make
Exactly.
any sense because we're
Plus,
from
if
the
the-
opposite country.
Remember,
opposite sides of
if the
country.
balls don't actually touch, it's not really like
To be fair, no. To be
Combat
fair,
rights.
no balls are touching.
exactly.
It's not gay.
It's not gay at all.
You
At
just
all.
both like
Okay,
wood tips.
let's-
Understandable.
I just a wood tip in my mouth, man.
I'm
Just
already starting to get a little drunk here. Yeah, if you don't make eye
Starting
contact,
to?
starting.
Oh no. That's unfair. You need to get on our level.
On your level, down and gallon of wine.
bad
Keep
things,
going.
Hoke. Bad things. Okay, so the next thing I was going to attempt to start with was how drunk we all are. So Range Chris is pretty, I think.
I am
heavy.
honestly not even that far gone.
Okay, so take
Okay.
the opposite of that and apply it. And then we
I'm-
got Sabo.
2 Coronas, a little bit of whiskey, so like I'm buzzed.
About 4 whiskeys
but,
in,
like, again, so, yeah,
completely sentient
I
of what's
am-
going on.
Like mid 2s, 200s, but like the last time I drank was the midterms. I think literally,
Okay.
like I just don't really, I don't vibe a whole lot unless it's on special occasions.
If you
was
push
probably-
back its day for Ian, the drunk ones always insist they're not that drunk. Thank you, food.
He's had more. Ian,
Ben,
you're
you're
right.
good. Ben, you're good. Fuck God, I'm guilty of it. I don't even know what that means, bro. He's had more. Yes, Ian, I have had more. You have been there while I've been drunker. It's been a very sentient thing. Thank you. Not quite where we're at right now. I
I'm
wish
so
we had done the
glad-
kebabs.
So how drunk are you, darling?
I'm getting there. So the gun shop today was a little out of control. There was,
Yeah, let's talk about that.
yeah, there was a lot of people. I mean, I've had personal friends, including my aunt yesterday, like, hey, I haven't shot a gun in like 25 years, but I need a gun, and like, can you help me like pick out what's best for me? And I was like, no, I can't, because like I will try to help you the best I can, but inventory is bad.
Did you recommend the woman's perspective?
No,
Video?
No, I was like, look,
Okay.
I'm like, the woman's perspective video that you and I did was
It was
awesome, but the problem is like 95% of the shit we talked about is not even in stock right now.
Oh, yeah.
Like not. It's just not. So
Do you guys have a Glock 9?
No.
yeah.
First off, fuck you.
It's my problem solver.
Well, okay, to be fair, yes. Both of us have a Glock 9, As to are we going to sell it? Fuck you.
Fuck that shit.
Yeah, so Hoke is not wrong. Because something, I'm also NRA certified rifle, pistol, range safety officer instructor. And like, I firmly believe in training and familiarization with using that firearm.
That's a good plan.
Amen.
And it's like, I mean, in Sabo, you can talk on this too, but like we see people in our shop now you're out there on the counter.
I am literally like, I'm the front line. You're
the front line, and I'm the C list gunsmith in the back trying to make shit happen. But
we literally just hand him shit and we're like, get results, and he's like, all right, and then he shuts the door and comes out 20 minutes later and there are results. So
yeah, I think it's just we've had a pretty staunch influx of brand new firearms owners, people who maybe they weren't even against guns. They're just like, yeah, maybe I'll get one someday. I don't know. And then they just kind of show up and like, okay, I want to do it. It's like, we don't have any ammo. We don't even have the gun that everyone recommended. And Range Chris and I went in depth on this with the last shotgun blast. But, it's like whether they have accurate or dated advice, we don't even have that in stock anymore. Like we don't.
I can't even begin to like explain to you how far behind you are, and like there's just a buffer between like you and where you need to be, and you're just not going to come close for months.
Think possibly this could be a fair statement, but from what you and I have seen recently here, it's almost like your house is fully engulfed in fire.
Mm-hmm.
And this is like a free alarm, and we literally
had this conversation sweeping the range.
And it's like suddenly while your house is on fire and you're standing outside of it, you're like, oh my God, maybe I should buy a fire extinguisher. It's like, dude, you are so we're past that. Like this.
Should I get flame retardant curtains? Yes, you should. However, we're past that.
What's cool is if you're not fucked up from the beginning.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Speaking of that, let's talk about victimization, shall we? Because that is victimization.
Sure. Okay.
I love this topic. So basically,
criminal justice major. Here we go.
So a deterrent. So your victimization rate is putting yourself, or not putting yourself. Sorry, excuse me. The points or the factors that include in the situation that raises your victimization rate. So you have a rate of victimization, and the factors that you include, so every factor you include raises the victimization rate. So let's say you have a fire. You don't have a fire extinguisher. That raises your victimization rate. You are a pack rat. That's a victimization rate because the fireman can't come and save you because it's hard to get to you if you're just hoarding everything.
You're obsessed with collecting wooden horses.
Okay,
yeah.
So
it's like a victimization rate. I like to keep my as possible, especially.
So for all of those of us here right now reading the comment section, FCOD, speaking of gun shops, I'd like to hear your opinions as to what's in store pending the election. If Trump remains president, do you think the stock levels and pricing will return to normalcy? So initial honest projections in consequence to your question, no. If Trump remains president, no. I don't think prices are going to remain the same. Simply because the pro-gun liberal side of the House are going to expect different things. They're going to expect change, which I'm not saying is not in the wings, because as with the stock side of things, Trump is clearly not on board entirely with the willy-nilly pro Second Amendment, regardless of anything else, side of the House. So let's say 45 remains in presidency. We don't get a 46. Do things change in the gun shop? Yes, they do. 45 stays in presidency. Prices change simply based on demand. ammo availability, laws that have already been affected due to executive order. Things are going to change. Now, mind you, FCOD, say 46 becomes president. You've got a whole different gamut of things that are going to change. Okay? Pro-gun liberals and oxymoron. It's not. John Geralt 42, it's not. There are pro-gun liberals out there. I know you don't believe it, but it's true. I come from California.
They do exist. I've met a number of them.
You come from New York. They're out there. Okay, guys?
Hold on. I am not a liberal. I'm
I
classically
didn't
liberal.
say that. I didn't say that. I said you're from New York. You're
Sure,
pro-gun. There are pro-gun New Yorkers who still want liberal change. So here's the thing, right? Okay, say Biden is 46 gets elected. We lose 45. 46 is elected. I don't know how it's going right now. I jumped to him, but regardless, okay. So 46 gets elected. Here's what you're looking at, honestly, just from his platform, okay. And 2A, you can back me on this. He's very, very, very emasculation of the Second Amendment. So your assault weapons are going to now fall under your 1934 or 1935 NFA. Okay, your high capacity magazines are going to fall under your 1935 NFA. Okay, so your AR-15s, your AK-47s, any magazine capacity over 10 rounds, you're going to fall under the NFA. You're now, this is my problem, right? Because as a Californian, and I don't deny that, I'm a Californian. I've got a lot of friends who are like, oh, we still support the Second Amendment. If you vote for 46, no, you don't. Correct. You don't. Because he is going to literally emasculate, cut the balls off, literally just completely take all of the power out of Second Amendment in order to forward a progressive stance. So you're going to lose everything prospectively that you already have currently as a Second Amendment supporting liberal. So if you support Kamala Harris, you support Joe Biden, I'm going to throw names out there, you're not actually going to get what you think you have. FCOT says, given an inch, I'll take a mile. Still living in California, I'm faced with the constant pressure of gun regulation with a shrinking roster and a hard to obtain. Absolutely.
Can I take over when you're ready?
Go ahead.
So not going to go like full blown PTSD whack job moment, but the largest mass grave that we encountered was in Hawija. That was during the Hawija fight in Iraq, 2017, and it was what ISIS left for us, and it was it went on for a long time in the distance, and it was every single one of these skulls had a perfectly formed bullet hole in them, sometimes an exit as well. It was like and just kind of circling back to
that's his dip can.
Yeah. Circling back later in that deployment, we ran into the Yazidi people, and they're a Christian sect in Iraq, which ISIS did not like, not even a little bit. And, they had decided to arm up, and their ideas behind it was, we're tired of being pushed around and killed and exterminated. So we're going to have a way to stop that, and it's going to be firearms, it's going to be weapons, it's going to be something we can do. And there's historical examples, but all of that tying into the fact that, if you do not have a way to physically oppose violent, tyrannical, oppressive things that are happening to you, then you've got nothing. Everyone talks about ACLU and the First Amendment, Recently, curiously, at least the last 6 months, we've talked about Third Amendment stuff, the quartering stuff, which is
Never thought we'd be
strange.
talking about that. At least not in that
Right.
context.
We're always talking about 4th, 5th, and 6th. We've always talked about those things, but any rights you have, it's nice. And on a piece of paper in our Constitution, as the first, 9, but 10 amendments or Bill of Rights, those things are awesome. But if you have no way to ensure that's going to be a thing, what do we care? And if you don't have a way to physically protect yourself, what does it matter? We can talk about 3rd, 1st, 4th, 5th, and especially 6th right now. Amendments all we want, but if you don't have some kind of way to ensure that the toilet paper and things you're stocking up on, that your liberty and your life and things you care about are going to be in good order, and you don't have a way to protect that, then why even talk about it? Why do we care?
Without it, you're just kind of like you're gathering supplies for the next dude who comes along with a gun.
Yeah, and it's just that's kind of the point to be made. And furthermore, moving on, it's like I don't know if you guys have checked out the Biden-Harris campaign website with what they would like to do regarding gun violence or Second Amendment related things. But it's like if they were able to get the majorities in the House and the Senate, they agree on the same bill, they send it to the executive where someone like Joe Biden would definitely sign it, making AR-15s NFA items or making things. It's like, you have to know, don't even doubt for a second. I am always going to have AR-15s and AKs. I'm always going to have standard capacity magazines, or what they would call high capacity magazines, 30 rounders. And if it's a felony to own a semi-automatic AR-15, well, I'm just going to make it full auto, and I don't care.
Yeah, fine.
Like it's like at that point, if I'm a felon,
You're my
just,
date, Ben.
just
That's
like
cool.
I don't care. And going back to
Your lovely date.
the Ayn Rand, John Galt point here of you can only be pro-gun or liberal. I've met, seriously, and it might surprise you, I've met some very liberal, progressive, lefty people who also own guns. I.e. Steven Spielberg, who has one of the most awesome and impressive private arsenals and collections of Class 3 full auto machine guns.
You met Steven Spielberg?
Maybe. Yeah.
Secretly?
Yeah.
What?
Cool.
Yeah. When I worked at a range in California with Range Chris, we did some interesting stuff. Probably the most interesting to me was Shia LaBeouf. That dude was weird. I think I had to go to his house to. I didn't know what movie it was going to be. Eventually, it was Fury, but he needed to know how to use the 1911 and all that. But yeah, it was weird.
Don't you dare spit beer out of your nose onto our couch.
I'm good. I'm good.
You'll get the Romans
It was weird. It was like-
everywhere. Bless his
Yeah,
little
it was
heart.
like this house near Granada Hills, this like yellow house with all these.
John
windows.
Galt 42. What do you mean the Harris Biden website? In what capacity are you referencing that?
Well, it's the
Well,
Biden
let's be, if we can, as specific as we can be. I think that's important in times, and especially days like right now. So on the Biden-Harris campaign website, and I went through it, and it is quite an assembly of different ideas of things that Joe Biden would like to do when it comes to gun control and measures like that. But I encourage people to read through that, and depending on how it's going to go tonight, or some people are forecasting violence and crazy stuff or whatever. But yeah, if Biden wins, Harris will be president within 6 months.
I disagree, but that's not an unreasonable.
Didn't I
proposition.
tell you that was one of my predictions?
Let's talk about the 25th Amendment. John Galt. John.
Are they?
John Galt.
Is he?
John Galt believes that if Biden wins, Harris will be president within 6 months. I don't know if I agree.
All
with
I
that.
gotta say is, you know what? I've fucked with the Taliban. I've fucked with ISIS. I've fucked with Haqqani Network, and I've done things to put boot to ass for this country. No, I did not. That shit went in raw. It was raw. It was raw as fuck. Look, baby girl. I was a machine gunner my first deployment. I didn't give a fuck. Okay. I think I've earned the right to be a free American, and even if the law says it's not cool, I literally cannot give a shit. I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do, and I don't care. If they say it's a felony to have what I lawfully legally possess with the 4473 and a background check, and I have the invoice and the receipt and everything that I legally did everything I needed to buy this property, this personal private property, and they suddenly decide it's not cool, well, I really don't care. I'm still like, I don't give a shit.
Cool opinion, bro. Keep my
I'm
guns.
going to own it, and if you come to my house to take it, bad shit is going to happen. We're going to make Haditha look like a fucking picnic. I don't give a shit. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
So FCOT says, if Biden wins, how optimistic is it that a Republican SCOTUS will defend our rights and block EOs? Do you think they'll succumb to public opinion?
If Biden wins, how optimistic is it that a Republican Supreme Court may defend our rights and block executive orders?
May I interject? Because you and I have discussed this.
Well, that's very nuanced, but go ahead.
So 2A and I have actually discussed this at length, and regardless of if SCOTUS is willing to defend an individual's right, a constitutional right, we do believe right now that the way things look, if the Senate is packed and Congress is packed and a Democratic president is elected, they will probably try to push to have it amended so that the Supreme Court is no longer, what is it, nine justices?
Packing the court.
Right now we have 9. So
we believe that it will the Democrats will push so that it is no longer 9 Supreme Court justices, so that it will be what, 12?
Well, potentially. So right now we're chiefly talking about Article 3 of our Constitution, the judicial branch. We're talking about historically we've always had 9 justices, to my recollection,
Since the Civil War.
Well, since the Civil War, and I'm working on starting to get buzzed and moving into that knowledge buzz. Since the 1860s, we moved back to 9. FDR tried it, and this is in modern lexicon. We're talking about packing the courts. So right now, the composition of the Supreme Court is 9 Supreme Court justices. With the recent confirmation of Amy Coney Barrett, we have a conservative majority, and even if Justice Roberts is going to go off road, doesn't matter. But if the Democrats win the House and the Senate, and they also win the executive branch, they're in a position to move to pack the courts. And I'd have to read up on it. But to my knowledge, at least with the Constitution, it's not going to take an amendment. It actually takes an act of Congress signed by an executive to, enhance the number of justices on the Supreme Court beyond 9 to whatever number. I mean, maybe it's 12, maybe it's 15, maybe it's whatever.
I heard like rumors of 13 or 15, like an odd number, so there wouldn't be like a split.
The brass tacks on that is whatever it takes to make a majority. And here's the thing, and I think this is important. I'm going to say this. Conservatives, we look at the Supreme Court, Article 3, the judicial branch, looking at our Constitution, looking at the rule of law. The Supreme Court decides what cases it will and will not take. But it's an arbitrator, if you will, since Marbury versus Madison. Like this is 18th century shit. Like they're going to determine what's constitutional or not. We look at that as a guide to tell us what, something you can't sue for something that's about to happen. You got to sue for redress. So
hey Jay, how you doing?
So So they have to pass something egregious to the Constitution. There has to file suit for redress, and it has to make it up to our highest court in the land, provided they'll take it and it passes state and appeals and federal and circuit courts to get there. But if they pack the courts and they have more justice,
These are my friends who are posting these comments.
But all I'm saying is, if you are more on the lefter side of the house, progressive, liberal, whatever, it's the judicial branch is not, should not, was not meant to be an arbitrator or like a optional or an excessive extra credit, Article 1 of the Constitution. It's not.
Ryan, with what Jason and Amanda Preston are saying, 16th American Jurisprudence, second edition, section 177, posted on November 28th, 2011. The general rule is that the unconstitutional statute, through having the form and name of law, is reality no law, but is wholly void and ineffective for any purpose, since unconstitutionally dates from the time of its enactment. And not merely from the date of the decision and so branding of it.
Okay, so we'll get back to that. There's two cases that reminds me of right now. And Amanda and Jason Preston.
It's just for Jason, really. Amanda's not actually posting the
Okay,
shit.
I was gonna.
Hi, Amanda. Hi, Jason. I love you both. I love you guys.
Okay, so putting that on the back burner for a second. We are dealing with a side of our current American politics that if they can't get it done in the House, and especially the Senate or the executive branches of late, they will try to legislate from the bench. And that is the problem I have. So if the Supreme Court, Article 3, the judicial branch is not supposed to legislate from the bench. But if they kind of have that as an ace in the hole in the pocket, that's, of course, they're going to want to pack the courts. Of course they are. Because if they can have activist judges where we're not going to break the Constitution, we're just going to bend that shit like a bonsai tree, like whatever. And they want
Mr.
to
Miyagi.
legislate from the bench. It's like they rely so hard, and I think this is an important thing, like they rely so hard on trying to get what they can done through the House and the Senate or Congress, trying to get that signed by the president. And if they can't, they rely upon the judicial branch or the Supreme Court to just kind of interpret and bend and just kind of whatever.
Wrong. He's got a good point.
What do we got? Let's see.
JB says one way to get around electoral college and rely on justice is to pursue a type of majority rule through proxy or hell Senate. He's not wrong, but it's also a more difficult path to pursue because you have to get a majority to agree with each other, which, as we all know, is relatively impossible, especially while dealing with a two-party system in which the majority of people agree that a third party should be viable, but disagree on whether or not that third party should take precedence over either of the two Coke or Pepsi parties.
It's a hard knock life
For us.
It's a hard knock
Knock
life
life
for
for
us.
us.
I just have to say, this reminds me of, Federalist 78, where it's like, going back to, and even before that, not even talking about that, what our founding fathers, they coined the term, the tyranny of the majority, where, and that's back to my long-standing problems with the 17th Amendment, where, senators are elected by the constituency, not the state, so it kind of cuts the legs off the 10th Amendment. But tyranny of the majority is, everybody is ambulance chasing. It's a very populist kind of thing. This is the hottest thing right now, and we got to chase it. If you want to win re-election and retain your job, you have to chase the ambulance that everyone's on. They didn't. Here's the thing.
131.92 Biden.
When we make,
literally where we were before.
Yeah, let's take a pause real quick.
I'm checking New York Times. Like, there's really not a whole lot of fluctuation. So if you put the states, like New York Times is admittedly like Florida is 93% counted. Trump has a +3 bonus.
In Florida?
In Florida, yeah.
Oh,
which has not finished. Its term, by the
So
way.
here's the thing, though. So in 2016, Miami-Dade versus 2020, Trump actually got more votes this year than he did in 2016. Biden, prospectively, got less than Hillary did in 2016. So assuming we're putting like Florida up there, North Carolina is still going either way, but like they were still kind of pointing in Trump's direction. There are a bunch of states like on New York Times that are just like they're still like grayed out. But like Florida, for example, probably going to be called. Trump's still got a lead in Texas with 74%. Georgia, Trump is up plus 15 with almost 50%. Like those are again 3 major swing states.
I mean, also according to this, Georgia has also already been called in favor of Trump, but we'll see where
We'll see
land.
Exactly. Yeah, like this is
to
the
be
other
fair,
thing.
131 versus 92. That's not a huge lead. That's necessarily
nothing. That's
saying
like
anything.
so.
We're well within the margin.
Biden right now has Colorado, New Mexico, Illinois, New York, Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Virginia. Like what you would expect, basically. Like it's pretty typical right now. But like the major thing was like they're predicting Florida going blue, they're predicting North Carolina and Georgia going blue, and so far that's not happening. But
so, real quick interjection. Replying to FCOT here. So, you have a First Amendment right to, freedom of speech, which later got expanded to freedom of expression through our SCOTUS. You have a right to express yourself. You have a right to believe in whatever God you want to believe in or not at all. At least out here in Utah, the Mormon faith existed or was created in the 1800s. But that did not exist at the time of our Constitution. Then a couple of years later, when our Bill of Rights showed up, we're dealing with a situation where these things were meant to be timeless. If we had problems with it, we could utilize Article 7, the acts of amendment. We could change our Constitution. And we've done it 27 times.
Brazil!
FCOT. I expressed myself through magazine fed weapons. Hell yeah.
All I'm saying is, our founding fathers knew that technology was going to change. And in fact, in some cases, they were on the forefront of that with Thomas Jefferson at Monticello, whether it was Benjamin Franklin experimenting with electricity. They didn't know what was going to happen, but they knew this was going to change because they were helping change it. And they didn't know that Facebook, social media, Twitter, YouTube, all of this stuff was going to happen, but they knew that there should be an inalienable natural right of man to protect these rights, to express yourself. And the Mormon Church, it happened in the 1800s. Doesn't matter. It's your right of freedom of religion to be free from, and be free to exercise your right to religion. And, in the 18th century, we were dealing with smoothbore muskets, or in the case of our founding fathers, they had, cannons and rifled muskets and privateers and warships and things.
Guns. And
the puckle gun was a thing.
Puckle gun, yeah.
Puckle gun was the thing. There was actually a manifest for some kind of revolving cannon, Gatling gun kind of thing, some kind of machine automated weapon. It's like, I don't care. Okay, the founding fathers were not stuck in 1783. Okay, they knew that stuff was going to change, but we're talking about inherent human, natural, inalienable rights of man. We're talking about things
3-year-old
that they knew things were going to change, but they wanted that right to be protected.
The fuckle gun, JB? The fuckle gun?
If you tell me, if you tell me that, like, okay, well, the founding fathers could never have foreseen AR-15s and machine guns.
Not only could they foresee it, if you gave George Washington an AR-15, he would be like, "Holy shit, give me more of these."
Hang on, guys. 2A.
Lord
the brown vest with an extended magazine. Perhaps, what would you call that in a modern parlance, which is relevant to what you and I have been going on about? Perhaps, what would you call that?
Back in those days, it was the brown vest musket.
But in a modern day parlance,
days, I would call it the
black vest.
Yeah. So the AR-15, and now I'm circling back to Heller versus DC 2008, where we talked about that, and that was a 5-4 decision. That was kind of scary, but it was favorable towards liberty. But It was like, you cannot, it is unlawful to, it is unconstitutional to ban things in common use. And I can't think of a firearm more common, at least on this side of the planet in our country, than the AR-15.
Which,
and it's like, look, man, Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, Ben Franklin, James Madison, especially, everybody, they could not have seen this coming, but they knew it was going to change. And if I could go back in time in a time machine and hand this to General Washington, be like, hey, here's an AR-15. This rifle fucks, and we can do things with it. He'd be like, man, when we win this shit, I'm going to have one.
so I'm going to jump on this, okay? Because to be fair, 2A and I have been discussing this for literally the entire year of 2020 and a little bit before it. The Black Bess Project, which is something we have devoted a significant amount of time to.
Yeah, and money too.
The modern equivalent of the Brown Bess rifle. So it is essentially an AR-15 within moderate means of monetary purchasing. It is a standardization of a rifle that is capable, functional, carries on, is completely functional as an infantry rifle, that he and I both agree, as the colloquialism between the two of us, it fucks, it fucking works. It is capable of handling the standard expectation of an infantry basic combat rifle, which more on that on this channel as 2020 and 2021 goes, and we will show you guys what we think the actual Black Bess rifle is, but it is what we feel. If you are the modern day Minuteman, if you consider yourself within the moderate realm of contemporary proactiveness of the militiaman, of the American who believes in the Constitution regardless of what the government is doing, if you believe in these statutes, the Black Bess is the rifle for you. And we will continue that in 2021. We will continue that for the rest of 2020. And we will actually go into detail on that one. But the Black Bess rifle is what we feel the fighting man's rifle is for the average civilian in today's just modern concept.
Yeah, I think the AR-15, from being a long-range reconnaissance patrol infantryman and doing dismounted reconnaissance in Afghanistan and Iraq, and having that sweet deployment monies and budget and everything, and coming back to the U.S. where I could buy anything that I want to buy, and I can equip myself with anything I want to equip myself with, I still choose the AR-15. That's my go-to. I'm biased. I have the most time, combat experience, training, everything with it, but that is what I would choose. And in fact, I think this is Bush administration era stuff, but Department of Homeland Security, looking at the AR-15, and you guys probably remember, the surge on Department of Homeland Security buying all this ammo. Why are they buying all this ammo? It's Jade Helm. It's whatever.
I fucking remember.
Jade Helm. Holy
it's Jade Helm, man.
Oh, fuck. Here we go. Fucking Jade Helm.
Shit.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh.
No truer words were spoken when it's like, oh, man, we cannot plan against the U.S. Army and their tactics because they don't follow their tactics and they don't know what the hell they're doing and they're just going to do it. And it's like,
just light the Humvee on fire in the middle of the road. That's all we need.
I've seen that 3 times. Twice stateside, 1 overseas. I'm like, man, this is so true. We're gonna do weird shit. It doesn't matter. But anyway, getting back on target, 25-meter target here. Like the Department of Homeland Security coming out and attempting to justify all their ammo purchasing when that was going on. They said, the AR-15, we regard that as an ideal personal defense weapon. So we're going to buy them, and we're going to buy the ammo and the magazines and things for it. And I could not agree more. Like the AR-15 You know, and I had one of my almanacs a long time ago. One of my podcasts revolved around the fact that, you know, everyone's like, "Oh man, the AR-15 is just a 22 rifle, dude. Whatever. Like, it's not." It's like, dude, if we have a sea of firearms regarding, you know, a Savage Model 11 or a Ruger 1022 and a Remington 700 and an AR-15. The AR-15 is a fucking great white shark. Like, this thing is out there it was designed for the battlefield. It was designed to commit to destruction and combat casualties.
Would you say it's out there to fuck?
It fucks, dude.
AR-15 fucks.
And it
fuck
fucks.
machine.
Like, every patrol car, every law enforcement officer that you defunded, that you will see out there, they're going to have, hopefully, at least, an AR-15. Maybe it's back in the 90s, but it's going to be there.
I'm glad that now for firearms we can just have this scale of like virgin to Chad. Like, doesn't fuck, fucks. Ruger 14 doesn't fuck. AR-15 fucks.
Yeah. Ian says that sounds like Fort Polk problems. And
it's funny because you were a Fort Polk.
Yeah, Fort Polk was like 0, like negative 13 out of 10, not recommended. It was awful. The only positive thing was the guys I served with in Miss Texas here. Other than that, Fort Polk was just a total dumpster fire.
It was great. It was on a long road. We saw some gators. There were some water moccasins making a heart, and then we met up.
It did not.
A meth head was running by, and there was a rainbow trail behind him in the Florida mist.
I've never seen.
There was just this beautiful, like,
coming from a guy from Los
way up in the
Angeles.
background.
I've never seen so many crack and heroin or
I
heroin.
wouldn't even call
There
it
was
a guy
Chicago
coming from
in
LA,
the
bro.
background saying, "You're my inspiration," while we ran together to meet each other for the first time.
The Virgin Taurus versus the Chad Llama.
But yeah, every time there was a flood, the gators would get displaced, and you'd be driving down the road. There'd be gators everywhere. You'd be like, what the fuck is going on right now?
We should talk about our airboat ride. Speaking of gators,
Let's not even bring that up.
I just-
Election night.
I want to do one important side note,
Okay.
just real quick,
Okay.
if we can.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so I want to go back to the idea that, you know, you're either pro-gun or you're liberal, and there's no in between. You know, if we're trying to be as intellectually honest as we can be, that would actually be very true, unfortunately. But the case is actually not. It's not that at all. I've met people who are very lefty. They vote, you know, blue no matter who. That's what they do. They just send it, and they, you know, straight party ticket. They do it. But they also have guns, and you know, at the end of the day, I've talked with these people, and I still to this day foster those relationships. I don't want to end up in an echo chamber of people who think exactly like I do. I don't want to do that. So really investigating, like, hey, you know, let's actually talk, let's argue and defend the points we have and the positions we have. What do you think about you're always voting very Democrat and left, which traditionally, historically, at least in our modern era, are people who almost always vote to or move to, you know, reduce, take away, diminish Second Amendment rights. But yet you have guns, you have an AR-15, you have things going on. What's the deal? And it's like, I will have and it's one friend who I'm not going to mention by name, but he has an AK and SKS. He's got shit, but he's super, like, he's one of the Bernie bros, despite the fact that Bernie sold out twice, which was like, oh my god, it's so bad.
Well,
let's
regardless of that, I
he's-
wish he was here right now so he could talk with us, but
He
he's
has
not.
almost sold out as many times as homes he owns.
But yeah, it's like, man, if you sell out on 2 elections, which of your 3 mansions are you going to go back to and cry about it? But getting back to the concept that, yes, in fact, 100%, there are very lefty voting people who also possess firearms, and I'm not just talking about grandpa's Model 12. I'm talking about, semi-automatic modern sporting rifles, assault rifles. Thank you. Perfect. We just had our DoorDash come, and it's awesome. We had Buffalo Wild Wings, B-dubs. Oh, it smells so good. But it's a real thing. But some of us, let's just put it this way, and I'm going to be as blunt and as non-sugar coated as I can be. Some of us believe in our Constitution to a point that we're going to die in a pile of spent brass, and we do not give a fuck. Versus others are going to have AKs and ARs and things, but if they were told you are a problem for having it, you need to turn it in or whatever, they would. That's not something ever that I would do. And again, for the record, I will always have AR-15s, standard capacity magazines. I don't give a shit. I'm always going to, I don't care. It's going to happen, dude. I was a LERP in Afghan and Iraq. I don't care. I have ways of ensuring I'm going to have the shit I need. I don't give a shit. But these people, they do have these things, but if they were told, hey, for public safety, you need to turn them in or get rid of them, they would. They would. That's how it works. It's not a reason to hate them. It's just a reason to understand that they prioritize wildly differently than you and I do. And that's just, at least from a basic observation standpoint, that's it. Let's catch up with the comments. Let's see.
So Ben Lawrence says in Southeast Texas, Houston Cypress, Friday starts Christmas song. I don't know what that means.
That's been non-care.
Okay.
My dad's crazy.
Fellow Ben, how's it going?
What's up, Ben?
Ben's Unite.
Can you slow up a little bit, Ryan, or are we good on that?
No, I think we're current right now. Let's see. No, so the French, they had the FAMAS. We had a couple ranges with them, and also the British. The British absolutely hated their rifle. The French, I absolutely hate bullpups, like 100%. But if I had to be stuck with one, it would be the FAMAS. I think that thing was like, this is still absolute trash, and it cannot be expected to kill people or fight a war with this. But if I had to, with a bullpup, I would do it with this. And they still, every range day we have with the Italians, the Germans, the Danesoft, the Finnish, the French, everybody that we fucked with in Iraq, they were like, dude, can we have your M4? Can we have this? And I was like, get the fuck out of here. No, it's mine. You get to sit inside the wire and be, pogues and shit and not deal with problems with your retarded service rifle. That's awful.
Go on, Jeremy, all 85.
The rest of us who do stuff, Team America, World Police, we're going to actually have an AR-15 pattern, and we're going to get results. You get to stick with this weird carry handle situation. I don't care. So, yeah. Let's see. Bullpup. Yeah. Only been dropped. Not an AUG. So the Steyr AUG is impressive to me for when it came out and what it did at the time. It is unimpressive to me that the hammer, the trigger, the disconnector, all the fire control parts are polymer. And I seem to, at least I have the opinion that if we're striking a firing pin and we're doing this for tens of thousands of rounds over decades, we need to have things that are not plastic. Controlling the function or ignition of our firearm, especially select fire weapons like the Alpha 3, the Steyr AUG. So I'm not going to say it's awful. I'm just going to say I hate it. Yeah. Let's see.
Thank you, John, for the update.
Yeah, we need an
Probably
update.
good.
We just got the food. Benjamin rolled in with the Coronas. We got some whiskey. We got some Coke. Got some coffee. Depending how the night goes, we got everything. But we got the door ringing again.
It's great.
I'll go.
We have the neighbors coming over,
Cool.
and gratefully we have really good neighbors here. What up?
What up, Trish?
What's going on?
You're literally on the internet, but it's
Yeah.
whatever.
We're live streaming. It's a controlled demolition of dumpster fire. Okay, let's see. Okay, John Galt, I gotta tell you, you know who I am and I know who you are. I just gotta tell you, did we not have a discussion that Texas is purple? And maybe this election, it's going to be red. Next
It's
election,
coming.
yeah, it's going to go blue, man. And I hate to say it, I hate it, but
Maybe we'll balkanize before then.
I don't know, man. I'm doing me.
Yep.
At this time, I don't think we're gonna balkanize anything.
Right. You never know. We could be anarcho Utahns by the morning.
Discussion on bullpups. Here's the thing. The advantages. You have a very truncated overall length on at least 14 and a half, 16, 20, 18-inch barrel. And that's cool and all until you have the malfunction and you have to diagnose what is actually happening with your weapon. Surprise, you're in combat and everything sucks. So I have to figure this out and deal with this through my armpit and try to look through all the orifices that I can't even see fully and diagnose what the fuck is going on.
It's like trying to do a diagnostic on a BMW engine in the middle of the fucking race.
I'm a fan of surviving, and so far I've been good at that recently. But if I'm in a shit show and I have to look at my armpit to figure out how my gun is fucked up, I will take the length. I don't care. I do not care. I will take the overall length. I don't care. I want to see what's going on with my ejection port, with my chamber, the barrel extension. I want to see what's happening, fix it, and get back in the fight.
Come on, New York Times. Quit being gay. Wow. All right. So right now, Florida, North Carolina, Texas, Ohio, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona. Well, Arizona closes at 9. With the exception of North Carolina, where Biden has a 0.6 lead, Trump has a lead in every other state.
0.6 lead?
0.6. It's
margin-
over. It's done.
The margin
President
of,
Biden.
nationally speaking, the margin of error for polls or exit polls especially is 4%. And we have a 0.6 lead.
0.6. You know what that means?
Fuck out of here. Come on.
Honestly, so I don't know if you guys know who Nate Silver is, you know who 538 is.
Yeah.
So I effectively refer to him as Nate Bronze, Nate Copper, Nate Rosensteinium. I'm fully looking forward. It was again tentative. Anything can happen. Robot! I'm fully looking down to watching him melt down again. Just putting that out there. It may not happen, but if it does, it'll be glorious.
So I got two thoughts because we got JB saying I hate this state. So if you find yourself in a state like Sabo and I from New York or California, where we were definitely not following with the line of thought, make a plan, initiate a plan.
Throw your shit in a U-Haul and get the fuck out.
There you go.
Got it.
But the cherry on top that I'll add is I still call Pelosi and I still call her office. I still call 25th District. I still call my representatives where I used to live and I still care. And I still try to initiate movement. I still try to get things to happen. I'm going to move to a state that best reflects my values and my ideas about our liberties, our individual rights and liberties and constitutional values, and low taxes and business, and people just having free will to just pursue their happiness. But I have not forgotten the place I escaped from. Point number 2 is, if I escaped from California or New York or some other banned state, blue state run shithole,
You should go to Oklahoma.
we're not gonna vote. It's like we're not going to escape a shithole just to show up to low taxes and free enterprise and revenue, just to vote the same way to turn the new state into a shithole. Like, it's not something it's not intelligent.
So I should not have written Andrew Cuomo in for Utah governor. You're saying I should not have done that? I just want Il Duce's reign to reach west. That's all I want. Long live Il Duce.
So how's your B-dubs?
It's delicious. So, fun fact, this is the second time in my entire life I've had B-dubs.
Whoa, dude.
Both times within the last 6 months.
Well, we're all glad you could have it with us.
Thank you. I'm
Such a historic night.
It's a very historic night. I'm not in New York anymore. I have guns in my truck. Yeah, just there's another thing. Like, this is going completely off the rails, completely different subject. However, when you live in New York your entire life, especially like upstate New York, you really don't realize just how much shit you're missing out on. Because when it comes to like fast food, retail stores, you have the big names: McDonald's, Burger King, Taco Bell. You've got a Walmart, you've got an Arby's, maybe you've got Target and all this shit. But like, you go out like literally just west of Ohio, and there's just so much other shit. Like, obviously, all right. So I'm still kind of getting used to Chick-fil-A. I fucking love Chick-fil-A, but like, there was
Jesus
this time,
chicken, the lowest chicken.
literally the only time I would get Chick-fil-A is when I was like driving to Florida when Flo and I were dating. Because, like, that was, like, the only fucking place you could stop, literally right in fucking, like, Fredericksburg, Virginia, every fucking time. It was like, oh, yeah, fucking Chick-fil-A. We're officially south now. Yeah. But, like, I'm just not used to – I forgot what fucking tangent I went off on.
We need to take you to Buc-ee's.
To what?
To Buc-ee's.
What's Buc-ee's?
Buc-ee's is the ultimate lovable destination stop to your destination. It is a destination.
It's a gas station.
It's not just a gas station.
It's just a gas station.
It has its own barbecue.
If the Disney Corporation sought out to make a gas station chain, it would be Buc-ee's. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It is amazing. It is fantastic.
Just a gas station.
They do their own Yes! Yes, Jungle! Yes!
So, I gotta ask though. It's Bucees.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a beaver.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And when Miss Texas and I first started dating, she's like, okay, we need to go to Buc-ee's. We need to go to fucking Buc-ee's. I'm like,
fucking Buc-ee's.
But it's a gas station, right? She's like, yes, but it's Buc-ee's.
It's
and
not just a gas
I didn't
station.
understand until I walked in, at least from a resident Southern California. It reminded me of the Somas Nut House, some kind of Disneyland attraction, but also a truck stop.
That's great.
Disney meets truck stop.
That's the most Texas shit ever, but
Yeah.
there it is.
So it has its own barbecue section. It has a little like truck stop section. It does its own barbecue, so it does its slow smoked barbecue overnight, which is amazing and fantastic. It's called the Texas Roundup, and they literally look like a circle, and you round up like all of the barbecue you want. They do their own beef jerky, saltwater taffy. They have their own fudge station. So they make about, I think, 30 flavors of
It sounds like if I ever...
And potato chips. That's right, Jungle.
If I
And
ever... I
potato
feel like
chips.
if I lived... Is there one of those around here?
No,
Or is it
it's
just
only in
Texas?
Texas.
Good, like... Because I feel like if there was one of those things around here, I'd probably be 350 pounds. Like, so we used to have... We had something similar. It wasn't nearly as cool. But in New York, Massachusetts, there's this place. It's a chain called Stewart's. And it's all local. It's like, if you're Northeast, you know, it's like crack. Their ice cream is crack. They do their own milk. They do their own dairy. They make their own drinks, like all this stuff. But it's just like they're always there. There's one for like every 500 feet in the Northeast. But it's kind of like that. It doesn't have a school. They don't have their own barbecue. They don't make their own chips. But like,
Yeah. They're very known for their shirts. So it has Bucky Beaver on it.
Mhm.
And then it has on the back just so many things like, heck yeah, I would travel thousands of miles to go see Bucky's and that. And they have all sorts of, we got our Christmas shirts from there. It's great. It's fantastic.
Really cool.
And they have their own home goods section. And depending on where you are in Texas, it depends on the location. So if you're down in the Gulf and like Galveston, right on the ocean, they'll do more like sea life stuff. Like you can buy like fishery, you can buy fishing poles and all of this. But if you're more up in the Northeast, it's more rancher stuff, and they're like depending on where you are section. So it's really neat.
That's cool.
And really just it's fantastic, and it's a good price on gas. So
See,
why
this
don't
just
you
proves
stop?
my point. When you leave New York, everything just gets better.
Yeah.
Yes.
And in the bathrooms, y'all, they pay people like $17 to go in there and like clean the bathrooms. And it's not just like stalls where you're like sketchy and it's like, I might now, as a female, you're like, I might do my squats today and make sure I can hover. But no, that's like, it's rooms. It's literally, they have 50 rooms of stalls, and it's fantastic. It's better than the Flying J or the Pilot, like ever.
That reminds me of the worst fucking rest stop. So, complete opposite. The worst rest stop I've ever been to. So, if you're going down, I don't even know the name of this highway, but you can take it all the way from like Albany, New York, all the way to Miami, Florida.
It sounds like the 85.
I'd make by 85. But there's a rest stop in Maryland. And it's that part of Maryland where it's like Jersey, Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, Maryland, Jersey, Virginia. It's like you don't fucking know what state you're in.
Sheets?
Yeah,
maybe?
yeah.
Sheets.
So like you go in and like there's 50 bathroom stalls. The place smells like they literally just like hook a truck up to the side of the building and they pump bleach into it and then they just drain it out the other side and that's how they clean. That's what it smells like. So you go in and like the bathroom stall doors are all half. It's the bottom half, but like you can literally see like there's like a row of people, like men and women. It was unisex, sitting on toilets, just like, and like I'm looking at all of these people, and like I go from I have to piss to I'll just fucking piss in South Carolina. Like fuck it, because like I go in and I was like I gave it a shot, and it was the fact that like you could literally see like my back up, just standing at this toilet, and I could just feel people watching me. And I'm just like, I can't fucking do this. This is so fucking weird.
You would enjoy Bucky's.
I would enjoy Bucky's.
Yeah, because it's like the
I
men's
think
room.
yeah.
Describe the men's room, shall we?
Well, as men, I think that we don't require a high standard, but it was pretty good. It was like Vegas, but a gas stop.
Okay.
It was so nice.
Do they have like an attendant?
Yeah, they have people that they pay $17 an hour just to clean the bathrooms.
That's cool.
Yeah. Okay, so one thing I wanted to do almost 2 hours ago was lay out each of our individual predictions as to how the night is going to go, and depending on your who you subscribe to, or left or right or center, whatever. This could be over tonight. This could be over in 3 months with a military violent coup or something. But what are the predictions that we all have here? How's this shipwreck? How's the shit show going to derail? How's this going to happen?
So personally, I think actually tonight we're going to see I think we might actually see, maybe not too early, but later on it's going to appear like Trump won the election. But I think we're going to see, and I don't know if it's necessarily going to be enough, but over the next couple of weeks until January, it's going to be like, oh, what's the absentee ballots? Oh, what's the voter count? Oh, what's new today? And like some states may change, some counts may creep up. But like when I'm predicting, at least like, what are we, 77 days till Inauguration Day, I want to say?
Yeah, January 20th. So
it's about 70, somewhere around there. But like from here till then, it's just straight like, just maybe not so much if you don't live outside of a major city, but like most major cities, Los Angeles, New York City, Salt Lake, probably gonna not be a great place to like own a business or park on the street. It's probably not gonna be real fun. Salt Lake, maybe less so, but like it's just gonna be like, well, electoral results, blah blah blah, get Trump out, blah blah blah, like count the votes, everybody needs to vote. And it's like, all right, we'll see what happens. Electoral college has to clear. So exactly, yeah. So maybe like my birthday is the 11th, so maybe like they'll be like, all right, yeah, it's Trump. But like I'm expecting maybe until December, John. Like it's just gonna be just this whole like, oh no, Trump could still like he could still lose, Biden could still win, or vice versa. It's like, oh, Trump's got it, just shut up. Because like I don't know if you guys remember 2016, but they did that for a little while.
Yeah.
Like they just refused to accept the fact that Trump won. And like again, it could go either way.
I
but
just remember Hillary coming out the next morning after with vampire like death morgue, like
look,
like communist grandma has gone to the graveyard look, and talking about how she reluctantly lost the election, like such a flawed, horrendous candidate against a reality TV star.
Oh my God.
Oh man.
Like literally all you had to do was beat Donald Trump. Like you had all this experience,
all
this
money. One job.
Fucking job.
Just one job.
Do it.
And you couldn't fucking do it.
I think my favorite part of that night was like, I hope we get to see this again. Watching like just various like TV show hosts go from like, all right, we'll see what happens. Just like, yeah, well, Trump won another fucking state. So, yeah, welcome to fucking CNN, I guess. I'm Wolf fucking Blitzer. Fuck you. But no, it was like the fucking Young Turks like melting down on air.
Yeah.
Like, I want to see that again just because I fucking hate sex so fucking much.
It's like, we know Hillary's going to win and it's perfect. She's got it in the bag. This is a joke.
Seriously.
We're just here for a formality.
Hillary is so far ahead. She doesn't even think about Trump anymore.
And that night, like I remember, I was at Fort Polk. We just gotten back, and I was drunk as fuck. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna stay up. It was late until we see what's gonna happen. And I didn't want it to happen, but I thought, based on the media and the polls and everything, and all these people who are allegedly smarter than us, like, oh yeah, Hillary's gonna win. Yeah. I'm like, okay, I'm going to stay up long enough to see, getting the 270. It's going to be fine, and I'll go to bed. And we got PT at 5 a.m. It's fine. But then it kept going. It's like, oh, well, Trump needs to win Florida. And if he doesn't win Florida, it's not going to happen. He won Florida. It's like, oh, shit.
Oh, shit.
Well, now we got to look at Indiana because, that's real. And then he wins that, too. It's like, oh, shit. Oh, God. I stayed up till like 2 a.m. and, smoked like half a pack of cigarettes and rolled in drunk to PT. As an infantryman should. And
to be fair, that's literally, that's normal for you.
Isn't like, if you're not doing PT partially drunk, are you really
Ben,
doing PT?
Let me share my story for you, okay? 4 years ago today.
Yeah, you were overseas.
At about this time of night, I literally climbed up into a guard tower and I looked up at Daniel Eskew, who was a soldier of mine at the time. And I said, man, check it out. Tomorrow morning, when you wake up, you are going to be serving under Hillary Clinton.
Well,
because there's no possible way.
Well, Article 3 of the Constitution is not till January.
Shut the fuck up. Let me tell my story. Shut the fuck up.
It's a president.
I was like, man, when we wake up tomorrow, Hillary Clinton will have won the election, and you and I, more specifically you, because you have time on your contract, I don't. You're fucked. Hillary Clinton is the president that you will be serving under when you get out of the army. Not so for me, because I got a couple months and I'm done. But I can't fucking believe that Hillary Clinton is the president of the United States. And I climbed out of the tower, and I finished my shift, and I went to bed. And I woke up the next morning, and Staff Sergeant Noble looked over the entire tent and said, as smug, in the most smuggliest, possible smug face anyone's ever done.
Was it
Donald
smug,
Trump's the president. And I sat there for 30 seconds in disbelief and said, no. I was like, no, seriously.
I'm being fucked with. No way.
Who won the election? And he goes, no, Donald Trump's the president. And I was like, no,
Okay.
man, fucking stop fucking with me. Who's the goddamn president? And he goes, no, seriously, dude, Trump's the president. And I was like, what? Are you kidding me? And that was how Donald Trump got elected president.
Oh, just by your sheer fact.
Just that. That is how he got
that.
It me
Sheer amazing.
deployed to a foreign
If
nation
you had
at a
to
foreign
climb
time.
into that fucking
Yeah.
guard tower that night, Hillary Clinton would be president.
Absolutely. Well, could
just-
you deny not that
It's
is
the
how that
fucking
would happen?
butterfly effect, man.
Yeah, no, it was kind of like a drug addict. I was just staying up late and continuing to
Taking
drink.
another hit.
Yeah, and I was like stepping outside.
Rasmussen!
That's back when I smoked, so I'm doing the menthol hundreds. I'm just like, there's no way. Like I want it to happen, but there's no way it's gonna happen.
Oh my
And I was
god.
just like, I come back. He's like, he's won another state. Oh my god!
Just a fucking calliope of cigarettes.
And then Don Lemon. I was switching between Fox, MSNBC. Yeah, I had like cigarettes in all my hands, like. And I just
Like
hear like
Head on your toes, just like.
just the local nationals in the swamps in Louisiana. They're like, hell yeah, brother, Trump! Pow, pow, pow. There's like celebratory gunfire in the sky. I was like, what the fuck? I'd go back. It'd be like, Trump won another state. And then, I'd go back and smoke. And then I'd come back and Don Lemon was like, everybody's racist. And then I'd be like, oh my God.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, it's smoking from
Fucking-
my elbows now.
I was like, what is happening?
Fucking Nate Silver's toupee is just like on the side of his head. Nate, what happened? Oh, well, I gave myself like a 10% margin of error, so I'm just going to go home and flagellate myself for all the sins I've committed, obviously, because this is not going to expect.
Assume that Donald Trump would never become the president.
Everybody's like taking a chance in Harry Potter's car, basically. They're smoking cigarettes, taking a chance in Harry Potter's car, and like
Yeah, literally.
the I-10. Like that's
I
what's
just
going on.
have to say on a serious note, Afghanistan, for the time I was there under the Obama administration versus Iraq, when we went back for the ISIS fight under Trump, was night and day, dude. It was like Afghan, we had a rules of engagement briefs like all the time. And as a gunner and machine gunner, I was like, yes, like if somebody like shoots an AK and sprays down your truck, like, do you really need to kill him? I'm like, yeah. Like,
That seems reasonable.
like,
That seems,
yeah, dude,
that seems wholly like.
I'm gonna rack it to the rear and go cycling, dude. Like, yeah, I'm gonna turn that guy into like hamburger. It's fine.
Spaghettios.
So John Galt 42 says, sad news, Connecticut. And yes, I am pronouncing that correctly. Connecticut went to Biden.
Oh my God.
Is that like Antarctica?
Antarctica? Yes, Connecticut.
Connecticut.
I mean,
Iraq
it's
under Bush
basically
was
like
more
a-
like a Goosebumps choose your own adventure.
I mean,
How do you
That's-
feel
it's
about
well,
that?
Connecticut, it's frozen, but all the faces, because all the plastic surgery is frozen, and you see penguins walking on it.
Connecticut.
I just have to say for Amanda and Jason Preston that they said Iraq under Bush was more like a Goosebumps choose your own adventure. Let me invite you to the hellscape that was Iraq during the ISIS fight under Trump, where, going from Afghan, where it's like, oh my God, like maybe this guy shoots at you, but like he feels offended that we're here. So like, do you really need to shoot back? And if it's a structure, you can't cause, catastrophic and structural.
you return
like-
fire,
like,
you need to check your privilege.
And I was like, dude, we're retarded infantrymen. And like,
Iraq
Like-
under Obama was picking out
It's like-
spots for solar-powered streetlights.
under Iraq, the mission set and the task work for that was like, ISIS is bad and we're going to kill all of them. Exactly all of them. We're going to do it as fast as we can and we don't give a shit. And I was like, okay, I can fuck with that. That's cool.
That sounds like a good time.
As well, at that point, I had a crow system, so like the thermal weapon mounted system on top of a MAT-V. Like I was a crow's 50 gunner for our mounted missions, and I was like, I can fuck with that because I don't care.
Yeah, right. Like I'm covered.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. The last ISIS dude I saw
Trump is
die.
leaving in Utah.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God! I was fucking
Holy
worried.
fuck!
I was
Trump
so
is leaving
worried.
here.
Oh my God.
Oh
Where 90% of the cars have Trump's flags.
So
Fucking just flags
Where
somewhere.
is
So-
the raid and the escort of Texas trucks leading?
So back to conversation about liberals who own guns. So Ryan and I work with an individual. He's a great guy. His name is Willie Ludlow. He's a general manager of
Okay,
Ready.
Shut up!
So
Willie's not a
Willie
liberal.
is literally like the Gandalf of guns. He owns
Yes!
probably
Gandalf.
like of four of us
Gandalf?
here. He probably owns more guns
For
than all
a
four of us.
liberal guy, the
Yeah.
fact he owns over 50 AR-15s
Exactly. Like
is
this
pretty
dude.
intense. Yeah.
Like if there was one guy who like if Antifa showed up and like shit, we need guns. If Willie really gave a fuck about Antifa, which he doesn't, bless that man's heart for that. But like he'd be just like, yeah, dude, just come on and get some AR-15s.
Okay, to be
Be
fair,
okay,
fellas,
yeah.
I really don't think we should be talking about Willie since he's not here, man.
This is true, but like it's all positive things. It's all positive
We
things.
should text him.
He's
Bring
here,
him
he's cool.
over.
He's probably watching. He's
probably
but,
what
like,
time is
Hey
it?
Willie,
Let's see.
what's
Yeah.
up? They're out there. It's like it's
They're
whatever.
probably
It's
working.
cool. It's
Him and
not-
Hayden right now are probably
It's
like
all
closing down
good.
the shop.
Right.
But-
It's all good, right, man? Because like no one really cares or whatever. It's fine.
But like I remember because like I was talking about with Willie about like third party candidates. He like it was like super red, and like I had this moment of clarity where I was like, wow, like he probably feels like how I felt in New York, where it was like no matter what I really like voted, like it was just gonna go all one way because like how it was. And it was just bizarre to me to just like see that from another perspective. I guess I don't know. I guess it was.
So
Segue
right
into
there
it.
in 87, what the flying fuck is happening is Virginia. Okay, so check it out, man. So I don't know if you've been paying attention to what's been happening for literally the last 4 years, but your state has kind of been like up in the air or whatever. And
Nobody pays
there's been all
attention.
kinds of shit happening
Well,
there. So what's going on right
it's-
there right now? That's your personal problem. And y'all just as a state need to figure it the fuck out, bro.
Well, here's some insider knowledge. So I'm a graduate of the Virginia Mental Institute. Excuse me, the Virginia Military
The
Institute.
Virginia mental. Have you ever been adjudicated against your will?
What?
Do you
So-
mind that question?
What's
But I lived in Virginia for 4 years of my life. Did college out there at a
Lock you away
military,
for being crazy.
a senior military college, VMI, and got a bachelor's in history from there. But I mean, what a place to get a history degree. But
you
at
should write a
least
book.
in the modern lexicon of what they talked about, it was Rova and Nova. So Nova was Northern Virginia, and Rova was
And
the
the rest of
rest,
Virginia.
the entire rest of Virginia. And
Not to put too hard a point on that, but discussing. Okay, I think you meant discussion. And because you meant discussion, but you put discussing, we're not going to go on that. Anyway, Ryan, continue.
well, all I have to say is the vast majority, at least where I spend most of the time in Rockbridge County and down there in Pound and
Oh,
Virginia is complex because the vast majority of the state are liberty-loving, right-leaning voters, very pro-2A people. But
Trump has just taken Kansas. We are now 108 Trump, 131 Biden.
Jesus
what does that
Christ,
count?
that's pretty
131
fucking
Biden?
close.
131 Biden, 108 Trump. This is going to be a.
And Biden's
Oh,
been
man.
131 since the start of this.
The New York
Okay.
Times is literally just like, we're just going to stop calling states because we're uncomfortable.
Let's talk
Yeah.
about like the Fox News.
Why wouldn't we talk about Fox News?
I-
Fox News
'Cause
is
they-
obviously going to go to Trump.
Of course.
But anyway, as far as
Virginia
Biden,
license
like
plates
fucking
have the guns.
whatever, man.
Look at Fox News. Love them. Oh, well.
yeah. So I'm I guess
Who
not
do we
usual
deep down
that
think will win?
I'll go to MSNBC, which is absolute just as a media outlet, not even trying to hide my bias, is just trash. And then I'll go to Fox, I'll go to CNN, I'll go to the BBC, I'll go to the NPR, I'll go everywhere.
Aggregates.
And I'll see like the same thing is happening, but how is everybody reporting on this? And it's all over the fucking place. It's
So Jason and Amanda Preston suggest new states: West Virginia, Virginia, and Northeast Virginia as states.
Western Virginia is already,
Bless their heart.
but all right.
Yeah,
We're talking
that's-
like East West Virginia, because West
yeah.
Virginia is
well,
already.
so
It's like South Dakota. We should get a South Dakota.
yeah,
Well.
so
It's already South Dakota.
Well, this is
Yeah.
Arkansas. Well,
yeah, the one and only time that I had moonshine was in college, and I started in Kentucky, and I woke up in a Walmart parking lot in West Virginia,
that's
and
not
I was
good.
no, it was bad. All I had was jeans and bare feet, and it was on the list of things that I want to do again. That's probably on the bottom. But West Virginia, they're all about the cold. They got the mountains. It's like the banjos and the hills have eyes, deliverance shit out there.
Well, I was born
but
cold,
at least,
mother's
like,
daughter.
The state of Virginia, between the James River Valley, Appalachia, the Blue Ridge Mountains, it's so different from Richmond to Roanoke to Bob Beach to Newport News. Everything, it's so different that you can start moving north to Alexandria and DC. And I think if I'm going to make an argument, I would say Virginia is going to vote the way it does, but they have the northern urban sector of Alexandria, DC area that is going to vote the way they're going to vote. And of course, urban area, they're tightly packed. There's a lot of population, and they're going to turn the state blue, despite the fact that the entire rest of everyone that lives in Virginia doesn't want that. And we had some coverage on that in the channel back in January with the rally and everything else that was going on. But if there's any, at least in that case, Commonwealth, but
So
colloquially, any state that we have that probably has the most angst, Virginia would be towards the top of that list.
not that I'm trying to make a joke of the situation, but West Virginia,
Mountain
Mama,
country
roads,
take
take me
me
home.
Garbage. But
I've seen her voice
garbage.
calling
But
in
for the
my
record,
morning.
John Denver was talking about the western part of Virginia, the Shenandoah Valley and everything else. He wasn't talking about the actual state of West Virginia. Which
West Virginia,
Mountain
Mountain
Mama.
Mama.
West
Take me
Virginia,
home.
born and raised.
Look how angry he is. He's so upset that we're doing this. He's got
People
a point,
don't
though. He should be
understand.
mad at us.
Okay.
Well, I
right.
was born.
Let's see.
Oh, so real quick, Kanye West
Oh, which
got
state?
over 2,000 votes in Utah.
God dang. Good job, Kanye.
Wow.
I should let everybody know now that regardless of whether Trump or Biden wins, I voted for Kanye. So, got real.
I
quick.
actually,
You know what? To be fair, that's a way to vote, and you did vote it, and I approve of that because you chose to express your own opinion. And well done.
So I should also say I did not vote for Kanye, thinking in any degree that he was going to win.
well, no, that's fair. You express your opinion, and that's what voting is about.
See, so deep down, somebody asked us like, "What do you deep down? What do you think?" I think Trump is going to win. It's going to be highly contested, but I just literally, this is me just planning, shit posting, and shit talking like months in advance.
so
When Trump,
Sabo, you could call yourself perhaps at this time, arguably, ostensibly, I would say, a shitlord.
I am most definitely a shitlord, but the idea is that like they're gonna complain in a couple weeks, like or months or whatever. Like I can't believe these people voted for Trump. Don't blame me. I voted for Kanye. I voted for the only black candidate. I'm just trying to be progressive.
You know what?
Just
I wish,
getting that ready.
I wish John Wayne would be president.
What is that?
John Wayne.
John Wayne.
He did. He gone.
He's unfortunately passed away, and as a guy who grew up on his movies and everything,
But if he
But I
could
don't
be
know.
president,
people are
But
still.
would you want pre or post lung surgery, John Wayne?
probably.
Yeah, that was after the
Yeah.
Genghis Khan film with the nuclear device they were testing in Nevada, rolled into St. George where they were doing all the filming and everything. So part of that cancer, a lot of it was allegedly connected to that. Side note, total rant.
Who's the transhumanist candidate?
I mean, I
Okay,
don't
let's let me catch up.
It's like Robodicks, like replacing your dick with like.
Who was
Hey, Honky
the
Savage!
trans-
Trump is winning, brother. It's all
Honky
good.
Savage.
Honky Savage.
Macho Man.
The cream of the crop.
Oh, yeah,
rises to
brother.
the drop, brother.
Sands of Iwo
How do
Jima,
you-
brother.
Clearly, you're not okay. Miss Texas, you are not a child of the '80s because you have no idea what we're talking about. You have no clue who Randy Savage is. It's actually kind of
Maybe she
upsetting.
does. Why are you?
She's making this face at me like I don't know.
She identifies as an '80s child.
I
Why-
do not identify.
Why can't we
She
take
just
that?
said she does not identify.
I identify as a 90s
Listen.
child that grew up on 80s movies.
I have to interrupt everything.
Miss Texas, who's Randy
Transgenerationalism
Savage?
is
It's,
valid.
it's an
Who's
important.
Randy
A
Savage?
person
It's
that
an,
claims himself as a male.
it's an important point that I have to pause all of
First
this.
off, Miss Texas,
Shipwreck.
Randy Savage, brother, he's
If-
the best who's ever been. He's the cream of the crop.
Yes,
he
we get it.
raises to the top.
Okay, John Galt back there said the sands of Iwo Jima. So
Good
It
movie.
is.
Good movie.
that's a good
Good
one.
movie.
John Wayne playing Sergeant Stryker on Mount Tirabachi and everything. I was heavily influenced by the old school war movies. I was heavily influenced, especially by George C. Scott playing Patton.
Oh my
And
god.
back in those days, we had the VHS. You had to put it in the take 2 for the next part. But
One
it's
of my favorite John Wayne movies is The Green Berets.
yeah,
Fighting soldiers
the only
from the sky.
movie about Vietnam to be filmed during the Vietnam War.
Right?
Men who mean just what they say.
And the-
Of the Green Berets.
The 18 series that I worked with overseas, they were like next level. They were just like I was thinking the next 2 hours out. They were thinking the next 5 years out.
Can I get you on the record as saying that the Green Berets that you worked with were better than the Navy SEALs that you worked with? On the record.
I think, in fairness, as much as I want to agree with that, and I really do, I think in fairness, it's challenging because only you and I are going to understand this. But as infantrymen, as soldiers, we got used to the fact that we had to do everything by ourselves. We didn't have anybody coming. Nobody was going to help us. Everybody was going to be pogues and hiding inside the wire. And they didn't give a shit about anything. And they were scared to even,
Sabino wasn't going to come to save you guys.
nothing. So you had to dig your own fighting positions. You had to call out your own sectors of fire. You had to do sector sketches and everything. You had to pack everything in a big army backpack, a rucksack. And you had to live on that for weeks, and you had to do your thing. And, some commo pogue or S1 clerk or mechanic, nobody was going to save you. All we had was us and what we had in the platoon. That was it.
What is Amanda and Jason said something. What did they say?
Hohenfeld Seals.
The
What is-
Hohenfeld Seals.
Hohenfeld Seals.
I've spent, I think, about 5 hours of my life in Germany. And I think it was at Hohenfels.
You weren't in Hohenfels. You were probably at
Whatever it is.
either Ramstein or Grafenbier.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I think it's that one. Oh, shit. Honky Savage is coming in.
I call me the trench gun brother, bad the gun, then ripped the Mossberg, ripped
So-
it on you off, my brother.
Then Mossberg ripped me off. So, not to be like intergalactic child monsters, the waters turn the frogs gay.
Listen,
Like Alex Jones level shit. I'm just saying, years ago, and it's documented on my channel, that I took the 590A1 and I was like, we can make this better. And
we have the technology.
I sourced wood furniture for that. I put on, and at the time they didn't have a 590A1 heat shield for that thickness of barrel, and I just did it and put on a weapon light.
Slapped wood furniture.
And I was like, hey man, this is cool because it's a modern fighting shotgun, but I'm doing a throwback to wood furniture and heat shields and bayonets and, side saddles and scary shit. And I'm just going to do it because I'm an American. I don't care. And I did it. And then later, Mossberg comes out with the 590 and the 500 retrograde. And they're like, oh man, suddenly we decided to do everything Mr. Second Amendment did years ago. But like, it's not related or something.
So to the Mossberg executive clearly watching this video, can you send me a nightstick for free? And I'll maybe review it. Maybe I'll.
No, they can't. They're too busy working on Maverick 88s.
I fucking Maverick 88s. Oh my fuck! If I hear the name Maverick 88 one more fucking time, you guys have a Maverick 88? No, we do have a lovely Zhongqing Zhengxi shotgun though. So if you'd like to partake in that,
now just keeping it real, I absolutely hate a shotgun for home defense, and that's gonna,
Well, if Biden wins though, that's all we're gonna get. Like
Absolutely.
double barrel. out the front door.
No. You're not just gonna get a shotgun. You're literally gonna get either a side by side or an over under, and that's it, man. That's all you get.
It's going to be like Ruger, where if he wins, we have to publish and stamp the whole instruction manual on the side of the gun. And Ruger is going to be like, here's your red label side by side.
Ruger and
authorized by Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, and you have to shoot half your combat load in the sky and pick up a discharging firearm.
Do not fire this firearm without reading both sides of the barrel.
It's going to be the Ruger Springfield Armory collaboration. It's going to be load zone, grip zone, hand zone, all over the fucking gun.
Yeah, if Springfield and Ruger made a shotgun, I would want to throw it in a fucking burn pit.
Oh my god, no!
Well, maybe we could take that.
Maybe that's
and
what
it's like
Dickinson
Biden/Harris brands. We could take that and turn it into cast iron skillets because that's all we could.
You mean when Biden and Harris?
When, yeah.
If it's a good
I,
word.
for one, welcome our new Democrat overlords.
Well, don't blame me. I voted for Kanye.
I voted for fucking Kanye. I am blameless.
I'm just saying, grip ball is really fun. Have you heard of grip ball?
Grip ball?
Griff ball from
Grip
ball.
Grip ball. No,
So when anything happens in your life, or when a man gets to beaten on you just cook a breakfast,
Mm-hmm.
and
here we
basically
go.
you just get a nice pot of hot boiling grits, and you just like sitting down for breakfast.
How are you doing?
You throw it on top of them. You take a cast iron skillet and start beating the
See,
shit
that's
out
not
of them.
so. I made this comment. I did not know you all when I used to say this all the time, but I was like, so napalm and bacon grease have nothing on grits. Grits fucking sticks to kids way better than napalm. Like, we should be dropping that shit.
that's just
Out of
all
F4s.
sounds like a salt battery, but with extra steps. What do you
it
think?
would just be
man?
battery because
You don't wanna know what I
assault
think.
is verbal and battery is physical.
Assault can be verbal or physical.
Dude,
No,
we
no,
dropped
yeah. Yeah, it can.
120s of shake and bake on Haditha proper, and that was it. Far exceeded grits or napalm.
But grits, man.
Well, grits.
At least
are
for
kind of-
civilians, grits is like a good napalm.
Yeah, you
Napalm,
can add like
Sticks
salt,
like
pepper,
glue,
honey,
sticks to
anything.
Olympic kids and-
But
Well,
if everybody
let's-
complains, like, no, it's food, dude. Like, I'm
Well,
just
let's pay respects to our viewership, and we all again thank you for being here, and we're glad that we can all enjoy this shit show.
I like
This-
mine with liberal.
This control.
Do you think my high point will get me through the riot?
Yes. We
No.
have a High Point 45 carbine with your fucking name on it. So
No,
call
come
no,
yourself.
It will
Come
not.
Ryan.
Do not listen to Ben.
It's got fucking rails.
No, his
It's
name
got
is
it attached.
Jammin. It's got Jammin in the name. No.
I think I'm not a huge fan of High Point the product, but I'm a tremendous fan of High Point. The
And
company.
my 2 10-round mags of Wolf ammo.
Oh, yeah.
Jammin in the name. No, don't do that.
The good news is that of 10 rounds in one magazine of that shit, at least several of them are probably most likely going to happen. But the bad news is it's probably not what you're going to like. Remedial action is a hell of a drug, let me tell you.
Yeah, pistol whipping.
Oh my god.
The High Point.
This has turned to a trash comment.
Ryan, I don't know if you were here for this conversation at work. We were talking about what the High Point stats would be in Call of Duty. Shit across the board. Melee, like, you don't actually have to touch them. One hit fucking kill every time.
So, hang on, wait. Datovarish, it is double plus good. And then no
Double
Maverick
good.
88.
Tovarish.
If I'm stuck with only pistol living people, I'm picking up the high point. Not a bad plan. The high point makes a great tomahawk.
If the high point fractures its cast iron slide and you almost lose half your face, but you're still alive, you can at least take 550 cord, put that on a wooden stick, and now it's a mallet, which is good, because if you're in a prepper situation, you got to hammer in those tent stakes and everything. You could do it.
Or throw grits on top of somebody.
Oh my God.
Suck it,
Grits,
Jason.
chicken
You've
bake.
already offered advice. It's now out there on the internet. So don't tell me, please stop. I wasn't serious. It's too late for that. JV, yes. Whip it with the yeet cannon. Absolutely. Attach it to a stick. Swing it as hard as possible. You go, girl.
So let's talk about High Point for a second, if we can. So the product is it's awful. Now here's the thing, though. Going back in time, back in the 90s, in the early 2000s, if you wanted a pistol caliber carbine to train on, get the kids on, get the grandkids on, it's like you didn't have the B&Ts, you didn't have the Kel-Tec Sub 2K, you didn't have anything. So at the time, that was kind of next level. That was kind of moving it. Or you could get a Colt SMG, which, good luck, that's going to cost $1 million. So at a time, it was kind of the only thing in its class. Now, mechanically, it's awful. Aesthetically
awful.
Tragic.
Spiritually, who's Grizzly Bear? Grizzly Bear seems to know you. Grizzly Bear says High Point race going all the way.
But here's the thing. So here's the thing about High Point. The company was founded by a gentleman who passed away, but he founded the company on the idea that everybody is deserving of and entitled to their Second Amendment. That you don't have to be a millionaire, you don't have to have a lot of money, but you still should have an inherent right to self-defense. Right. So we're going to make a pistol and later a carbine that is going to cater to this idea that you don't have to have $1 million. Maybe you can buy it at Tractor Supply or Ace Hardware, or
the Fleet Farmer, the Farm and Fleet.
Yes, the Fleet Farmer.
Or in the back of a trunk from a dude in Santa Monica Boulevard, whatever. But
don't you know?
Don't
you know?
But you're gonna have the ability to protect yourself and your family. It may not be a Glock or a SIG 320 or a Beretta, but it's gonna be it's gonna be god awful. But it's gonna at least function allegedly to provide self-defense on a budget because it's your right.
Because you picked it up at the Fleet Farm.
The founding of the company. The founding of the company and the ideology behind it, I can totally 100% get down on. The quality of product is absolute garbage. But let's look past that for a second. Going back to the ideology, given how cheap it was, people knew that it was involved in crime. It was the most type of gun that was in the evidence room. So High Point wanted to help the law-abiding citizen.
Focused on the election for the last 4 years.
There's an election?
There's
an election. But
what?
Apparently, there's some sort of election going on.
we won Utah.
The bottom line
Utah.
about High Point, just to end that, is it's not.
Wait, there's a great story here. Rented a High Point around 2004. First mag fell out, hit the indoor range floor, and rounds zipped out, in all caps, beyond the shooting lane. That sucked immediately. Great story. Probably true as fuck. Sounds reasonable.
Could you imagine in 2020 now, like if your mag dropped and all of your 9mm rounds just shot forward in front of the line?
Here's the thing.
It would be like that scene in Nemo. Mine.
Just trying to shout ceasefire with a squeegee. You're like, ceasefire, please. Ceasefire, hold on, guys. Time out.
I've literally told guys at our work that have lost suppressors, muzzle devices, mags, ammo, you name it, they lost it downrange.
Yeah.
And they're like, hey, can we call a ceasefire to retrieve my suppressor because I'm fucked up and I baffle striked and it went down range.
Did you?
Like,
did you see what
all the instructions I was given? I threw it in the garbage. I just like did it, and it just like, can we get a ceasefire?
So were you? I don't think you were working when it happened, but do you remember the SIG XI rifle that used to be suppressed? Yeah. So I was there when that happened. Literally,
Do you want me to put you on speaker?
this suppressor, like a bunch of British dudes. It was great. Like a gun explodes in a British guy's hand, and he's like, "Oh, this is why this is illegal," or some shit like that. But like it struck, and I watched the suppressor scuttle across the range floor,
Hell yeah.
just all the way into the trap, slow motion too. And I'm just like, "Well, that sucks." What's that? All right, who's next?
Welcome, Jungle 42.
Oh, well, we have someone in the chat who's calling us right now. What's going on?
It's on
Okay, I
speaker.
bought my M995 High Point 9mm in 2001. I fired over 2,000 rounds of rough ammo through that fucking thing, and I've never had never had a stovepipe in that gun.
Oh fuck. Well, I wasn't.
Never. The only bitch I have about is the fucking pain in the ass to fucking clean because you have to break the damn thing apart and you can't get the breech off the fucking barrel.
Yeah. So I was not able to finish my discussion on High Point. But yeah, it's like you need to do like 40 level maintenance, like a roll pan to knock it out to get the thing
that's
apart.
a pain in the ass too. I hate the fact that you have to undo the bolts and stuff. I think they could do it a lot easier with the Glocks or the XDs.
Yeah. So maybe I'll finish, or maybe I'll get to finish my thoughts on the High Point, and we can kind of settle this. But here, I'm going to hand it back to Miss Texas here. So,
Okay.
but yeah, and anecdotal evidence, which is valuable, and it's to be noted.
It's
But
empirical evidence, not anecdotal. It's empirical evidence.
This is anecdotal.
okay,
Totally anecdotal.
Completely anecdotal.
You started it. I'm just adding my input.
okay,
Which would be anecdotal.
okay. So
What's the difference?
with
All opinions are valid.
so here's the thing with the High Point. I can totally get down
Empirical is
on the philosophy of why the company was founded. The guns are not made to a superior quality. Let's put it that way.
With planned obsolescence.
No, who's
But
Who
but
called
here's the resounding thing. The company was in it for the right reasons, and they knew that because their guns,
Who is it?
because their guns were so low cost, they were involved in crime so much that High Point, there's a couple things they do. One, there's a couple hidden serial numbers inside each High Point product.
Chris Bartocci has a series on this. It's a
Yes,
really good
He does.
series.
It's a good one. But even if you're a criminal and you have a High Point because it's cheap and you just want to smoke someone, and you try to grind off the serial number, there's a couple hidden serial numbers on every High Point gun, which I'm not going to talk about where they are and everything here. But another thing they do is there's a human being who grinds off the bolt or slide face on the gun to profile it. So when that spent cartridge comes out of the gun, there's a unique signature
Good
on
you,
that.
Grizzly.
And it's something that is kind of grim. I admit it's grim, but it's real. Something that at least we say when we deal with High Point products in the shop, and people have them, but good enough for Columbine. Hey, it's like that
the
is
1992 call. They
that's-
want their standard back.
that's not what I want to see. I'm just saying they were committed to do evil shit, and unfortunately they did it.
People died.
And one of the guns that they used, and it was 99, not 92, but one of the guns they used was a High Point, and it was good enough to get it
The
done.
same year as the fucking band, actually. It's not
The High Point,
The
I
High
think,
Point carbine, though, like when everybody is literally funneled into a hallway and they can't run from you, like it's a fucking deadly fucking. When everybody's crowded under the desk and the fucking cops are forming a perimeter outside for
and you
5
have
hours,
bombs, and it makes it
and you
worse.
have all the fucking time in the world, and you're just like, oh, fuck it. Natural selection comes in the form of a fucking high point. Here we
The
go.
high point is accessible, and I look at it as.
But Joe Biden is gonna be president. God bless.
I look at it as it's financially what you can get. Let's do it. And again, going back to the 90s, going back in time, 90s, early 2000s, there was no other company doing a pistol caliber carbine like they were. So if you wanted that, that was the only avenue of approach. That's all you could do. But I'm just saying, like, high point is the high point in your hands right now is better than the Glock on layaway.
2A, let me ask you this, okay? Because this is a big question you and I have been asking for at least 2 years now. Okay, the high point. Will it buffalo?
Oh God.
Will it buffalo?
Yeah. So a series that we want to do on the channel here is Will It Buffalo Born? And we
Will it
want,
buffalo? Will it
Yeah.
buffalo?
So so for those who don't know, Buffalo Boar is a company, and the dude who created that company was like, I'm not about test barrels. I'm not about test data. I'm about real guns and real results. I'm just going to send it. And he was like, how do we make ammunition that is so extreme that it's almost going to break your firearm, and it might probably do it?
Will it buffalo?
So we're, and I've actually, you don't know this, Range Chris doesn't know, but I've contacted the owner of Buffalo Board. I'm like, hey, we are two guys with an amateur YouTube channel, and we want to be sponsored. We will,
I want to do this so bad.
and it's like, okay, we're going to take this gun. We're going to do 500 rounds of the nastiest Buffalo Bore ammunition they make for this caliber, and we're just going to send it.
I
Will this gun Buffalo Bore?
I have a gun I would like to nominate.
What do you got?
If you would like to borrow it, or I can shoot it,
Fuck,
whatever.
is it
My
everyone
USP
nominated?
45.
Absolutely.
I want some 45
should
Buffalo
join.
Bore.
I think it'll do
USP
it.
45
I think it'll do it.
Buffalo. Buffalo.
Yeah, it's like, I just, like when I first moved to Utah many years ago, I was
Long
like,
ago in a faraway land.
yeah, I was
called
like,
ancient
okay.
Greece.
So after college, before the army, I was like, okay, I want to go hiking and fishing in the mountains. And I know there's like elk and
Hi,
moose.
would you like to talk about our Lord and Savior John Moses Browning?
Always. But I was like, okay, I'm going to take a 45 up the mountains, and I need to do some nasty shit in case I need like 4-legged defense.
Grizzly has a high point. He'll nominate for the Buffalo Challenge.
Yeah.
He will fucking Buffalo
Okay.
a high
Grizzly!
point. Hell yes, Grizzly. Fucking stand by. We will Buffalo that shit.
I know
if we
who
got the
Grizzly
ammo.
is, and he's a good buddy of mine that we went the infantry set together.
Will it Buffalo?
So-
Will it Buffalo?
Grizzly, if you have to mail your gun, just put it in a weed whacker box, and nobody will know. I've seen that happen with
So
SKS.
I just want to finish the high point thing real quick.
High point.
The thing about high point is like it's awful, it's garbage, but
Are you talking about high point?
at that time, that's all you had, and historically we have to
Buffalo.
remember that we didn't have the options we have today. So the high point carbines, they have a longer barrel, which means longer dwell time, which means all the propellant gets burned and expended, which means most reliable function. But the high point pistols, it's like if you have a Dutch oven that takes magazines, that's a high point pistol. But at least the carbines, yeah. Well, it's cast iron. It's what it is. I've seen 2 of them blow up in a customer's face.
So update 205 Biden, 112 Trump, because Biden just took California, Oregon, and Washington. I know there was some debate.
Wow!
So, I know California is a real swing state,
It
but
is.
like, I don't know.
Hang on, what are the numbers?
205 Biden, Trump, but like all of
Are
this
you talking
literally,
about?
like Maine, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Texas, Michigan, Wisconsin, all of these states are still fucking grayed out. Like,
Are you talking about the old California or the new California?
there's an old California? Like, we're talking like 80s, like
That's-
kind
this
of
is
conservative.
1980.
Are you
84.
talking about Austin or
No.
California?
We're talking about new Cal, like Neo Cali.
We're talking about current California as is. We're not asking, will California Buffalo? Because California will not Buffalo.
California will not Buffalo. Oregon tried to Buffalo, and now they're on fire. So.
What, John? You think California cheated, or Biden cheated? In California,
I think I can't speak for him, but I'm gonna say this is most probably spoken facetiously, and I think it's not real. I think it's sarcastic.
We got Idaho though.
We did
The
get
potato!
boy!
all the white supremacists in Idaho. You think it would have gone for Biden?
Everybody in Idaho should
You're not
hacksaw
black,
their
you're not
shotgun
white.
barrels like Randy Weaver. No, just kidding. Don't do that.
We don't want to do that.
That's a federal crime. Don't do it. You're going to have everyone, compound at your
And if your
hilltop.
buddy who may or may not be a Fed tells you to do it, and then just don't do it.
But more to the point,
The answer is
So-
no, man.
Meat
Don't
and
do it.
potatoes.
more to the point, a Glock 20, a 10 millimeter Glock, will it Buffalo?
Yeah,
But if it's in Idaho, meat
Will
and
a
potatoes.
Kimber Stainless Pro long slide 10?
Will it Buffalo?
Will it Buffalo?
Yeah. Yeah. The question I have, like the best moment, not the best, one of the best moments I've had where we work is
Remember the
it
Alamo!
was a guy
You guys
with
lost that one.
it was with
Continue to remember.
it was with a MAGA
But
shirt
we
and a
won the
MAGA
battle of
hat,
San Jacinto.
and he came in with an AR pistol that had a bump stock. And I was like, hey, we're not the popo. Just got to tell you, this whole bump stock thing is felony possession, and just letting you know for awareness. He's like, oh, the goddamn Democrats making my shit. I'm like, actually, you might be surprised who made that not cool. Yeah. Let's see.
I'm
The stars
surprised.
at night are big and bright. Deep in the heart of Texas.
I'm surprised we actually haven't talked about like Vegas or anything like the shooting in regards to bump stocks, because that was going to be my like.
There's a goddamn conspiracy. It was all
Literally,
it was
I
all
was
stage
so
action.
fucking ready to go Alex Jones, dude.
You
have no
really
idea.
want to go into that?
Oh,
Oh, I'll fucking go. I'll fucking go.
That was 3 years ago, wasn't it? It was 3 years ago?
3 years ago, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
First off, how many of those rifles had bump stocks?
One, maybe. Not at least none of the
Did you see
pictures.
any of the pictures?
I didn't see any of the pictures. You know what I do love about those pictures? How the guns like that he put out are like displayed. Like there were other people in the room that he was selling them to or something.
A rubber band is considerably
Rubber
cheaper
band, my
than a
fucking
bump stock.
my belt loop right here and my thumb. Like, what the fuck needs a bump stock?
Yeah, I don't particularly care what's
which
going to happen.
and Invincible Iron Man, which high point story? Because we finished a lot of high point stories.
There's everybody's got a high point story.
Yeah, so we did. If you're joining us, I'd like to think we, hopefully, we finished the High Point thing. The company has great intentions. It still promises that, ironically, has a better warranty than Kimber, which is great.
Yeah, so does True Blood.
Kimber has a
Whatever.
warranty?
Kimber has 2 years.
Really?
Last I checked, yeah. And the last time I was on the phone with them, like a week ago, I had a customer.
Don't
Glenn.
dive back into the
It
horse.
was-
Jay, I just want to make sure
It
we
was-
finish the story. So what was the story that we finished? I just wanna
Wait,
make
we
sure.
need to start this story all over again. I missed
No.
everything.
Just long story short, High Point, the company stands for a good reason. They want
Intentions good,
Lawful-
execution bad.
They want lawful, good Americans to have the ability to defend themselves, and they don't have to be millionaires,
So then you're saying, like,
but they
100
still
points for
deserve
trial
their
with
Second Amendment
10,000
rights.
negative points for execution.
But High Point, the quality is not there, but retroactively keeping a historic, context involved here. At the time in the 90s, early 2000s, that was the only way to go if you wanted a pistol caliber carbine, especially if it was financially viable. But it's not, if you have $500 to spend on a pistol and you can find yourself a Glock 19 or a SIG 320 or a Smith & Wesson M&P, just do that. But if it's like, oh my God, I've suddenly discovered that rape and murder and looting and robbery is bad, and suddenly I've discovered it's high on my priority list of not letting that happen to me, but I've been a complete idiot for the past 10 years. and I only have $200 right now in my pocket to buy a gun, then get a high point, dude. That's fine.
Right.
Yeah, that's good.
Or save another $100 and get a Canic. And
Or save another $200 and buy Glock.
and buy a fucking Glock. Yeah, seriously. Fuck. Jesus Christ. Oh, with the P80. You know what? It fucking shoots.
Yeah, Vegas was a 240 Bravo.
I have heard that one before.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to disagree with that because I'm not gonna say I've killed people with a 240 Bravo, but I've done some stuff and I know
He has severely.
Wait.
So he has vibe checked a lot of people
Okay,
with a 240
stop.
Bravo. Let's put it that way.
vibe check.
But okay, stop. I know Jason, and I know how long and how many deployments Jason has vibe checked people with the 240 Bravo. So I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying he has a really valid opinion if he's saying it was.
That's
a
fine,
240
dude.
Bravo.
But I'm just saying, like, I'm not gonna say I was the perpetrator of such violence. I'm just saying I've seen anecdotally a lot of people who met their demise on the 7.62 NATO delivered out of a 240 Bravo. And that didn't look like that wasn't it, fam. I don't know. That looked like 5.56 from distance. That was a beaten zone, unfortunately, from an elevated position, and that's kind of what you get. But anyway,
So I'm gonna go. I gotta get the
Yes,
Alex Jones
yes.
out. Okay, so giant crowd of people at the base of what the fuck is it? The Luxor Casino with the pyramid and the Sphinx.
yeah,
And the
yeah.
fucking aircraft, the fucking airport right next door that like does exclusive shuttling for private contractors to go back and forth between fucking Area 51 and that fucking spot.
What?
Yeah,
What?
the fucking Saudi,
Oh!
the Saudi Royal National who was in that fucking casino.
Oh,
There's fucking
fuck.
video footage of him being fucking escorted out by armed guards going to a fucking black SUV. The fucking guns laid on the beds like he's showing them off to somebody. The fucking security guard, the fucking freight elevator with the camera that didn't work.
That sounds like Tiger King.
It does sound
honestly.
like,
Most of those pictures, like that was fucking. Oh fuck, what's his name? God damn it! Why can't Dan Bilzerian?
oh fuck that guy.
Dude, that was Dan Bilzerian.
That was so that video.
Illusion, man, but that was Dan Bilzerian.
I love that fucking story where he was like in the crowd and he told one of the cops to give him a handgun. And the cop told him to go fuck himself.
That's a true story.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give me a gun. Fuck you.
Who? What happened?
So Dan Bilzerian is this. What was he? A SEAL? What the fuck?
No,
did
he was.
do?
He never made it through SEAL training.
He never made it through SEAL training. So he like, yeah, I went through Hell Week. I didn't make it, but yeah, like was he one of those dudes? Like, did he do anything, or is he just like rich dad? And I had an MOS at one point.
There you go. That's the one.
That's it.
That's the one.
Jesus Christ. Like, I've never met a dude who, like, made, like, just banging attractive models, albeit he's paying for them, banging attractive models uncool. Like, he makes
turned
that
it
shit-
into a fucking career.
He makes that shit look gay. I'm going to be real.
But he turned it into a career.
Like, oh, Dan Bilzerian with another fucking Las Vegas model. Gay. Like,
How about Sky Pistols?
no.
Yeah. Well,
No.
if you have a RV or camper and you just want to have something in there that can rust, and you don't care that you're going to contribute to the guns on the streets problem with criminals
And you want
breaking in and
you want that
taking your
shit to, like, detonate in your hand and, like, the slide
the
to
thing
just
is
peel like a banana.
It has a tilting barrel from the Browning design, but it doesn't. The way that recoil, there's like a recoil stud in the frame, and it's like mechanically. Long story short, is on the Sky pistols. I guarantee you, if you shot one next to like a Glock 19 or anything that's not garbage next to it, you would understand very quick and immediately that there was going to be a problem here.
Yeah.
There's perceived recoil is extreme because mechanically, to provide the lower price tag that you see on a Sky pistol versus the performance and the felt recoil, it's not that great, dude. It's not good. So I would avoid, like, God, just everybody stop being fucking cheap.
For real.
Can we just say that?
You
for
get
a
what
second?
you fucking pay for.
You
Just-
get what you get, and you don't.
God.
Also,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
Andy
yeah,
Prairie
yeah.
Dog, D. Blazarian is a narcissist and a compulsive liar. He is, dare I say it, faggot. So,
Well, no,
moving
Yeah, I would take the Sky over the High Point.
I'll say that.
I don't know.
Uh,
I would honestly, if like,
I
Really?
would.
Like, if I'm in a situation, first of all, if I'm in a situation where it's High Point or Sky, I have fucked up so badly that, like, I'm just pretty much in just full, just like, all right, universe, it's all in your fucking hands. I'm not even really making this choice, so let's just fucking do it. Yeah, Glock 19, MOS, fucking Honda Civic of handguns.
So,
everyday
real
carrying,
quick,
hell yeah.
shout out the Grizzly Bear, and you guys don't know this, but like I said, we went to Infantry OSET together, and we also went to Fort Polk together and everything. He was always, like, forever a 45 and 30 cal kind of guy. 308, 45, that's it.
1911, two World
And
Wars.
eventually, at least, I don't hold myself responsible for this, but at least at some point he moved into at least considering 5.56 and 9mm. So the fact that
He went to college and got experimental, and it happens.
well, he's a cool guy, but like, yeah, the fact that allegedly he's got a 19 MOS for his everyday carry, for him, that's a big deal. So I think that's a step in the positive direction. But plot twist, we can't find ammo for you right now. Sorry.
That's a fact. As for as far as Dan Bilzerian being a narcissist, that's absolutely a fact. Dan Bilzerian, if you've seen his Instagram, you know that Dan Bilzerian is in fact a narcissist.
That's kind of like, it's like calling a duck though. Like, he'd be like,
I
yeah,
mean,
so
yeah,
what?
no, that's
You wish you
literally-
had
yeah,
these
like,
hot babes.
and elephants have a big old trunk on the front. Yeah,
Right.
Dan Bilzerian is a narcissist. As for the rest of that shit, from what I know and shit I've done and where I've been, I can confirm that, he was in a situation in Texas where he actually did do some stuff that actually benefited people. I can confirm that from my jobs in the past. So that whole story about him literally stealing a truck and carting people to a hospital, that's true.
Good for him.
So
Yeah,
you can deny it all you want, but the sad reality is Dan Bilzerian did do that. He did ask for guns so he could fight back. That's literal, an actual situation as it happened. But if you have any personal grievances against Dan Bilzerian, I mean, I can't stop you from that. But good with the bad, he's done what he has, and he's actually has contributed, whereas some people has not. So,
True.
To be fair, in all honesty, Dan Bilzerian has actually done some positive shit. So take that as you will.
That's right. Can you imagine the gun sales tomorrow if Biden won? We're trying not to think about
Y'all's
that.
lives is gonna suck.
Because, like, I can totally I don't, like, it'll only be a little while, though, because we will literally just run out of shit probably within, like, 2 days.
Well, so I had 2 points, and that was one of them. So that comment there, can you imagine? So I think if Trump did win, or when we know who won, and it was Trump, we'd be in a position where business as usual, where people are still buying guns a lot, but it's not frantic.
It's like the
as
normal
much.
for 2020, like the COVID riot madness, which would be
But
fine.
it's kind of, at least by way of what you and I are used to, it's I think if Trump wins, it's going to be a relative ghost town, and business as usual. If Biden wins, that shit's going to be out to the parking lot, dude.
If Biden wins, I'm literally gonna just sell these shipping containers full time and just probably leave the gun store, because I love working there, but I don't know if I can deal with fucking crackheads every day. Oh God, it's all God, it's all God. I'm just like, well, sure.
Yeah, and it's and if you experience people, friends, family, somebody coming out of the woodwork, like, oh, I know, like you said, I should maybe look at buying a gun for years now.
Oh my
fucking
God!
But I didn't. Can I borrow a gun? Can you show me the various multitude of options you have, so I can see what's good for me? It's like,
I love those
dude,
people. So I have thought about making a video about this, but while I'm employed at Ready Gunner, it just doesn't really seem very tactful, because even if I wasn't employed at Ready Gunner, as somebody who works in a gun shop, I don't necessarily want to shit talk the gun owning and gun purchasing.
Nah, dog, we ain't got shit for you, dumbass, because you too late, motherfucker.
Literally, we have dudes who come in every day and they're just like, hey, I can help you. I think I want to buy a gun. Oh, what are you thinking about? Oh, something for home defense. All right, any ideas? No, not really. Well, listen, like I start walking them through shit, but part of me wants to go, I was like, all right, well, listen, this is what you need to do. You need to go home. You need to fire up Google. You need to look up good home defense weapons. And for the next 3 to 6 months, just do research. Come see me in the spring, and then we'll fucking talk. Because whatever it is you think you need, like up until this point, you didn't think you needed it. So I'm going to take a running guess and say for the next 6 months, you can probably fucking go without.
I just think like through the unique employment and global experiences I've had, I think I don't like rape.
One gun, please.
Literally.
I don't like rape. I don't like murder. I don't like genocide. I don't like robbery or looting.
What if
I intensely hate that shit, all of it. And I just so wish very hard that the people suddenly discovering, their Second Amendment and their Bill of Rights, I wish they hated it as much as I did.
So
because they're just like, oh my God, like the police, like I called 911 and they said like, we'll be there when we can. It might be an hour. And like, oh my God, I was by myself for hours. Like,
okay, so I have literally been on the phone.
You're the point of contact.
So, okay, so again, I used to be a 911 dispatcher. If there was anything I could do to get people to like believe in at least owning a shotgun, not the best, an AR, a handgun, something, is to just sit and listen to some of the 911 calls I've taken when somebody's like, there's somebody in their house that shouldn't be, somebody's broken in, something's going on.
Just real quick, the total time that you spent as a 911 dispatcher in New York, how long was that?
That was just shy of 3 years.
So almost 3 years that Sabo here spent as a 911 dispatcher in New York.
Thank you, Invincible Iron Man. So yeah, so like my county, I'm from a place in New York called Schenectady. If you guys have ever seen a Ryan Gosling movie called Place Beyond the Pines, where he's robbing the banks on a dirt bike, that's my hometown. Pretty much like outside of the dirt bike robberies, which actually kind of started to pick up that fucking summer when the movie came out. Like that whole thing about the police being like fucking corrupt and dipping into the evidence locker and all that shit. South Bronx, yeah, boy. All right, dead ass B.
Yeah, I think you'd get along well with Grizzly Bear.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. But yeah. So like, how many times I would get a call working a fucking night shift? I'm like, so first of all, I could go. I don't know if I say I want to bring people in and have them listen to phone calls. I don't know if I necessarily want to expose people to what 911 dispatchers do on a regular basis.
Hey,
because it's literally just like, imagine a dude watching a football game. You're calling 911 because you just, I don't know, slipped and your cock fell into the fucking blender. That shit's chopped up. You're like, oh, fuck, my life is over. This dude is like, put a cloth over the wound. He's typing, he's doing shit. His eyes are on that fucking football game. Like, if you fucking bleed out, he's going to go, oh, that sucks. We're going to make a joke about him being Dr. Death, which, by the way, my nickname in this dispatch center was Doc for 2 reasons. One is because during my fucking
Gavorkian.
Right, literally. So,
euthanasia.
2 reasons. One, because when I was in training, I would have like literally these dudes were like dispatchers for decades. They're like, wow, you're taking a lot of calls. I haven't really taken that many bad calls in my whole fucking career. And I'm just like, you mean this isn't fucking normal? Okay, good, because I don't feel right now. So like, it's like fucking 3 a.m. I get a call from some fucking woman who's frantic because there's this brand new apartment complex that's on fire and she doesn't know if there's people in the apartments. And she's trying to get everybody out and she's leading the, go knock on everybody's doors. Make sure everybody's getting out. And I'm just like, ma'am, get out of the building. The fire department is outside. They're coming in. You need to get, ma'am, don't argue with me. Please help me help you. All of this shit. All of this, like, where was I going with this?
You're talking about
self-defense. Okay, so a couple of calls where, like, I'm sitting on the phone with this fucking woman. She calls me, and I hear, somebody just broke into my house. It's just me and my 3-year-old child here. I'm just like, oh, fuck, this is real. So, like, I'm trying to, like, all right, where's your child? He's with me right now. Okay, where are you guys? We're upstairs. I can hear them moving around downstairs. I hear the door open. I don't know. I think it's just one person. It might be more. Okay, yeah, there's like shit like opening downstairs, and they're just like, okay, all right, ma'am, listen, go upstairs. I need you to get yourself into a room. And I'm just like, where are the cops? Where are the cops? Meanwhile, I'm dealing with like this fucking backwoods podunk fucking like 3 patrol cars, and the road sergeant who's supposed to be in charge of everything is like 22 with a year and a half of experience. Bless these people. But this dude, especially on the night shift, if you fucking call him, he's like, what? Like, oh, dispatch to 836.
Very
What?
nice.
Literally, very nice. Woman's being stabbed to death. Thought you might want to go take care of it. I have another story about that. I could tell fucking dispatch stories all night. But like, so like we get them going, and they're like I can hear them over the radio. We're outside. We're taking a look. She is convinced like the fucking Candyman is in her fucking. Believe it. I fucking believe it. So like, I'm up there. It's like, I got my husband's gun. I'm like, all right, do you know how to use your husband's gun? I'm like, yeah. All right. Is it loaded? Yeah. All right. Listen. If anybody comes through that door and I tell you it's not a cop, like I'm going to tell you when the cops come in the house, if anybody comes through that bedroom door, you point it at the door and you pull the trigger until it stops shooting. Okay. Okay. So the cops go outside and I let her know the cops are outside. Okay. I don't hear anything now. I think they left. And they're like, yeah, all outside doors are secure. We're going in the front door right now. Tell her not to shoot us. Okay. All right. So like, all right, ma'am, the cops are coming inside right now. I'm going to tell you when they actually go upstairs, but now we're in the don't just shoot anybody you see, okay? All right. Okay, cool. All right. You're doing great. All right. How's your kid? Oh, that's cool. Excellent. I like SpongeBob too. Yeah. All right. Yeah, they're heading upstairs right now, ma'am. Like, yeah. Does she know the TV's on downstairs? And we're like, ma'am, did you know you left the TV on downstairs? And she go, I did. So there was some fucking movie playing downstairs, and she fucking thought somebody broke in. And like, yeah, that was fucking great. But like for that couple of minutes, like I'm just like, I'm going to listen to this woman literally get like murder raped on the phone. Like I don't really want to do this because like I've listened to people die on the phone before. It's really weird. And like people adrenaline makes people do weird shit. Totally spit take right now.
I don't know what that is.
Spit take.
From,
I guess I said something that made him go.
I don't know.
All right, that's a registered nurse.
Registered nurse, but like so many just like okay, people dying on the phone. That's a segue. Where am I going with this? Self-defense. Yeah. So like so many situations. Something about skin flutes. Well, I'll have you know that I was skin flute first chair in high school. So.
Oh damn, dude.
No.
Yeah.
I played the trombone. It was rusty. But
yeah, there was 2 thoughts. One, it reminded me of Rambo, which I'll get back to.
Rambo!
Yeah, he was our translator in Iraq, and
not that Rambo.
Different Rambo.
Yeah, not First Blood,
not Last Blood.
That was actually a pretty good one.
It was dark, but yeah,
it was.
Well, it was
pretty good.
It was kind of tooth dart to the knee. That's what it was. But yeah. People, I think I can't even remember how many people I've seen die. I think it's over 2 dozen at this point.
Yeah.
I've held a couple of them, but it's like over the phone and you can't physically be there.
So it's really frustrating too, because like, imagine like you're talking to a dude, he's literally dying. You're teaching somebody else to do CPR literally for the first time ever.
Over the phone.
Yeah. Reading a fucking program that is literally, it's Microsoft DOS. That's how fucking antiquated this shit is. DOS, whatever you want to call it. So you're explaining that shit and he just goes, oh shit. And you just hear the phone go, Sir, we need to keep doing compressions. Are you there?
He gone.
And you just hear like the dude's dying, obviously in the fucking background. And I'm just like, well, fuck. Okay. So I hang up and I'm just like, just let them know the guy performing CPR decided he was not getting results and just left. Maybe he's going to fucking Friendlies or Stewart's. I don't know. But he's just fucking gone. So, yeah. And then there was this other fucking situation. It was literally, so it wasn't technically my call. It was when I was still attached to a trainer. The dude barricades himself in his house, starts trading shots with the cops. I don't know how this didn't make news because he literally like, they shot him in the arm and like, I don't know what they hit him with, but like, he was like, so my trainer's at the name, this is really lovely woman named Lori. And Lori's like on the phone with this dude, and she goes from like super sweet mom to like, all right, sir, you need to stop shooting at the cops. We need to have a resolution.
Jesus!
Seriously.
Come on!
And I'm listening to
Fuck!
this. Lori, they blew my fucking arm off. Click. And Lori's just like, oh, that's not good. But it's so bizarre because you go from like these super intense points, and then the call ends, and then the dude next to you is like playing fucking Candy Crush. And you're just like, oh, all right. So that, I guess I'm just supposed to be okay with that. That's cool.
They should
What's
have,
for
like,
dinner? Pasta again. All right.
Yeah. They should have like live rescue, but like
Dispatcher shit?
like dispatcher.
Oh, they would be, it would be like Cops meets fucking like Jersey Shore. Like literally, I remember this once. Like there was this incident where like it was like a supposed home invasion, and we get shit like this all the time where like somebody thinks somebody's knocking on the door, is kicking in their house, and it's like, just calm the fuck down. But this was in like the downtown city, so I was running fucking city police. So it's not like the town cops where they do like a fucking traffic citation, and that's like a big day for them. It's like, all right, I'm on my third domestic of the hour. When can I take lunch? This is boring, like that sort of thing. So we're going there. We're sending a bunch of cops. Like they're like, oh yeah, there's a group of people outside. They're trying to kick my front door in. I'm like, all right, whatever. Cop gets there. 903 to dispatch. We have approximately 25 people attempting entry into this house. Can you send some more units? 903 copy on the way. So they all start going. This fucking good night, JB. Have a good night. But like, so they all show up, and then all 25 of these dudes just decide they're gonna fucking scatter. So all couple dozen so of these cops, it was like 8 cop cars. 4 of them were like 2-man units. So it was like 15, 16 cops, including the road sergeant. All the cops are all on foot. And they're just like, gotta fucking chase him, obviously. Just fucking on foot. Let's just go. Let's do it.
Sometimes you gotta race.
So it's like all over the fucking city. So like I'm trying to do roll call and shit. And like at the same time, the fucking there were these 2, we called them pods. There was the police pod and the county fire pod, or the fire pod. Fire pod was like county fire, city fire. Police was town police, city police, and sheriffs. The fucking police pod is on fire. Sheriffs are running support. The fucking towns are coming in from the sides to like start like taking the city calls the city cops can't get to. The city cops are literally like every single one of them in their head, they're in fucking Fallujah right now. So I'm trying to fucking organize this shit. I'm doing roll call like every 30 seconds, having units like call out to positions. And it's great because it's downtown in this place called the Stockade, which is literally the part of the city founded in the fucking 1700s. So there's like 8 streets every like 5 feet, and they're all like named the same fucking thing. So they're all trying to figure out what the fuck they're doing. We're all trying to figure this out. County Fire is literally having a fucking argument over like whether you're supposed to call soda, or if pop is more valid, or if you say Coke or cola. And like, I'm listening to this. There are 2 cops running across a decrepit railroad bridge, chasing a 15-year-old who every couple of seconds just keeps turning around and flinching at them, trying to get them to like draw on him or like stop and like take position or something like that. And I'm just like,
that's the El Paso special, right?
That's the El Paso. Okay, sure. And like, I'm listening to this, and like everybody in the next pod is just like it's fucking casual fucking Fridays. And it's just like, all right, so this is what I do now. Like on one side of the room, it's like, I don't know. I always call it soda, but like, I guess Coke's valid. On the other side of the room, get the fucking forensics team up here now. We need to fucking find that gun. 938. Where was that firearm placed? Shit like that. Like, it's so fucking bizarre. So you go like one day, it's like, oh, I'm fucking crazy. And the next day I'm like literally getting paid to watch movies and shit. How did I even get on this tangent? Self-defense, and now I'm talking about
we were talking about self-defense, but it's okay.
That's whatever. I guess it just happens. But yeah. I guess this is like, we're gonna call it Bidening now when we go to like a weird ass fucking like, we start on high points and we end up talking about like apple pie.
If we start on high points and we start talking about how we're gonna try to defeat George Bush.
Literally, right?
Yeah.
Like, all I'm saying is, if he had thrown the left shoe first instead of his right shoe, he probably would have been.
Oh, man. In the Middle East, let me tell you, that's a big insult.
That's a huge insult.
Oh, huge. Dude.
So I remember watching one of the, like, in the beginning when we were rolling into Baghdad, like some dude on like he caught like the CNN crew and he took his shoe off and he was like beating a mural of Saddam on the face with it. And everyone was like, "Oh, this is fantastic! This is great!" And I was like, "All right, that sounds cool."
I remember buckets of shoes in front of the Saddam portraits in Iraq after 2003, and like that was I didn't know it at the time, but later in life I discovered that's like a bouquet of middle fingers,
Literally,
just hanging out. Yeah, that's
like
a big deal.
It's like if you get the shoe treatment, that's like in stateside, that's like getting the N word with the hard R thrown your way. Like,
It's just not okay. But yeah.
Listen, Joe.
All of that backtracking to
The elites don't want you to know this.
they don't want you to notice. Look, you can look it up.
But the ducks at the park are free. You can take them home. I have 5 ducks. They don't want you to know this, Joe.
Okay, let's stay on target. Let's try to get some updates
Politics.
on the election.
Politics.
This supposedly, I apologize, and well, thank you. You're welcome, and I'm sorry for everybody watching. We are trying to keep this together. It's mildly just going off road, and that's fine.
So,
but this
real
was
quick,
supposed to be about the election.
I might be tripping balls.
It's okay.
I think Biden either just literally gained 1 electoral vote from 208 because now he's at 209, or he lost 1. I don't know, but he's at 209. Trump's at 118. So right now, I'm going off the New York Times just because like they have graphics and GIFs, and I'm a sucker for movement. They have all these like key states. So North Carolina, Florida, Ohio, Texas, Arizona, Georgia, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. Some of these are huge swings. Florida and Georgia are like the fucking keystones. If they fucking go either way, like if Trump wins 3 of those, they officially, according to them, have absolutely no idea what's going to happen. So
wait, this is an important thing. Not to interrupt.
What's
up? So Amanda and Jason Preston said they would paint U.S. flags on the streets, which I saw it in Iraq, especially in Erbil, and not really in Mosul or down there at Beji, but definitely in Erbil. But he says he's driving the Brad down the sidewalk, so Bradley fighting vehicle, the track vehicle, not to run over it, and that's kind of that's a big deal. So
I guess
Preston must have been early, like old school GY, but that's pretty cool.
So I guess question for you and maybe for Preston, is that like we're trying to show support for the Americans, or is that we know you won't drive on this, so ha 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 ha?
No, it's like we're gonna put a flag on the ground so everybody can walk on it. We're gonna paint up.
Okay, all right.
I guess you could classify that as an effigy of the flag, and then we're gonna burn it. So it's not. Solder City, dude. Yeah, that's one peach of a town. Yeah, but you already know. They welcomed us in a very interesting way there.
But back to elections real quick. So North Carolina, 95% of the vote reporting, Trump is up 1.4. Florida, 94% of the vote reporting, Trump is up +3. Okay. Georgia, 68% of the vote, Trump is up +9. Ohio, Trump is up +8. Texas, Trump is up +5.
Well, now we're talking about Article 1 of our Constitution, the Congress, specifically the Senate, our bicameral legislation here. So the Senate, it looks like we have 45 seats for
Republicans and 44
Republicans. Yeah. Lindsey Graham pertained to seat.
Good for him.
Allegedly, it looks like, we're moving on shaky ground right now, but that's what it looks like. So that's, man. So if you're trying to do some kind of packing the courts or anything, that's
looking hot. House right now represent Republicans 138, Democrats 118.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how it goes. I don't know.
Caldwell is here.
Let's see.
What's up, Caldwell? Joshua.
Yeah. Caldwell, 249 gunner. My first deployment. Welcome, you crazy son of a bitch. Okay, let's see. Biden is at 209 and Trump is at 118. Okay. At least electoral votes, precipitated on the fact that the Electoral College is going to vote the way they should.
Is there a good like total popular vote count right now? I want to see where that's at.
I don't think anyone has a good vote on anything right now.
I kind of want to just like I want the popular vote to actually go Trump's way. So like the electors who are like, well, if the popular vote goes a certain way, we have to vote for the popular vote, and then like Trump is like,
so
like, snatches all that shit up.
Unrelated. Yeah, you can appreciate that. So unrelated to all of that business, Preston has thoughts on the magwell of the 249. Well, I have to say, at least the time that I spent in the Army as an infantryman, as a LERP and an armor eventually and everything, I hated the 249. I hated it. It was I hated it.
As somebody who occasionally RSOs for people running a 249, I'm not a fan.
Yeah, I mean it's but you have to know that like as I don't know where Sabo and I work, we have legal, it's papered, everything's fine. It's
as far as we know.
Yeah, but it's a Form 2, 249. It's a recent production, modern M249 saw from FN. And, it runs relatively, most of the time, runs pretty well on the range. But I got to tell you, from what I've seen from the saws that we had that were beat up and abused and rusted and bent and fucked up, not a good time. So I think the saw, the M249 that we have at work it's kind of restored my faith in humanity when it comes to the saw. But I don't like the magwell, dude. It's I like the idea that you can take a rifleman's magazine, the bolt and firing pin spring, plus the drive rod and the hydraulic buffer in that thing. The magazine cannot keep up with the rate of fire, cannot provide rounds to successfully, feed low chamber and fire and extract and eject those rounds. Provided you're using, Stenag, metal, at least hopefully tan follower magazines. But if you put PMags in that thing, it's a mess. But at least where we work, the first time I saw an M249 reliably feed magazines from the Magport was at work. I was like, holy shit, this is what it's supposed to look like.
It's real.
When it's not covered in a sandstorm in Iraq, it's not fucked up with rust. It's not a bent receiver that's all jacked. It's like it's actually doing the job it's supposed to do.
That reminds me, I was at the AR counter and I had a conversation with some dude who used to be in the Army who fucking hated ARs for his entire military employment, because all the ones he's like, yeah, all the ones I had were like the shitty fucking 20,000 rounds fumbled by some fucking private who doesn't even know how to undo a bra strap, shit like that. And I'm like, that's perfectly understandable. And he's like, it really wasn't until I got out and bought my own and started working that I really realized how reliable they are. So
yeah, well, I mean, it's true. I mean, I think the Beretta M9 series or 92 series is a good example of this, where it's like private civilians and law enforcement officers who had Beretta 92s back in the 90s and stuff, they loved them. But for me and pretty much everyone who served who had a Beretta, we fucking hated that thing. And part of that is maintenance, part of that is training, part of that is battalion and especially brigade level depot maintenance on those guns. Was the maintenance being done? Were you replacing parts when they needed to be? Were you looking at things that you have proper training and how to use it? And especially with Iraq was biblical sandstorm, Old Testament level shit.
Like you say, biblical is it's a joke that's literally in the Bible. They're and then the Iraqi sandstorm, that's the one.
Yeah, so it's the kind of thing where it's if I give you a gun that's been used by 30 guys before you and it has ungodly amount of rounds fired through it, and it's been dropped off the back of a truck and dragged through whatever and just whatever.
Used a hammer and tent stakes and
yeah, and it's you just and then finally you get this gun and you have to rely upon it for your life. and the maintenance probably is not being done. I'm not talking about 10 level like individual, maintenance. I'm talking about replacing springs and locking blocks and things
Basic
that
shit.
need to happen, and it's not being done. And like you finally get your hands on this used, just fucked up piece of equipment, you're probably not going to have a good time.
Probably not.
Especially with no training or limited training. So I can definitely understand that, but it's kind of, it helps me now in civilian life when I see people doing AR-15 or AK builds and things, and it's like, man, that's not going to hold up. You don't even know. Like that's not.
I try to guide people sometimes through it, especially when it comes to AR-15 builds, and it's literally just like, all right, these are the parts you've chosen. I would not choose these. I'm just going to help you get this together, and then when it fucks up, you'll figure it out. But like, I am not attempting to like fix this because I just don't have time to explain why your fucking PSA upper with your PSA bolt carrier and your Anderson lower, why your charging handle is having material shaved off and why it won't cycle, and like you're shooting steel through it and you're like, your buddy said this is just as good, and I'm just like, I don't,
Just as good.
like, literally, sir, listen,
Yeah.
they don't pay me enough to break this down like as much as you like deserve and need this to be broken down for you. But suffice to say, the only thing I'm going to tell you to do is just dump oil in it and just hope for the best.
I think, and this is a personal bias here, but I think if there's anything that we're going to spend time and effort in doing, if it's worth doing, it's worth doing right. And it's worth doing right the first time and the only time. Let's just get it done.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd rather, cry once than buy once. I'd rather just get it done and just do it the right way. And, you'll have parts and things out there that just, they don't even make sense. They don't pass headspace. They don't, nothing. It's like, I don't know, at least from a military standpoint, when we had replacement parts for things, they were coming from Toolcraft, they were coming from FN or Colt, they were coming from some government contractor that was held to the mil spec.
Exactly. Yeah.
And it was inspected to be so. So by the time we got our hands on those
So what
parts,
you're saying is if you guys had like some spikes bolt heads, maybe we would be.
it's just at least a known quantity. And then when I transfer to the civilian side, the commercial side, trying to make these guns work, the commercial civilian AR-15 market is just like a wild west wasteland. It's just like everybody's kind of doing whatever they feel like doing. And, it's trying to make these garbage parts work. It's like, man, like I cannot even attempt to make you understand why
There's just
quality
not enough
matters. Like why you need to do this right.
I thought about like making a video. I mentioned this earlier about like roasting people. Like trying not to roast, but like putting some people on the spot and just like, listen, this is how you need to approach gun ownership in 2020. If you're a newbie and you're trying to buy a handgun or build a rifle, like these parts you need to avoid. These parts are okay. These brands are good. These brands are bad. You've got shitty grade, okay grade, mid grade, enthusiast grade, like fucking deployment grade shit. You've got like all this stuff, but it's just like there are so many now. It's cool because like it's nice to see the market kind of adapt and like just see like the market grow. But there are so many of these like companies, and it's like they make fucking widgets for a car company for 20 years, and all of a sudden they're cranking out like muzzle devices and barrels and receivers, and it's like, do these people really know what they're doing? Like, do they just like retool their CNC machine? Like it's doable, it's possible. I've seen it happen, but like I just don't see like some of these companies like UTG and like Radical Firearms and other things. It's like, where did you fucking?
I just feel like if we are attempting to purchase, build, or locate and acquire a firearm for lawful self-defense to defend ourselves, our family, our kids, everything that we care most about. And that is, I would probably rank that high on everyone's list, left, right, center, whatever. But if we are going to do this, then why not grab stuff that has a proven track record that makes sense, that's quality, it's reliable, it's durable, it's everything we're trying to get out of a firearm to defend ourselves. And somehow, maybe it's the locale that we're in, I don't know, but everyone is trying to do this as cheap as possible. Like, man, I got this like $60 barrel. It's great.
I want to see where we would be if, like, to be fair, a lot of this people are literally just like, oh, that's available. I've never heard of that brand, but everything else is sold out, so I'll try it. Like, some people are like that. I'm like, I get that. Like, you like maybe the $60 barrel. Like, all right, you can't get what you want. You want something, so you try the $60 barrel. Like that, I can kind of understand, but I have noticed, like, around here, like, maybe it's because it's Utah County, because it's a little more like, there's just a little more naivete when it comes to, like, mechanical.
Well, I think most of the people, and just keeping it real, you know, I'm not going to say as a combat veteran, but like, I'm just going to say as a dude who's done and seen some interesting circumstances. Most of the people that you and I deal with every day, they couldn't fight their way out of a piss-soaked paper bag.
Oh no, that's something I try to tell people all the time. It's
they don't even know what that's like. The most challenging thing for them is they go to the grocery store and it's out of toilet paper, and then they have a freak out and some kind of, you know, they're stressed about
and they got to buy it off of Amazon, and they're pissed because the 2 days is actually 3-day delivery.
Oh my God, this is one ply, and I just, oh my God, it's like, you've never faced the worst day in your life when you were so physically spent that you have nothing left in the tank and you're running on 2 hours of sleep over the last 7 days. You're just fucking getting it, and people are trying to kill you. You don't know what's happening.
In the second floor of a house, and like the first floor, you can hear dudes shouting Allahu Akbar, and you're just like, well, I got one fuck left.
Oh yeah,
there it goes.
Yeah, we called that the Kurdistan Shuffle. ISIS was pretty creative. They had the house-born IED.
Oh boy.
Which, yeah, we would go to the roof of other buildings to look for the barrels they had stacked on the second floor for the tripwires they had going up. But long story short, most people in civilian life are probably going to shoot several boxes out of the gun just to sight it in.
And then it's going to sit.
And they're just going to call it good. And that thing's going to rust in the gun safe or whatever. I don't know. It's going to happen. But if you actually give, you know, a very slight shit about what you have and what it's supposed to do for you and your family and that horrible shit, like there's enough horrible shit. Like, you're going to be shitting your pants.
Yeah.
People are going to be screaming. People are going to be dying. Everything's on fire, or, you know, there's whatever, like everything is so bad. And the last thing that you need to happen to you is your gun is going to fail you, or it's so complex you don't even know how to use it.
I like your thing. It was like, oh, you got your fucking high point, but you had a failure to eject, and now you're bleeding out on the kitchen floor. It's like, fuck, I should have got the Glock.
Yeah, it's like
that's the thing I try to explain to people. It's like I have zero military experience. The closest I have ever been to a fucking gunfight was like literally there was a gang shooting a block away from my house once. That is the closest I have ever been to a gunfight. I was on the phone with a dude who was talking while a bunch of literal drunken homeless people were getting into a gunfight in the parking lot of the soup kitchen. Nobody died. Nobody got shot. Had a lady call up and say there was a live bullet in her car, but it was just the bullet. It was a great fucking night. It was just funny because the one dude just shot his shotgun in the air, Joe Biden style, and the other dude had like a fucking handgun, blasted the shit out of this lady's car in the wall, and nobody died, and everybody got soup. So, but I'm trying to explain to people, like, they're talking about shit. We're talking about calibers, 308 versus 5.56, 308 versus 6.5 Creedmoor. If you're a long-range precision shooter or you're hunting, like, conversations about yardage and distance that matters. If you're talking home defense, I try to explain to people, I was like, listen, if you're talking home defense, talking civil unrest, at best, you're talking 100 and 150 yard engagement. Like, if you can make solid groupings at short distances, that is really all you need to worry about. Don't worry about maxing out your fucking Arrow M4 at fucking, I don't know how many hundreds of fucking yards, because you're not even going to fucking see what's going on down there. You're going to be concerned about what is happening from like here to your truck or your car or your mailbox.
Well, I think it's a conflict or maybe congruence of legal terms, but also reality, where it's like, at least for me now in civilian life, and for us, it's like, man, if anything, God forbid, I don't want it to happen. I'm not looking for it.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't want it. I'm taking measures to protect my house and not be a threat for anybody trying to case my house or anything. But if I had to use a firearm in my home for lawful self-defense, or I'm in public, and I have to use a firearm for lawful self-defense, like, that shit is going to happen. If it's not already taken to the ground, that shit's going to happen close. And if I have to, smoke somebody down, at least as a civilian now, with 25 yards or less, like, dude, if I have to, shoot somebody 100 yards from here in self-defense,
it's going to be a hard argument.
I think law enforcement is going to have some questions for me.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I'm going to have some things I have to answer.
Pro tip to all of our viewers: like, try to claim self-defense because the dude 100 yards away like pointed like his camera at you and you thought it was a gun. Like, it doesn't work. Like, you're gonna get your shit like packed in jail. Like, Bubba's gonna have a
I mean, I just think that from a civilian lawful, at least the times we find ourselves in now, for the foreseeable future, I mean, you're dealing with shit that's going to happen very up close and personal.
And like, people don't understand how quick your average incident is. Like, people, they hear stories about like war and Iraq, and like they see movies about like gunfights and shit. The average shooting, the average assault, like, that is all said and done within like 45 seconds to a minute and a half. Literally everything else is just recovery, waiting for adrenaline to die off, dialing 911. Like, if you really think about it, like, you're not going to have this long, drawn-out fucking gunfight where you're going through your entire fucking combat load of 8 mags with fucking Johnny the fucking home invader. Like, it's just not going to fucking happen.
I mean, I look at the guys who do like the mile-long club and the 800 yards, 1,000 yards of steel with their precision.
But that's just like that's like it's enthusiasm. It has a purpose.
Yeah, it's like, I'm so about it, but you have to understand that, like, if someone is actually going to, you didn't want it, you weren't part of it, you didn't help add gas on the fire, you were not encouraging this, you didn't want it, but now you're encountering some kind of defensive scenario. It's not going to happen at 800 yards, dude. It's going to happen
in your face.
Like, it's going to happen in your face. If you're lucky, it's not even taken to the ground yet. Like, you actually have at least a couple yards, maybe down the hallway, if you're lucky, to deal with this. And that
best case scenario, you're pointing a gun out of your upper story window while somebody's kicking in your lower door, and even then, you probably still have to like live in the appropriate state for that to. Invincible. Have a good night. Thank you for tuning in. Like, you'd still have to you'd have to live in a good state for that. But like, I try to explain to people all the time. It's like, listen, like, you're going to be in one of two situations. You're going to be, a couple of situations. You're going to be walking to your car and somebody runs up on you real fucking close. You're going to be on the upper floor of your house, looking down your stairway, listening to some weird fucking noises, pointing the gun down the stairs while you're on the phone with 911. You're going to be, I don't know, you're going to be like in a fucking strip mall and like fucking Andy the crackhead, or excuse me, Hunter the crackhead is like chilling outside, like talking about how the fucking aliens are coming down and they're going to sound a trumpet and like they're going to fucking like run up on your shit. He's got a knife, and it's like, we're talking like, what is the minimum engagement, or like the point at which, like, if you're charging somebody with a knife, like police are like, is it 20 feet?
21
feet to like draw to like successfully like subdue a knife wielding.
Yeah, I mean, that's all FBI data, but it's not necessarily,
like, it's gonna be the same every time, obviously.
Yeah, but it's just, I think, I don't know, and you and I deal with it pretty much every day, all the time. But I deal with people who have some kind of preconceived notion of how they think it's going to go down, and how they, think some kind of self-defense encounter is going to happen.
Mhm.
That's most of them are pretty far gone in terms of like how it's like, dude, if you really want to care about your self-defense, of course you're going to have a firearm, at least one, and everything with some training. But I think in college I did boxing, I did rugby, I did wrestling. And if you really take it to the mat with somebody, you really you're going to think that you've got some tricks up your sleeve. Like, oh man, I've got some weight on me. I got some skills. I can pull out something. It's like, dude, if you get to the mat, like I've been bent into a pretzel by a guy half my weight that had more technique than I did on the mat. It's like, dude, if you actually get on the ground with people and you get in a physical confrontation with people, even for sports or some kind of
That's just not
safety environment, it's like, dude, you are going to get fucked up.
If you're ever in a situation where you're like defending yourself and you're in a physical engagement, like hand to hand with some asshole, regardless, that is the last position you want to be in. Like, whether or not you have a weapon, like if somebody is like in your space and you're on the ground with this person, regardless of who you are, you have fucked up.
Well, I want to take a pretty quick deviation for a second here. So my kid brother here, Ben, he's in the chat. Ben Lawrence.
Hi, fellow Ben.
Yeah, give him a shout out. So Sabo, also Ben. So we got double Bens going on here, but give you a little shout out and glad you're watching and everything else. And yeah, he's got a lot going on. He's doing welding and
Cool.
I forget the term right now, but he's working with horses and shoeing.
He's
It's equestrian, but it's the guy who, maybe he'll chat, but it's working with putting shoes on horses and. But he also rides. He rides too.
Name. So. I knew this briefly for like. You read enough books, you just learn
it's
weird
shit. It's not a cobbler. It's something else.
No, it's close to cobbler. It's real close. I'm gonna have to look this up now. God.
But at least I find him pretty impressive. So I'm glad you're here, Ben. And we'll keep that rolling. But I guess moving away from that, Miss Texas, she's still pursuing her degree, and she has some, away from campus online stuff she's doing right now. And then Range Chris, he's been up all day, so he's gone away. So I guess it's
I was going to ask where he went. I noticed he disappeared earlier.
Yeah, he said he's a little bit exhausted, so he's going to go to bed.
He did start pre-gaming too a little bit earlier, so.
Yeah. But as a professional alcoholic, you got to choose your times when
you gotta know when to start. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I'm not going to start till the sun is starting to go down, and I know that I don't have to drive for the rest of the day.
Word.
But how are we doing on the results?
So literally, like the states you expected to go the way, like California or shit like that, like it's all kind of going what you would expect. But like a lot of these swing states, like they're getting really close, and they're just. I am so conditioned. I just like logged into fucking. I'm gonna clock into work right now. All right.
Oh shit.
That is the most Pavlovian bullshit. It's fucking 10:02. Time to fucking clock out because I've been here an hour after my shift was supposed to fucking end.
Oh damn. Yeah. I still don't have that. Let's see.
Oh, on your phone?
So right now we have Biden in terms of the Electoral College, the electoral votes, which probably deserves its own side discussion later, but the Electoral College, Biden is at 209, Trump is at 120.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we're at 120 now?
The odds are at 50% to 48.5% for Trump.
It's so fucking close.
Man, this is like razor thin, man.
This is literally like, I was kind of picturing this going this way, but like the biggest thing was like literally Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina right now. Like a lot of these states on New York Times' front page, like there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 states that are called key states right now by New York Times. And I can't go into any of these articles because they want me to sign up for a fucking account, which I will not fucking do. But all of these, okay, Minnesota too. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 states, 8 have a solid Trump lead. there are like 2, Arizona and Minnesota, that have a pretty good Biden lead. But like total like popular vote count literally right now is like 57 to 56 million. 49.9% to 48.4%. The one thing I wanted out of today, or at least this week, was for just this shit to be over. I just want to stop fucking stressing over an election between 2 dudes who I'm gonna try to rein my own politics in like a little bit, but like their differences ultimately there aren't that many differences. But
well, I think one thing that kind of astonished me, or at least stuck out to me, is the Me Too movement. Even the founder of Me Too, and I'm not saying Me Too is necessarily wrong, at least in task.
On like
I'm just like
on a not theoretical level, theoretical, like moral, ethical. Like you want that to happen. You want people to be able to go forward publicly, people to be put out. But like, I guess the joke is just like, oh, all the people who are like pro female feminist, like sex positive motherfuckers, like, oh, they're all on watch lists. Oh, they're the rapists. Oh, it's interesting to think about. It's like, what is that? There's actually a scientific term for like predators who disguise themselves as their prey in order to get closer to them.
It's a tough road to walk on to really look through it. But I mean, at least for guys like you and me, our age, like I remember Biden, with the Clinton crime bill and the super predators and everything else. Like, man,
like he wrote the 97, the crime one. There
are people in prison, most especially minorities and black men and people who are in prison right now,
Calipac,
from the legislation that Joe Biden, at least at that time, as a senator when we were kids. But at that time, there are people still in prison right now from that, from what he did.
That was the whole 3 strikes thing, right? Like that was him.
That was a big deal in California.
Yeah.
So, turning around and saying like, oh, I'm your friend. It's all good. It's like,
no, dude, like,
man.
I think the thing too, like Kamala Harris had that whole like, yeah, I'm going to prosecute you for smoking weed. Yeah, I smoke weed. It was funny. Like that's not funny. But the thing that kills me the most, especially about Biden, if you're on the left and like say what you will about student loans, about the college about college and university as an industry, I could go off on a rant about that shit. But like, if you think about student loans, the fact that you can't discharge them through bankruptcy, guess who is like really, really primarily responsible for the language in the bill that was adopted to not allow student loans to be discharged through bankruptcy? Our buddy, Gator Joe Biden. That's who is really big on that.
I want to hit back on the Me Too stuff for a second with, it's like even the Tonight Show. Maybe it was Jimmy Fallon. I think it was the Tonight Show, but there was a recurring segment on that nighttime show of creepy Joe Biden, and they would show clips, and this was during the Obama administration, of like Joe Biden sniffing on and hugging on and touching on, any guests, children, women who were married, people, just like women.
Yeah,
that he was like hugging on and doing, it's like
sniffing and touching and like the fucking.
And it's
it's right there, and like people watch. It's like, oh, he's just affectionate. A lot of people who lose children are like that. It's like, no.
I just thought at one time the Me Too movement and the feminists were all about, believe all women. I thought that was I thought that was, well, apparently now it seems to be kind of, but at least at one time I thought that was their premise. I thought that was the thesis of how they operated. But no, that's actually not the case.
Like if it's Harvey Weinstein, we believe all women. If it's Joe Biden, we'll hold the fuck up here.
Yeah.
Versus good in the nation as a whole in regards to current vote. Yeah, kind of.
I'm going to take a latrine break real quick.
I got you. So it'll just be me, huh?
Just for a second.
Cool.
It's about
what I'm going to do. So all 4 of you watching the stream, if you guys want to check out a cool ass podcast that covers cool shit, if you're looking for something a little less mainstreamy, a little more alt-righty perhaps, good friend of mine out in New York, literally just me. Yeah, dude, Amanda, Preston, like I literally think it's literally just you and me right now. So you and anybody else who might be looking, but you check out, it's called Quite Frankly. It's like quitefrankly.tv. There's a YouTube channel, Quite Frankly. Guy's name is Frank. He's a great host. I've been on the show before. He really runs a good show. He has some really interesting guests on. He will talk about things that you just don't really hear about elsewhere. Like, it's a great show. It's a great, like, just every night around, like, I think it's 5 or 7 EST, 5 our local time in Utah. It's like an hour or two. It's a great show. Definitely check it out. What county, New York? I grew up on the state line. So I grew up in Schenectady County, which is directly on the border northwest of Albany. So, like, if you imagine the Hudson and the Mohawk meeting, I am basically right there. We lost somebody and somebody came back. Also, some of you may also know me as Based Heisenberg, which, who the fuck? When did that happen? Oh my God.
What's going on?
Just a girl I used to have a crush on and a dude who, like, this is like 07, 08. Warren County, right? Yeah, dude, that's not that far, actually, from where I was. Like, yeah, that's fucking Jamestown. All right, that's like an hour or two drive. Married? Why? Okay, Ryan, you can. This is gonna be real, like, down to earth. Check out Virginia. What is going on, Virginia? But like, I've grown accustomed to this, but it's really hit me in the past couple of years. Like how many of my friends and probably your friends have already like married and like had kids and like settled down, and it's like, oh, it's Bob and Jane from high school, and now they're breeding and like they have a home, and it's like, oh, okay, all right. What is going on in Virginia? Let's see. Is it the fact that, like, I've been kind of following? Virginia is actually a little weird right now. They're still doing like vote counts and shit, but like in Virginia,
Thanks to you, Sabo. You're going to get the coronas.
I need to. I'll toast you, but I need to refill. So we have the Rona now. We're not too sure we're positive.
Went the other way.
So I've been watching this. Like Virginia, they called Virginia early on, and like every updated vote tally has had Trump in the lead.
Like I said, man, I lived 4 years in Virginia. It's a very complex, I guess you can call it a state, but it's really a commonwealth. But the rest of Virginia versus Northern Virginia, I mean, you have people all down the James River Valley and Shenandoah and Southern Virginia and down there near Tennessee and Pound and everything else, like, and the mountains and the Appalachia and the Blue Ridge Mountains. You have so many people, but then they're also fighting and contesting with the urban population centers of, you know, Waterbridge and Alexandria and DC and kind of up there near the Beltway. So it's a state. If any state was probably held hostage, it would probably be Virginia. Okay. So he says, now, why is my AR not
So
working?
he mentioned that earlier. He said he possibly.
It was like every 5th round was a light strike or something.
So Preston, is it really every 5 rounds, or just kind of feel like it's like an estimation, or you counting?
It's probably real. My first question is, what ammunition are we using? Is it the steel case Tula Wolf stuff, or is it quality stuff? And we're still getting down on this Buffalo Wild Wings right now.
Picking off somebody's cheese curds. Like,
Hornady cheap, which means probably Frontier line.
Wow.
Or Steel Match.
Frontier should be fine.
Yeah. It's Hornady's good people. So
Mm-hmm.
that would make me wonder if the hammer spring was even installed correctly.
It could be that.
That's like half the shit I deal with is a hammer spring that's not even installed the right orientation.
Like, listen, guys, we got a booklet, we got pamphlets. Like,
Nobody cares about that.
of course not. No. Well, if it's a drop-in trigger, it's fine, but if it's not, then I'm fucked. It's like a manual versus automatic transmission. Like, if it's not automatic, I don't know what to do.
Installing an AR-15 hammer and hammer spring in the correct orientation
It's very difficult.
is pretty tough.
I would
It's
rather
difficult.
I would rather reinvent the field of rocketry than attempt to do that. Like Werner von Braun would be like, this is very difficult. I would rather calculate the plot to the moon to remove the Jews. I mean, to get Americans to the moon. Yes, that's why I'm here. Yeah, that's might be it's a miracle. I am walking.
Reminds me of Rammstein.
Yeah.
We all live in America.
Coca-Cola Wunderbar. 16 years infantry, I can figure it out. I just need a direction. Trigger group, hammer spring.
Well, if we're having a light strike every 5th round, this makes me suspect that we have challenges with firing pin protrusion, which for AR-15s and most even shitty manufacturers is actually not a problem. Most of the time when I see this, it's the hammer spring and the hammer are installed incorrectly. And going back to the hammer spring, it's kind of tough and everybody hates it, but you have to put the hammer spring legs over the trigger pin in the correct orientation to get proper hammer pull and the force of weight on that firing pin. Most people don't want to do that. So they'll install it incorrectly on the bottom of the lower, which results in very weak hammer force on the firing pin, which means light strikes. And they're like, oh my God, why is my gun not working? So that's...
I think we should probably get an updated diagram for work because, like, that booklet's nice, but, like, it's very classic, like, oh, we're going to assume this person has basic, like, mechanical aptitude. And most people are like, oh, what's a torque wrench? Is that like a Skrillex thing, like the beat drops? No, it's not. Like, well, actually, reminded me, I'm going to bring in my AR at some point. Would you be willing to check my headspace? Because I literally threw that fucker together and I still run it. Like, I didn't do anything with it.
Yeah, it's probably okay.
Like, it's an arrow upper. It's an arrow bolt. It's a Daniel Defense barrel. So
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind then.
No, you're fine. We can check it, but
I haven't had any issues.
yeah.
So
When you buy quality, you don't even have to worry about it. I mean,
yeah.
the thing is, like, what people don't understand is I grew up starting in the firearms, buying my own guns when I turned 18 and kind of getting into firearms as much as I could.
Mm-hmm.
I started with military surplus rifles, Lee Enfields, Mausers, Mosins, of course.
for most people.
Yeah, I mean it's like a gateway drug into the rest of it. But on a military surplus firearm, like checking headspace and verifying firing pin protrusion and everything else, like that, you need to do that unless you want to blow up and die.
Yeah.
So you just do, and kind of going, I guess, backwards, where a lot of people are getting into AR-15s and they don't have a big history with guns. They just kind of buy parts from wherever on like 10 different websites online, and then they build it and they expect that it's going to be fine.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you haven't blown up yet. Like, let's look at
real.
this thing. Let's gauge it. Let's check it. Come on. Yeah. So I'll definitely say, so we have Preston here, Spikes Tactical, and PSA or Palmetto State Armory is not garbage equipment per se. And I think there's a lot of nuance there, but I can't necessarily outright disagree because, first of all, firearms manufacturers and companies, the quality will go up and it will go down and back up with time.
Mm-hmm.
So if you buy a Colt AR-15 or 1911 or one of their snake guns, Cobra, Python, whatever, depending on when you bought it and what's going on, It may be super high on the quality scale, or it may be kind of in the gutter. Mossberg and Savage or Stevens is probably the best example of a company that was absolute, like Abercrombie and Fitch or Sears Roebuck, like catalog guns. People buying these things, just absolute trash.
Mhm.
But then the companies went up over time. So, a manufacturer's like, oh man, I bought a Remington and it's supposed to be good, so it is good. It's like, no, dude, it depends when you bought that Remington and what production run. And
did you see that fucked up Remington shotgun we had?
Mm-hmm.
It would like the fucking literally, it was like a 45-degree curve up that barrel.
Hell yeah.
I want to know how that got by quality control. So for everybody at home, obviously, if you're not familiar with how Remington is these days, things are not great in Ilion, New York. Let's just put it that way. We got this. It was a Remington. Was it just like a normal 870 that was just like, it was like a field grade with like fucking Realtree and shit?
Well,
so this barrel literally, like, I'm looking at it and like, I'm like, am I having a fucking stroke? It literally looks like this barrel is like curved. So I pick it up and I'm looking down and it literally just goes right at the end. And I'm like, wow, this is like that Nazi wonder tech they came up with where they're trying to shoot around corners.
Stormbringer Air 44, the tanker edition.
Exactly, right? For fuck's sake. But like, I'm looking at this and I'm just like, how did that, like, first of all, that had to happen before the paint job got applied. So that means like this was a thing, and then they painted it, and they were looking at it the whole time, and they're like, yep, looks fucking good, whatever. And they fucking set it out. And like the best part is like either like one of us or Willie or maybe Casey or Neil like took it out of the box and was like, yep, looks good, and put it on the fucking rack. Nobody noticed it until inventory. And like, to be fair, when I noticed it, again, I thought I was having a fucking stroke. And like initially my reaction was, don't mention it. Everybody's going to think you're weird. So I was like, whatever. And like, I think I pointed it out to like either Mike or Lance, and like they pick it up and, oh, it was Lance. Cause he did that fucking whoo, that whistle thing he does, which I love. Lance, never stop being you. You're awesome. But like, I gave it to Lance and he's like looking at it and he's like, yep, that's fucked. Speaking of New York guns, by the way, I just reblued an Ithaca 20 gauge. That was a barn. Very nice.
It was a barn find. Yeah.
Very
so
cool.
Yeah, that's a whole other thing. I mean, I think the biggest travesty I've seen was it was a Colt 1851 Navy, and it was rusted to all fuck all,
like dust.
The owner was like, let's use steel wool.
This is a great gun. I really want this to look like the underside of a Jeep.
The thing is, bluing is ferric oxide. It's controlled rust that appears beautiful to you, and you can put oil in it and it has a nice blue shiny finish, but it's rust. So when you have a firearm that rusts, or maybe it's a barn find, so there's probably rust in there, people come in like, oh man, how do we get rid of this rust? I'm like, just fucking don't, because you can take the existing rust and take it to get it reblued. And, the process will take it, use a very fine wheel to card it, and you can convert the existing rust into something you can use to reblue the gun and actually bring it back to a nice finish. Or you can be an idiot and take steel wool, like coarse grade with WD-40, and just scratch all that shit off, and now you fucked everything up. So that's a side note. But getting back to Remington quality control, I mean, in the sniper section, we had the XM 2010s, and they were at least a Remington 700 long action receiver. But besides the receiver, the entire rest of the gun was made by a multitude of government contractors, and it was put together as an end item. And I was like, well, that's probably good, because, Remington has taken a shit. And even, I mean, this is going back to 2012, but the shotguns we'd have for rent, the Mossbergs, the Benellis, the Berettas, they'd all run fine. But the 870s for trap, singles trap, they just like they would just shit the bed. Failure to extract,
oh my God,
undersize or gratuitously oversized chambers. And I was like, what are they doing at Remington in New York?
They're crying. That's
Are they like smoking crack and they're like, let's gauge weapons? Like, what are they doing?
They're watching a fucking video conference of like Cuomo talking about how they need to like get rid of it because they don't want guns, but like income tax though. So they're just chilling up there and they're like, wow, this plant is dying. They're shipping jobs to Alabama. This is the original Remington plant and it's gonna die and I get to watch it die and I'm here and it's me and let's gauge these firearms. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Let's make sure this is done right because like we care. A New York truck that didn't pass inspection, or maybe a limousine that didn't pass inspection but was passed anyway, and then resulted in like 12 people getting liquefied. So there was this incident like right before I moved out where like there was this limousine, and I don't know if it was prom night or whatever, but like basically this limo should not have passed inspection, but it was passed, quote unquote. So it was going down a hill doing like 90. There's 6 people in the back of this limousine. A couple of like at least that many. Kills 2 locos. It goes by like this storefront. It either like kills and strikes and kills 2 people, or at least 1, and then it hits a tree and it literally goes from like 90 miles an hour to 0 instantly. None of these people in the backseat are wearing seatbelts because it's a limo. So you could probably imagine what that scene was like when the first responders rolled up and looked in the back of the limousine.
So your modern art masterpiece.
Oh my God. Like fucking Picasso vomited in the back of the fucking limo, and like fucking Dolly just rolled up and just went, yes, and just threw his fucking shit in there, and then like the fucking cop showed up and vomited and cried, and that was that. They had like grief counselors on scene for first responders and shit. It was wild. But dude, I'm a tangent machine. 4 hours, dude. 4 straight fucking hours.
Somehow we got this far.
And we still don't have a winner for the election. It's still really close.
Yeah. Well, let's
according to Fox News right now, both candidates are like in the 200s. Joe's got like a 15 to 10 electoral lead, but like I don't know.
Well, we'll have to see. One thing I want to say that I think it's important: if you're super left and progressive, or you're super right and conservative, whatever, or somewhere in the middle. I don't think it's kind of disparaging to think that like, would they want Biden to reluctantly win just to block Trump? Or, I've actually never met, maybe you have, or maybe not, but I've never met someone who's like actively 100% totally down with Biden or excited.
Usually it's either like, I really don't like Trump, or like I just want to vote blue ticket. Like very rarely do you find somebody who's just like, hell yeah, I fucking love Joe Biden. I love his policies. I love listening to him talk and confuse his family members and forget where he is or what he's running for or what his name is.
Or running against George Bush.
Or running against George Bush or running for Congress as opposed to whatever, and introducing his granddaughter as Beau Biden today and shit like that. And that's where we at right now. So Real Clear Politics has Biden 210, Trump 174. Fox, I think, is the most accurate right now. It has Biden 227, Trump 210. Fox, however, has not called Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. So, like, according to this map, it's super tight by Fox. Like, Minnesota could go for Biden. If it does, that would put him around, like, 240. But we still have Nevada, which is a dead toss-up, Montana, Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. All of those right now have had like a solid Trump lead for the past couple of hours. And this is something I noticed in the last election too. Like once you get through the major cities in each state, it's just like the boonies sending in their fucking results when like the fucking post office, hair care, tire center fucking gets their ballot closed and they fucking like Morse code that shit in.
Well, yeah, I think there's a couple of points I want to lay out. One, whether you're left, right, center, anything else, I don't think there is a real reason to hate your fellow American or we the people or your neighbor, your families, your friends. Like, it's not that they want to see America lighting on fire and just crashing. They just prioritize or view things differently. And that's a lesson that took a lot of time for me to learn. I mean, even 10 years ago, me would not agree necessarily with that sentiment, but it doesn't mean that your friend, your neighbor, your, sister-in-law, whoever that's voting different than you, it doesn't mean they want to see America just shit the bed and just like everyone die. It just means
they just have different value
they're
judgments.
looking at it differently. They have, I would say a similar value system, but they're prioritizing differently and they're looking at things in a different way. It doesn't mean they are your enemy.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean they hate you or America, and maybe their exposure to the international way of life or the third world or conflict zones, maybe they haven't been there, they don't know, but it's just they are prioritizing what they feel and believe to be the most important right now. And it's like, dude, my enemy was the Taliban, definitely ISIS KP, Haqqani Network, Al Qaeda. That was my enemy. Those are the people I hated. Those are the people I would kill in an instant if I had open shot and the ROEs and the escalation of force, everything allowed for it. I would just fucking send it.
Mm-hmm.
My enemy is not next door who votes for someone I don't vote for, and I think people kind of lose sight of that. Is maybe I'm not a fan of how someone's voting, but at least they're using their internal value system. They're looking at the country. They do care about it. They're just looking at it in a different way. And maybe I can't support who they're voting for, but they're not my sworn enemy.
Exactly.
And, a second thing that I think most Americans don't get to see or don't know is Russia and China. They are not benevolent actors. They're not allies. They're not people we can trust. They're not, at least nations we can trust. They're not regimes that are inherently good to our constitutional republic and our way of life. And their mission, I would argue, is to cause uncertainty. And honestly, maybe it's going to be better if one person wins or the other. They don't care who wins, though.
Yeah.
The mission is to instill destabilization. Their mission is to cause confusion, to make it look illegitimate, to make it look like it's a shit show, to make it look like, that it's not fair, it's not right, and someone is messing with ballots or doing this or that or hacking the election. The most, like, for China and Russia, they don't care if Biden or Trump wins. They don't care. They want it to appear to be as deconflicted and unstabilized and as messed up as possible because that pits us against each other.
Exactly.
And that's a tough thing to say, but
China, especially, like, a lot of people, like, this is the one thing I noticed. Like, if you try to talk about like foreign shit with a lot of people, like outside of major things like Brexit, and it's a lot of it like, well, media says Brexit's bad, so like I'm not even gonna go into that too much, but like if you talk about like Africa and like what China has been doing in Africa, what China has been doing in South America, what China has just been doing, period, like most people could probably tell you that, like, all right, there's some fuck shit with Taiwan, there's some discrepancy in the South China Sea, but like if you like, hey, so what do you feel about like China basically engaging in colonialism in Africa and like bribing governments and like buying up land and doing all this shit, and they'll be like, what are you talking about?
It goes deeper than most know. I mean, man, my first deployment in Afghanistan. So Afghanistan at the northeast corner of it has a very slight border with China, and technically it's not the Middle East, it's Asia. Mm-hmm. And we would have these mineral, lithium for solar batteries and stuff, and mm-hmm. salt mines and other precious minerals and things. And the Chinese government would just send miners out there to go mine it, and the Taliban would smoke them all down, and they would just send more people. You know? And it's like, you look at what they're doing now. They do not, like, the Chinese regime does not care about its own people. Doesn't care.
The Chinese regime, when it comes to human life,
does not give a fuck.
Yeah,
dude, it's sending Muslims right now to camps. It's sending people to camps. It's sending people to labor camps. They have their own social media point system with a government-controlled internet subscription-based, status.
There's like a whole fucking organ trade.
China is not an ally that I would like to move forward to. And the Chinese people, I think, are doing the best they can, and I see them as allies. But the Chinese regime,
exactly, yeah,
is the governance. That is the issue. And say what you want about Trump, and don't accuse me, for all you lefties out there, don't accuse me as an apologist for Trump, because I'm not. I'm just saying. Finally, for fuck's sake, someone has called out the currency games and everything else they're doing there, and also the horrific abuses of basic, at least what we regard in our country as basic human inalienable rights, natural rights of man. They totally just shit on that. They don't care about the environment either, with all their dams and environmental projects. They don't give a shit. They don't care about their own people.
Still waiting for the Three Gorges Dam to fucking explode.
Let's see.
Nations do not have friends or enemies. Nations have interests. This is true.
Yeah, it's there was lithium deposits in Afghanistan. I mean, at least from what I saw, I'm not a geologist. I'm not a scientist or anything.
So what is the name of the president? I don't know if he's still the president of Afghanistan. So for the killing.
So Karzai.
Karzai, yeah.
Yeah.
So didn't he announce this huge fucking deal with China where like he gave them priority for like rare earth minerals?
There was Karzai, maybe at first glance looked like an ally, but in the end,
I never really got that vibe from him. Like, I also never really got him as an enemy that was just straight like, well, I'm here in Afghanistan. The Americans might be here. They might not. It might be another country next week. I'm just going to make some real politic decisions here and just do what's best for.
Well, I mean, Afghanistan.
I'm not saying he's a good guy, but
Afghanistan, at the time I was there, we had Abdullah, and then Muhammad. What was his name? There was two presidents at the time, and they could both fuck each other over, and they were both like, in an American context or construct, imagine a Republican and a Democrat being dual presidents.
So it was like the ancient days where Rome had like two consuls and like fucking Hannibal was just like raping
would
the
do one thing one day, and then the other dude the next day would wake up and undo it, and they had equal power. And like the Afghan police were, allied to one guy, and our ANA or Afghan soldiers that we partner with and went on missions with outside the wire, they were, partnered with another guy, and like it was a mess. I saw it most in Iraq because going back in time, not too far ago, that Obama, just in time for Christmas and the election, we pulled out of Iraq. We're ending the war in the Middle East. It's great.
Yeah.
And I mean, Bush, George W. Bush, even in a press conference from, I think it was 2007, predicted that like, hey, we can't leave Iraq. We don't all have to agree of why we went there and whatever. But if we leave in the state it's in, it's just going to create a shit show.
Really?
It's going to make an enemy worse than AQI or Al Qaeda in Iraq. It's in the Mahdi militia and everything else. It's going to be so much worse. If we leave now, we have to stick with this and just make this happen. So we left just in time for the election, for Obama to get reelected. And then it was like, oh shit, terrorism is kind of the thing. And the AQI shitheads who we didn't kill, they're going to formulate in Raqqa, and they're going to make this thing called ISIS and or ISIL, or and there is a distinction there if you're talking about the Holy Lands and everything. Of the Islamic State of the Levant and everything versus. So there is a distinction on how we refer to that, but they just reformulated all the shitheads we did not destroy. They just moved on to a different group created a caliphate, and that was different because once they got Mosul,
I love the word caliphate.
yeah, well, I mean that was a big deal out there. I mean, man, I could go on for hours about that, but that was a big deal. I mean, and once ISIS had taken Mosul, I mean, they got the city, they got the banks, they got the bullion, they got everything.
There really wasn't much in the way of like resistance either. Like we left a bunch of gear and shit for these dudes who were like, "Oh, the Americans are gone now. Okay, we own the country." Okay.
I just felt better because in Afghanistan, I felt like we were doing a lot of the work.
Yeah.
And then fast forward to, the post invasion of Iraq with ISIS and having to defeat ISIS in Iraq, coming back to Iraq and having to reinvent the wheel and living like shit and not having all the supply hubs and everything and having to fight this new enemy. That was really a lot of the same guys, just different group. And retake Mosul. That was Mosul was our biggest fight. And then Hawija, Tal Afar, those cities, liberating those cities was a shit show. But having to retake the shit that we already won, and then moved on and passed it to the Iraqis, like, hey, this is your town, let's give it to you, and here's how you do it, and having to retake it. But at least Iraq, my second deployment, it was like, okay, like we're not going to die and bleed for you anymore. We're going to give you the tools and training, but you're going to go out there and you're going to fucking earn it. And maybe the next time the big bad wolf, ISIS or some other shithead group shows up, maybe you're going to have some skin in the game because you had the fucking earn it this time. And maybe it'll stick, maybe it won't.
Maybe.
I don't know. But yeah, let's do if we can, let's do a little double check on how we're doing.
Word.
I mean, this
Last
apologize everybody, this shit is developing,
right?
as you know, every like 10 minutes.
So I'm back on Fox. Nevada went from white being a swing to pink, which means it's starting to lean red. Everything else is still leaning Trump. What?
Nevada being a pink state, possibly a red state.
Yeah, that's honestly like this is like obviously this is kind of what you'd expect like in an incumbent year. Like when Obama was in office, you saw this too. They officially called Florida for Trump. About fucking time. Okay.
They did?
They finally did.
Fox did? Okay.
New York Times did.
Okay. Well,
Fox did too, yeah.
Okay. Let's keep going.
So this is where we're at. So Trump is 210. Biden is still 237. Nevada, Montana, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. Those are the only ones who have really not called yet. They are all leaning pink. And if they all go Trump, that's the game.
Well, so as a pause on that, I'm looking at CNN right now. They have Biden at 215 electoral votes and then Trump at 136. But there's still a lot of blank spaces, including Florida and Texas.
There are a lot of outlets who just don't want to call certain states. Nevada is 70, Trump 26.
Well, there's probably 2 points of the discussion here. One is some media outlets. I mean, there are media journalists or media organizations that have, I guess, carried the banner of shame since 2016 that they gave Trump a platform. He basically got free advertising from them. They were giving him so much press back in the campaign and everything. And when he eventually won, they were blamed for, causing him or helping him win the presidency. And I think they're so far dedicated to attempt to ensure that doesn't happen. I mean, it's like, no, I'm biased. I'm more right-leaning, very Second Amendment, pro-Second Amendment guy, more conservative guy. But, some of the interviews I've seen, the media or even the debate with Chris Wallace, I think that was particularly awful. But
yeah,
interviewing Trump versus Biden, where Biden, he gets really easy softball questions. He's had almost half a century, 47 years, I think almost 48 years. So that's almost half a century
literally
in public office. That's like almost 1/4 of our country's history entirely. that he's been in public office, and the decisions he's made against the black community, against minorities, against people of color, against, or towards regulation of towards the three strikes, towards putting people in prison for possession charges and things like. And that guy gets softballs. He gets easy questions, or he's making mistakes. He's kind of fucking up, and everybody is just kind of popping smoke and giving a smoke screen for him and kind of helping him out. Versus our president that just gets beat down every chance he gets. So I'm not saying it's all undeserved. I'm just saying
it was very clear that like there were 3 candidates in that debate, and 2 of them were on the same team. I'm just going to put it out there. Like Trump was debating Wallace and Biden at the same time.
Yeah, if we're moving on the Chris Wallace thing, I mean, I think it would have been smart and honestly accurate in that particular debate for Trump to be like, if you're dogging me and giving me questions here, maybe you should stand up here next to Joe Biden and just you two debate me, because that's what's already going on right now. It's like, what? And just in fairness for debates and just the fact that what Joe Biden's history entails and how long he's been in office and how many consequential but also influential and controversial things he's been involved in or initiated or did or let it pass or made it pass. And the fact he's getting all these softballs and he's been hanging out in the basement forever, calling a lid is what they call it. Like, we're not having any media today.
Sorry, my son got caught smoking crack and fucking underage prostitutes and under the emails and.
Yeah, and
dude, like, that whole fucking thing is so crazy. The biggest thing right now is like Hunter supposedly took pictures himself and filmed himself like fucking his either sister-in-law or like his actual like widowed sister or like his niece or some shit.
Well, people say like, okay, what would Hunter Biden be doing dropping off a laptop at a computer repair shop and never coming back to get it?
Well, his dad lives in Delaware, and it's kind of hard to get on a plane and retrieve your laptop when you're cracked the fuck out.
I was about to say, like, first of all, you didn't grow up in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
So, but if you did, you know what I'm getting onto, which is crackhead.
Yeah.
Okay. If you are smoking crack, you might be on a different intellectual operating plane. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you are smoking crack, you might deliver a laptop and just never come get it back. And you might have a terabyte or 2 of child porn on there. I don't know. Yeah. And you're just
But it's like if you're fucking Hunter Biden, you probably have like 8 laptops and you just buy a new one and you don't think about it. Like,
I guess being devil's advocate, how does Hunter Biden correlate to Joe Biden?
So directly, it's difficult, but like the pictures of him smoking crack, the M&Ms on his penis, the hooker, the niece, all that shit. Like,
so bad.
I've seen too much.
So bad.
I've seen too much, and like it was literally like at work, and I'm just like, yeah, the Glock 19's like it's the Honda Civic of handguns. But like, why did PA stop counting? Because I don't know, Matt. Welcome to the stream, Matt Gixer.
Yeah, we've seen an uptick of guys watching right now.
And like everyone is just kind of like, hey, why are certain news outlets just stopping reporting in certain areas? Why are some states just still blank, even though it's obvious?
If we can rewind here, and and I apologize, and you're welcome for everyone. I'm definitely inebriated, but I think I can still move on with some kind of context of what we're dealing with right now. So, why did Pennsylvania stopped counting? That moves back to a point that I wanted to cover with you, which was like, I think going with the media where there's each network has its own bias and their own, they're paying their own dues and they're towing a certain line. And, if you're going to be a journalist writing articles for a certain paper or doing a dispatch or a video publication or whatever that's going to go on a certain channel, it has to lean a certain way, or else your job might be in risk.
Exactly.
Doing enough of that shit.
That is the dangerous part of having news that is entertainment news. Like, people don't. If people want to like find out what's going on, they want direct knowledge. If they're tuning in to be entertained, they don't want to deal with entertainment that doesn't go their way.
I think it's powerful in that, going back to Matt's point here, why did Pennsylvania stop counting?
Because Trump currently has a 700,000 vote lead.
Well, if that's true that they stopped counting and Trump does have a lead in Pennsylvania, which many have argued is going to be the swing state that's ultimately possibly going to determine this election. But you know, if you woke up this morning before we all voted and it was like, hey, Biden is totally going to win. There's already 100 million ballots cast. They're all for Biden. It's just game over if you're all about Trump. Then suppressing the vote. Be like, hey, you know, if you think about people in Alaska and Hawaii that are on that time zone, that essentially they get to wake up and discover who the projected basically president-elect is going to be. You know, at that point, it's like, well, shit, I guess, you know, if it's 2016, it's like, oh man, Trump won. So, you know, I wanted Hillary or whatever, so I guess I'm not going to vote. Mm-hmm. That's a real thing. So sifting through, I think if you're going to watch Fox, CNN, MSNBC, you're going to go international with BBC, you're going to look at Drudge, you're going to look at all these other places. You have to understand that some, and I would argue potentially very few, outlets actually want to tell you the data that's real, that they know, and that they're ethically willing to report on as this is what it is, but we can't prove it, but here it is for you to decipher. But there's a lot, and I mean probably at this point a metric fuck ton of shit that you can see that's like, hey, we don't know it for sure, but we're just going to say it because if we say it, it's going to encourage confidence. It may change people from voting a certain way, or, you know, maybe they wanted to go vote for Trump, but they find out Biden looks like he's winning, so they're not going to vote for Trump, or whatever it is. I think about that a lot. Like, how many people's votes are literally just like based when it comes down to like, well, I don't want to vote for the guy who loses. Like, I don't really care, but like, who's going to win? I want to vote for that guy. I want to be able to say I voted for the guy who won. Like, there's a lot of people like that. Well, I want to give people credit, but like, those motherfuckers are out there, man. No, it's true. I mean, we have to take account for that, but I just think it's NPCs. It's like the con man kind of thing, where it's like presenting confidence that if you're CNN, you want Biden to win. Yeah, exactly. So you're going to push this narrative that Biden is up 1,000,000% in every single state possible, and it's awesome. So if there's anybody watching who was thinking about voting for Trump, maybe they'll be like, well, yeah, fuck. Maybe I'm just, I got to go to work. I got to pick the kids up from school. Maybe I just won't vote. Fuck it. Yeah, fuck it. And in reality, that's not necessarily true. That's what's being reported. So, you know, and kind of this reaches back further to, I guess, a gripe I've had for quite some time, that I think, as much as I love America and we the people, I think as Americans, especially civilians, there's usually a very low bar of entry for information. You know, I think about this all the time. Like, you want to believe the best in people when it comes to elections and shit, but it's like, you talk to some people, like you probably encounter this in the store all the time. Like, you and I, when it comes to the Second Amendment, we're probably on the same page. Like, we're very pro Second Amendment, but we have met a lot of people in the store who's like, we know they'll pass a background check. We know they can afford it. We're still just kind of like, you probably shouldn't own a gun for whatever reason. Yeah. You're just like one of those people. Well, I think maybe for you and I, that's a moment we can kind of highlight for anybody who's very left or anti-gun who may be watching. What Sabo and I go through dealing with people at the counter. I mean, to purchase a firearm, it depends on your state. And you from New York and me from California, we know what it's like when the state likes to, you know, make it more complex and expensive and prohibitive just for people to access their basic Bill of Rights. But you know, there is kind of that first line of contact where you come into a gun shop and you deal with people like me and Sabo, and we are not necessarily listening fully to what you're saying, but we're looking at how you're saying it.
Exactly.
We're seeing what's going on. We're looking at body language. We're looking at what is being discussed. How are you presenting yourself? What is going on? And no, for the haters on the left or whatever, it's not a racial thing. This is a body language thing. We're looking at, if their jaw is jittering and shit, I mean, they're on uppers, dude. If they're fucking swaying and slurring their words, they're drunk, dude. We can't do that. If they're smelling like, burnt sweet trash, they're, it could be pot, whatever, we can't do it. But it's mainly looking for malicious intent, straw purchases, which is a very important legal
That
thing.
is such a fucking
That's
blurry line.
That's a
these
big
days.
thing right now. Yeah.
We deal with this all the time in the shop. So you would think, let's say, for example, a husband and wife come in, and the wife wants to buy a lower receiver. A lower receiver is technically, is it an NFA item? Is that the correct terminology?
For a low, just simply a lower?
Just a lower receiver, yeah.
No, it's a Title I firearm.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
So for that lower receiver, it's treated like a handgun. You have to be 21. You have to live in the state. You need good, valid state ID where you live. You can't drive across state lines and buy a lower receiver. So it's a little more. It's not like you're buying a fucking single shot 12 gauge that you saw in a hardware store driving through fucking Iowa or some shit like that. But we have yesterday, I was dealing with a husband and wife, and they were totally above board. It was totally okay. Wife wanted to buy the gun. She didn't have her ID because her concealed carry permit expired. She's waiting for the new one in the mail. Her driver's license also expired because she did them both around the same time, but she's just waiting for shit to come in the mail. So the husband's like, all right, I'll just buy it for her. Now, first question on the 4473 is excuse me, are you buying the gun and is the gun for you? Are you the legal transfer buyer? That's basically what that means. If you plan on buying a gun and giving it to somebody else, technically you're not that person, but you are. It's very weird because I tell people all the time, it's easier with a husband and wife, or if a dad is buying a handgun for his fucking 20-year-old son, and it's direct transference, and the son already has his provisional carry permit.
Just to interject for a second, if I may, there are federal legal provisions for, parental or familiar transfers.
Exactly, yeah.
Gifts, spouses, from father to son, things like that. So guys like me and Sabo that are working on the front line of this, we're not lawyers or defense attorneys. We're not practicing
law. Well, I am a
law.
Jewish dude with a criminal justice degree, so I'm kind of a lawyer. So
quasi
lawyer.
But for idiots like me, we have to sift through these legal complexities. But I think you and I know, and guys, everybody we work with, that we know what looks right and what's just straight up just fucked up.
Fucking we have jank radar, and anything over a 5,
jank radar,
jank radar.
But it's true.
It's literally what the fuck was that one I was talking to you where it was all right, yeah, that 80-year-old fucking couple, and thinking about it now, I'm just it's a fucking AR-10 receiver. What are they gonna fucking do? But I remember in the moment I was like, is this okay? Is this okay? It seems like he says it's for her, but he seems like he knows what he's doing, and she just doesn't understand why she wants it. And I'm going through these questions I know to ask, you like this gun, ma'am? Why are you buying this gun? What made you choose this gun? And I don't know. I just stuff like that. And it's on the one hand, my straw purchase for fucking flag is just the dude is just But on the other hand, it's their husband and wife, they have a combined age of 170. Just let them have the fucking receiver. And it's tricky because again, there are legal statutes in place. A husband and wife or familial transference or parental transference, the ATF has stated it is perfectly legal for you to buy a gun and gift it to somebody. You have to know that individual is not going to go kill somebody.
It's not a prohibited purchaser,
as long as exactly
age to acquire it.
Exactly.
But I cannot remember at all the multiple gun shops or ranges I've worked at in the multiple states I've lived and worked at. I cannot remember the amount of purchases that I've just straight up denied. And thank God, but each gun shop or FFL or range or place I worked at, they had my back. It was like, hey, the second you even slightly think something is weird, don't sell them the gun. And if you tell me like, hey, I told them I couldn't sell them this gun and they were not happy about it, I'm going to back you up. Like that's how it's going to be. It's like, it's like if you really look at it, I mean, even from an intrinsic sense, like business wise, if you went through all of the ass pain to become a federal firearms licensee, and you have the state and the county and the city permits, everything you need to operate a gun shop. I mean, there's literally every agency, every alphabet soup agency involved ever of the federal government is part of your shit.
Yeah.
If you're going to be selling guns. So it's like, do I hook up, this one person saying it's cool, or do I make a mistake that, puts the entire business and the license and all of our livelihood at risk by just letting it slide?
I mean, we did sell a bunch of guns to that dude who got caught buying a bunch of guns and selling them and trafficking them and shit.
Well, yeah. So
that was different, but
local recent Utah news, we had a guy that bought, it was like hundreds of guns from like over a dozen different local Utah gun shops in our area. And
whenever he came in, like, to be fair, he passed every background check. He did all the paperwork, but yeah, like
well, it's like, it's tough. You can't win it all.
Yeah.
And it's like, the thesis of why I even brought this up is like, I want, if someone who has never bought a gun, they've never been through the process, they don't understand. There are people like us who have the best interest of public safety and making sure this is a lawful purchaser, that this is the person who's buying this gun, and not to mention our jobs and our livelihood is on the line, the business is on the line, our licenses are on the line. Like, we're going to make sure, at least as far as we can tell, that somebody is, buying this gun for them. And if there's any slight feeling of we're just not cool with it, we're going to say no, which I've said, I don't even know how many times to people over the years. Like, no, we're just not going to sell you a gun today. So we're not going to do it. And we don't care. Like, that's, there's so much that goes into it before you even take possession of a firearm, and it's just, that's how it is. We don't want guns. I think I can speak for both of us. Obviously, we don't want guns in the hands of felons or domestic abusers or violent, chaotic killers and criminals and shit. So, there's a lot that goes into it before someone even gets a gun legally. But the vast majority of this shit is not even happening in places like us. I mean, this is a place, stolen shit on the streets, black market, guns that are being passed out of trunks of cars and shit. Like, it's not even, we don't even get to see that part of it. I mean, if you are a convicted felon or someone who lawfully just cannot pass a background check, you cannot even be around guns or ammunition, you're not coming in to see us.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of step 1 and 2 right there.
This is very true. Like, I feel like, I don't know, like, I've never worked in a pawn shop, but I feel like a lot of what we are trained to like look out for, like, we would see that more often. If we were across the fucking street at that pawn shop, we'd probably see dudes coming in every day, and it's just like, yeah, you're not buying this gun. But like, I'd say there's only a couple of times really. Like, I think since I've started working at Ready Gunner, I've only denied, at least that I can really remember, one sale outright. And that was literally like, it wasn't even like, sorry, sir, you're kind of janky, I'm just going to call this right now. It was literally, this dude could not recall whether or not his charge for drug possession was a felony charge or a misdemeanor charge. And I'm like, hey, let's just shut this down right now.
And that's the second part to the conversation where it's like, hey, man, I've had those conversations too, where it's like, hey, if you feel like you're on shady ground or you have charges that, were not fully dismissed or
You're
still
not sure, like it's something
potentially
like that.
ongoing, or you're not confident that you're going to pass. Like,
I tell people all the time, it's a matter of like, if you're in doubt, when in doubt, don't fucking do it. Because if you try to go through with it and you
That's
fail
the
that
second
background check, that is itself a felony. Like, it's one thing if you genuinely didn't know you have a felony, and like, God bless your fucking soul for allowing that to happen. Like, I want to be with you the next time you get that ketamine and you just go on that week-long binge. Like, Hunter S. fucking Thompson is probably like, well, these guys are fucking tearing it up. That's a fucking American way. Like, that's
dude
that shit right there.
The dude on camera, in a firefight with his neighbors and shit.
Yeah. Well, he's fucking shooting at me, and it's fucking America, so I'm gonna shoot right back.
But the thing is like, the second part is like, we tell them like, hey, if you have any concerns about whether you're going to pass the background check or you had something on your record, and it got dismissed or expunged and your rights were restored or whatever, but you're not sure, like, here's the phone number for the people who run the background check. So before you actually instigate, a background check, per the Brady bill and everything to actually make this happen, you may want to reach out and contact them to make sure everything is fine. Mm-hmm. Because, the second half of that is like, if you're going to just send it and you go into research, like, dude, the cops are coming. They're going to come to your physical address and they're going to see like, oh, you are a prohibited purchaser. You attempted to buy a firearm. And
so what is the deal, my friend?
Yeah, what's the deal? Can we search the premises? No, that's fine. We have a warrant. So
we have a warrant. Even if we didn't, we can clearly smell crack. So we're just going to go in. That's probable cause.
So, I mean, all of this to say that, there's so much going on before you even get your hands on a gun, let alone even fill out federal paperwork. There's a lot of intrinsic motivational value in every gun shop in this nation trying hard to sift out people that, okay, this seems normal. This is a normal firearms purchase. It doesn't matter what color, race, ethnicity, gender, whatever they are. It doesn't matter. Like, this makes sense. It's fine. Versus like, okay, this is a little bit strange. This guy is on downers or, drunk or high, or like this guy, things are questionable. Like, there's going to be that first line of people that like us that are going to see that and be like, okay, we're just not going to do this today. It's not going to happen. Yeah.
Maybe another store, maybe another time. Not today, not this store, not this time. You are not getting this fucking gun. Dude, these sites, like, they're literally just going, yeah, it's a nail biter. It's going to be too close to call. And people are making fun of Fox because they, like, apparently they called Arizona for Biden and, like,
yeah, we're just past 2300 or 11 p.m. and we're still on, the alleged nail biter.
And this time in 2016, it was like.
But I have to say, well, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, like, this time in 2016, it was like, it was already pretty much guaranteed for Trump. But, like, again, like, New York Times is just being weird. Like, a bunch of other places have already called Texas for Trump. They finally called Florida for Trump, but, like, that just happened. They have, like, 85% of the vote is counted. Trump has a 5-point lead in Georgia. And New York Times is like, oh, I could still go for Biden. We don't know. North Carolina is pretty much solidly Trump at this point, 95%. Trump's up like almost 2 points. Georgia is just kind of funny, though, because, again, 85% of the vote is counted. By this point, as with most other states, like the major urban centers that could constitute a major swing in a state have pretty much all been counted. So whatever they think is going to happen in Georgia, I don't know. But if the New York Times, like, gives me one more pop-up telling me I need to create an account, I swear to God, I'm going to drive to New York and I'm going to do something that I probably shouldn't say on a live stream. That's Like, listen, like this is why people don't read your newspaper, because they just want to be able to read your newspaper.
Well, I think there's two important points that I wanted to make sure I mentioned here. Point number one is, you guys remember back in 2016 or 2015, moving into 2016, we were looking at these results, and it just seemed like those in favor of Hillary and those who, she was like the anointed one. This is her time. I'm with her kind of shit.
It was her turn.
It was like the polls were looking so juicy. It was great. And like, they were all about it. And they just like, oh, of course she's going to win. I mean, Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump, of course she's going to win. Oh, and they went into it just expecting.
Oh my God.
They just expected so hard that she was going to win. It just like she was just going to walk in and someone was going to put the crown on her head and she was going to get like this rose garden ceremony that was going to be insane. Past Bo Bergdahl's awkward parents and shit. Like, everything is going to be so great. It was going to be awesome.
Great. So,
and
both Trump and Biden have just issued statements. Biden is basically, keep the faith, guys. We're going to win. And Trump's tweet is literally, we are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We'll never let them do it.
Oh.
And Twitter has already all of the content shared in this tweet is disputed. And then some pundit somewhere is like, well, we're approaching the nightmare scenario we didn't think was going to happen. It's very close, and both candidates are declaring victory. Just like, oh, great. You know what would be perfect if tomorrow, and again, this is tinfoil, if tomorrow social media and news sites were just like, election? What? There's an election?
Well,
I guess.
Well, now that's 4 points. I'll advance to point number 4 with Gore versus Bush.
Yeah.
Rewinding back to that, where like we had an election, it wasn't clear. We had some recounts in Florida. Weird stuff was going on. Supreme Court, there was a decision there, and everything is like, man. It's like we didn't care. It was fine. It's like, oh, we'll work it out. It's fine. That.
Well, that was pre 9/11. That was a whole other world.
Yeah, that was, yeah. It was, for those who were born before or did not really live in a pre 9/11 world, I got to tell you, it was a very different time.
So, Matt talking about, I remember those tears at the DNC. I got to find this photo. It's still one of my favorite memes. It was made in 2016, but it was back during the Democratic primary when the real fucking donkey show horse shits really started to fire into full gear. And everyone's just like, wow, this is happening. But it's Colonel Kilgore from Apocalypse Now.
Yes.
And he's kneeling.
Victory.
He's like, someday the 2016 Democratic primary is going to end. And they're still posting it, and shit will happen. The New York Times will make a post about how Russian chaos agents are influencing the election like they did in 2016. And somebody will make an argument about Bernie, and then we'll talk about Hillary, and somebody will post, someday the 2016 primary is going to fucking end. And it's just as fucking funny each time. I feel like posting that right now.
Well,
just put that up on the screen.
Go ahead. But, moving back to the first point, back in the 2015 campaign, moving into this, everybody on the left was so solid, so confident. It was the easy, natural, this is going to be fine. And the whole night, I just remember staying up the entire night and just getting drunker and drunker.
And just getting more and more incredulous. Just
really? It's like, oh my God. And, when Trump won, Hillary was with her vampire, communist grandpa.
I like the fact that Hillary supposedly called that night to congratulate Trump and conceded, but nobody heard her on the phone, nobody saw her, and everybody was just like,
well,
that bitch is
allegedly she was getting violent in the hotel room, throwing shit at Bill and all this crazy shit. But I just the bottom line is the left voter base was so confident then. But now, looking at the polls for Biden, which looked to be in his favor leading up to tonight, it was kind of a refreshing contrast. It's like, okay, you guys kind of fucked up 4 years ago, a lot, by supplying a flawed candidate, having your super delegates in the primaries. I'm not a Bernie fan, but like totally just shoving Bernie out of that, and just she was the anointed one. She was supposed to be next on. It was her time.
It was her turn.
And it was like, you guys were so confident, but now fast forward to 2020 when everything has gone to shit. They're not confident. They were like moving into this, like, well, Biden.
This is the problem though. Like, if people thought the 2016 polling was accurate, there's no like if they're really into it, they're just like, no, it's exactly the same. 2016 was in the margin of error. Shut up. And it's like,
yeah, well, I mean, that was, and that's it. As much as I disagree with most of the majority of Bill Clinton's, political aims and objectives, and especially his policy.
better blowjobs than no jobs, right?
But even now in 2020, I think Bill Clinton is a very skilled and experienced political, activist, or someone who's in there with politics. And even then he was telling Hillary, like, hey, you cannot abandon the Rust Belt. You can't ignore it. You have to campaign. You got to make a presence. You got to do it.
And she wouldn't do it.
And so, when all these states were flipping for Trump back then, it was like, well, he kind of had a point, and he kind of knows what he's talking about.
I still think a lot of it had to do with the fact that there's like, I feel like the second debate when they were walking around each other and Trump was like, because you'd be in jail, like that was literally such a watershed moment in like political discourse. Like one candidate just straight up telling the other candidate she's going to fucking prison if he wins. And literally everybody, like, even if you didn't like Trump, that was just like,
yeah, that was like a there you go again kind of moment from Reagan. That was like, I'm not going to for 1 second expose or, exploit the youth and inexperience of my, opponent here for Dukakis back. I mean, that was a pretty big moment. And it was sometimes it almost feels like Trump is like an old comedian kind of guy, you know?
This is some bullshit. What's the bullshit, Honky Savage?
Honky Savage, what is the bullshit? Let's have me and Sabo talk about it. What's the bullshit? Let's see. Did we have something just come out?
I don't know.
Let's see.
North Carolina has been stuck at 90.
Trump wins Florida. He's doing it again.
Dude, did I not call this 2 weeks ago? We were sitting around the table at work. And I was like, dude, the polls are going to tighten up when it gets real close to the election. Like right now, it's weird.
Oh, shit.
Here we go.
Trump
so
hold on. So just for a pause, because you're about to say something very less drunk than me and very intellectual. But just for a second, I have to say, Florida was one of the big key states in this motherfucker. And Trump just got it, which reminds me so hard of 2015. Oh my
dude,
God.
I got that vibe again. So
dude, we're getting the shakes right now.
Florida and Texas.
We're getting the shakes. Can you see the shakes? Oh man.
Yeah. Repeating digits. Keck is with us.
All right. Oh fuck, dude. If you were all about Biden, you want Biden to win either passively or actively, you cannot be having a good time right now. This is getting a little scary.
This is
for them.
So this is, again, we're going back to my favorite person, Nate Bose on Steinian, also known as Nate Silver. So
hold on. Trump just won Florida? Dude, that's...
And Texas, and he's on lead to win North Carolina and Georgia and Pennsylvania right now.
Oh, fuck.
And Virginia is super fucking close.
I think Virginia is probably going to go for Biden. Just because, at least the time, the years that I lived in Virginia, I think that's probably going to go there. But
so, all right.
Shit,
this is Nate Silver's Twitter as of 10:30 tonight. Trump's in a better position than he was at the start of the night. Biden's not going to win in a landslide, but there's still not a ton we know outside of Florida.
Oh,
well, guess what, Nate? And the data we do have is fairly mixed and not necessarily suggestive. This motherfucker a couple of days ago was basically like, yeah, Trump's pretty much mathematically eliminated at this point. And everybody is like, you're kidding, right? You got Georgia wrong. You got North Carolina wrong. You got Florida wrong. And that's what we know to date. Hang it up, dude. You're forecasting blows. Nate, you're going to retire after tonight. Maybe just take the next couple of days off tweeting. Dude, you're on track to be wrong once again. You're going through the 5 stages, it seems. Hi, Sarah.
Okay, so hey, what's up?
Sure, we don't have like voice functionality with this shit.
I know. Yeah, Sarah. One of the saddest times at Ready Gunner that I had was when Sarah left.
Yeah,
And
Sarah
was the fucking badass.
Seriously.
Like, oh my god.
Sarah, how's your Glock and Wesson?
Yeah. Yeah, her Walther. That was good. No, she was cool too. So
Walther 19.
When we were looking for an ideal carry gun for Miss Texas, Sarah was kind enough to let her shoot it and kind of preview that, and but also it's just every day in, day out. I knew Sarah had so much better things going on than that, but I'm glad. Oh God.
That is Nate Braun's melting down.
Yeah. This is I'm waiting for I need to see some Don Lemon, dude.
Oh God, I don't want to know.
Oh man. So but getting back to Sarah, which is more important, like, one of my favorite people I've ever worked with ever. Just honestly a genuine person.
Seriously.
And she had so much potential. I'm so glad she moved on and kept just moving on it and advancing. But man, it was a real disparity when she left. Like Ready Gunner was not the same.
We still really haven't filled that hole.
It was fucked up, dude. It still is. We're still chasing that.
I feel like we are literally in a constant state of it's Jenga, and then Sarah left, and the whole tower is and then Katie's in some weird state. Now it's and we're all just it should be falling.
I think
should be falling.
We'll persevere. I mean, the guns are selling themselves
exactly,
these days, but at least from the family atmosphere, it's once Sarah left, that was. I mean,
it feels less.
It was at least we call that a strategic event. That was a definable moment.
Yeah,
things were different.
Is Trump winning? Kind of. By this point, if you believe the polls, he should have already conceded and lost. And everybody's just kind of wow, it's really close, and everything is Meshuggah. Exactly. Yes, Sarah. Sarah and I have this conversation all the time about what is Meshuggah and what is not Meshuggah. But
very good.
That's definitely Meshuggah. So Aiden, it says 238 to 213. It's very close. There are.
Fuck, dude.
This is literally this is fucking tight boat hole.
And I told you guys, look, man, pucker factor 10. Okay, we're, I think one thing I failed to kind of coerce or make happen before we all got off the tracks here. It's predictions, and I think Trump was going to win by definitely not popular vote, but electoral vote slimly, or Joe Biden was going to win slimly by electoral or popular vote, or Biden was going to do a blowout. It looks like right now we're not having a blowout. So it's tough. If you are in favor for Biden, whether reluctantly or you just want him to block Trump or whatever,
I would be sweating fucking bullets.
I would not be having a fucking good time right now. Let's put. And I'm not saying Trump is going to win. I'm just saying if I was the kind of character that was involved and wanted Biden to win, I would not be very happy or very confident.
If I was in River City, there would be trouble in River City.
Yeah, I'd be building a house on Sandy Foundation right now.
Right.
Let's see.
Sarah, I think it's I think Fox is 238 to 213. Yeah, Fox does. Real Clear Politics has 223 to 213. And again, okay, so North Carolina has 100% of the vote counted. Trump is 50.1. Biden is 48.7. It's still undecided.
Wow.
Somehow. So are we just not calling it because we're too scared?
100%?
100%. Georgia, 92%. Trump is at 52 and Biden's at... Hi, Flo.
What's up?
So Flo, actually, I thought about bringing Flo tonight, but she was working till 5.
No worries, dude.
So next time, probably, she can swing by.
Absolutely. but at least she's part of it here, so that's
Yeah,
cool.
right.
But
Greece, that's cool.
welcome.
What's up, Martin?
Greece? Yeah. Do you guys have some of those M1 Garand still kicking around? Because I still have a lot of your ammo you made for that gun upstairs.
Oh god, that reminded me of a really bad. I think it was a Babylon Bee or like a Hard Times like satire thing. Martin, I'm sorry, like I have nothing against Greece, but I got to make this joke real quick. Back when you guys were having your budget issues, it was this really funny joke about how like after Germany bailed the country out, they installed loudspeakers everywhere, and at 6 a.m. sharp, Merkel would get on the loudspeaker and go, "Okay, Greeks, it's time to work."
Jesus.
Yeah. Cardboard.
So, Martin Tucker. Yeah. So, if you're the Tucker, I think you are, and message me just to be sure. But so the cardboard M14. Okay, good to know. Yeah, just what I thought. So, the cardboard, for those who don't know, when I went to the Virginia Mental Institute or Virginia Military Institute, I made my first class year, my senior year, I made a cardboard M14 because that was a rifle. We would shoot with it. We would mostly do parades and inspections and things. But I made a rifle kind of as my last act of defiance in the cadet system with that. And I marched my last parade before I graduated with a cardboard M14. I made out of plaster and cardboard, and then I spray painted and painted it up to make it look legit. At least it passed the gun rack test. And it started to rain just at the very end of my last parade, and like the barrel started to droop, but didn't matter. It still looked good. So I don't know. I was asked by different members of the commandant staff because word was getting around from Sergeant Major Neal to Captain Faust to Captain Perry, everybody. Like, oh, what are we gonna do? Like, what are you gonna do with this thing when you graduate? You're just gonna keep it? What are you gonna do? And I had, fellow brother rats or fellow classmates asking me like, hey, can I march penalty tours with it? I was like, no, that might be a breach of the honor system. We can't do it. So I got approached, and actually Sergeant Major Neal at the time, he was like, I was on the skeet and trap team, and he was our club advisor. He's like, hey, Buell, what you should do is probably look at maybe donating it to the museum. And I was like, well, that kind of seems okay. Well, what am I going to do with this when I graduate? So the next day I was hungover, and Colonel Gibson, he was the director of the VMI Museum, comes in to our room. We were just room tension, and like standing, I'm like, oh shit. And he's like, hey, what are you going to do with that? I'm like, well, I was thinking, sir, we're going to, I was going to donate it to the museum or something. And he's like, well, we're going to open up a cadet life exhibit, and we want to, have some, some kind of stuff, and we'd like to see it. So I brought it into the museum down there at Jackson Hall in the basement, and he looked at it. He had me do a write-up on it. And so I was like, yeah, I did this kind of, fucking off on my academics and barely getting above a 2.0 to graduate and just make it happen and walk the stage. But I was really just kind of doing this just to occupy myself. And, and then I was a little bit hipster about it. Like, this is kind of a, physical representation of the facade of this military academy that we're just, we're all marching a parade and we're all looking so proper, but we
Getting
hung
real
over
fucking
and just
manifesto.
fucked up. And just, yeah. So I didn't think of anything of it, and I signed all the papers and I donated it to the museum for them to have. And, it was about 3 months after I graduated. I was back here in Utah many years ago, and I got a plaque and I got a certificate. I got all this documentation. Now, anybody who donates to the VMI, the Virginia Military Institute Museum, I mean, they're usually donating Civil War artifacts or priceless objects or historic things that are just so expensive, and they're just donating it. So VMI will give the full 9 yards to just, thank these people for their donation to the museum. And that's the kind of stuff that I got. So I got the plaque, and that's, above my diploma, and everything else. Probably one of my most prized possessions is all of the fanfare and the plaque and the thank you from the VMI Museum that I was donating just, not even $20 worth of cardboard and plaster, just thanking me for my donation to whatever. So as far as I know, it's still down in Jackson Hall, if they still call it that. I know they removed Jackson's statue outside of Old Barracks Arch, and the school is reforming and just fired the superintendent or whatever. But if it's still called Jackson Hall and down in the basement of the museum, allegedly it's down there on display in the cadet life exhibit of almost like a prison escape from Alcatraz, kind of making a fake gun out of soap, kind of thing, or the fake paper mache heads. So that's as far as I know with the cardboard M14. So that's personal story that nobody even Sabo knew.
This is the first time I've heard of this.
Yeah, you've never heard that, but yeah. So now that you asked, that's what I think.
I thought this was going to be like I have this M14. It's a real, like, some dude tried to TAPCO it, and like it's other shit, and like we call it the cardboard M14.
No, man. Yeah, I had to make a fake bayonet for it too, because a real M14 bayonet would not. It's just too much weight.
I would imagine,
yeah.
Just get like a nice like prop.
That's pretty much what it was, and I put my name and my class of 2011 on there, and
YOLO.
Yeah.
Let's see real quick.
So wow, Marty Tucker coming in from the wings. Good to see you. Good to hear from you. And things have changed since the last time we've seen each other, but you're in Greece. Wow.
I had no idea you doing it. Next time I'm in Lexington, I'll check it out.
Yeah,
pictures so we can, him especially can see how it's doing.
Yeah,
the humidity control is.
I've asked my brother Matt's or BRs or classmates to, if next time they're there. I mean, the class of 2011, we none of us have really gone back. So somebody who's in Lexington next, anybody I know or have contacts with, maybe Marty, maybe me, I don't know. Maybe we'll go back to VMI and I'm going to see if it's on display or whatever. But it was, that's kind of putting the wraps on that. Trump is going to win from Aiden.
We'll see.
We'll have to see. Yeah,
this is definitely not getting called tonight. Like Fox, of all people, is getting jacked the fuck up right now.
If Joe Biden could get the same communist grandma vampire morgue jacket that Hillary had back in,
he needs the undersunk eyes and like the yellow teeth and the bloodshot and the just like sheer fucking like.
Come on, man! George Bush, he beat me. How did George Bush? I mean, that guy. How did he beat me? The guy.
Hillary literally walked out of there like she had just been exposed to some sort of like eldritch horror, and it was just like she's just got to like be normal and just be like, I just fucking met Cthulhu, but I'm real sorry I didn't fucking win. And
Hillary looked like she was on the boat from Jaws. But she was trying to not freak out about the fact she was about to get devoured by a shark.
Like she saw the shark first, and everybody else is like, they're just still like arguing.
Shit of a candidate that Donald Trump beat your ass.
That is probably like literally when she was throwing the fucking chair at Bill in the hotel room. I can't fucking believe I lost to Donald fucking Trump.
Oh, calm down, Hillary. Come on.
She's like, Hillary, come on, I got you some fresh adrenochrome.
Come on, you want me to call it Monica? What's going on?
Call. Oh, fuck. Go spend it.
But dude, okay, so not to cut you off, but we remember that back in late 2015, we remember the angst, the horror, the perversion, of everybody who wanted Hillary.
Oh my God.
And she got shut the fuck out.
Oh yeah.
What happens if Trump wins again? What are they going to do?
Well,
Oh my God.
Can I be honest?
There's no more safe spaces left.
They start planning for 2024 and they just pretend like it's no big thing.
Oh man.
And they'll make excuses and say that it was all within the margin of error, and Nate Silver will hang himself and become Nate Carbon, and that's that. And
oh my God.
So the one thing I will say though, like if Trump does win, public trust in both polling and media in general will take, like, if in 2016 it got sucker punched, this is straight up like they came around for a hook, missed, and then they just got straight, just right, whole fucking body rings like a bell. They're just like down, and that's that. That's that. I had to get up and show that because that's what we're looking
It's
at.
very
Right?
eviscerating.
Right.
Yes. Yeah, that's, oh man. It's I don't know. I figured if the worst happened, Biden won, and yeah, he had the Senate and the House, so it's a complete blowout.
So
at least
that's
we'd
the-
have the
so
Supreme Court.
that is one
if
more
they don't
thing.
pack the courts.
So the Congress race right now for both Senate and House.
Yeah, I was
that's
looking at
close.
I was looking at the Senate. Actually, is projecting a very like 1 seat Republican majority in the Senate.
Which I mean, that could go. That's what it's looking at right now. Yeah, no, actually, no, 2 seats now. But U.S. House Democrats 162, Republicans 160. So like we're gonna have like a Republican Senate and like a completely deadlocked House.
Look, people, I said this was going to start at 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. That did not happen, and I take responsibility. I had to push it to 6:20.
It's not really his fault. We got
Well-
like the please come into work and help out text, and I was like, scene at
Yeah.
3:30.
The gun shop that Sabo and I work at was probably like every gun shop in the nation.
Mm-hmm.
We got a little surge tonight, so we had to push that 2 hours. But look, besides starting 2 hours late, I told you this. I was willing to go. I was willing to slow roll this thing into midnight. And
We're almost there.
well, yeah, and I'm even willing to go beyond. I don't give a shit. I mean,
I will
we're-
probably like head back
like-
home at midnight, but like I'm glad I stuck it out.
yeah, I mean this is unprecedented.
This
as
is
they say.
unprecedented.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to grab some more whiskey real quick. But man, what if Trump wins again? Look like
I don't know, but like if that
like
does
for
happen,
the super lefties, like what is that gonna look like?
that looks like I don't know. It looks like it's just like open season to just be violent and loot and riot and like, Trump, the orange man bad. I need to burn down the fucking small business and support Walmart. I don't know.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, but like so actually, Corey pointed this out to me the other night. It was either Corey or Stone. Corey and Stone are 2 cashiers who are at our job. They're both really good dudes. Stone, we actually just got hired on. He's great so far. But one of these 2 guys, and I'm sorry if you guys are watching this and I don't remember who it was, pointed out that Trump's last campaign rally was in fucking Kenosha.
Well, you got to say he's got no fucking chill.
Seriously.
But oh man, I'm gonna have to grab some more Copenhagen. Gotta put my thinking cap on. Hold on. I hope you guys are enjoying this, or at least having some kind of entertainment value here.
Right.
I'm just in my prime. I haven't yet begun to defile myself.
Wrap it to Chris. Chris had to go to bed. He was pre-gaming and partying harder than all of us, longer than us. So
Yeah, so Range Chris, like, as I was, like, I finally managed to escape the gun shop tonight, and he's like, hey, I'm drunk as fuck, but, like, are we still doing this? I'm like, yeah, dude, like, we're still doing it. You know, I'm definitely, I guess it's different levels of alcoholism, but
there's rules to this shit. A step-by-step booklet for you to get your drink on track.
This isn't Afghanistan, man. There's rules here.
There's rules. This isn't fucking Nam. There's rules to this shit.
I don't know. For the audience watching, I'm definitely completely inebriated, very drunk. But also, I don't know. In college, I played rugby. It was more of a drinking team with a rugby problem. That's what it seemed like. But
that's like what most rugby players are. Let's be real.
I think the Army
rugby is just like
enhanced that.
Rugby is like literally one step above like people in mock armor and spears, like dual phalanxing each other.
Rugby, man, I loved it. I played ice hockey, football, rugby, boxing, wrestling. I didn't give a shit unless it was contact, man. We got to have contact. So maybe I was destined for the infantry. I don't know.
So believe it or not, I can't deal with contact sports a whole lot because like I would basically be in this position where like people would want to like shit test me, like, oh, look at this big fucking dude.
That's true. That happens, yeah.
Yeah, and like when I played football in college, like I never was on a team, but like whenever we would play like in the gym, I was either like literally tight end or offensive line, one of the two. I liked playing tight end better because I could actually catch. I was good at catching with my body. They wanted me to play, and I was like, no. Like my dad played high school football. That was like leather helmets days, so like that fucked him up a little bit. And like I grew up with like every fucking month it was like new medical problem, new surgery, shit like that. I'm just like, I don't really want to do that to myself. But like contact sports, like I was either like, it was either not enough and like I felt like I was underdoing it, or I would like, all right, fuck it, and I would go, and then like I would like injure or just like the other person would just get like so fucking aggravated at how physical I was getting. It was like, I thought this is fucking full contact. Like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, I drove you into the ground. We agreed to tackle.
Yeah, secret. I was the only kid in the junior league ice hockey that got thrown in the penalty box. The junior league refs had never had to deal with that before because I was just...
You just
I played defense and goalie in ice hockey as a kid. Like, I finally got the puck, and I was, like, skating towards the goal, and, like, some skinny kid just flew by and stole it. And just kept going. And I was like, I'm gonna fucking kill you.
So this reminds me, this is a completely tangential story, but like, have you ever watched, especially at a high school or maybe like a sub-college level, you ever watch women's lacrosse?
Actually, I did, because my best friend from college and my roommate, and I was the best man at his wedding. We're still best friends. We talk all the time. But he played VMI lacrosse. Mm-hmm. So we went to the neighboring college. It was Washington and Lee College, W&L. And we would watch the different games. And I would just like,
lacrosse is a surprisingly violent sport.
Yeah, it's lacrosse is not what you may expect it at face value. But I just remember watching my roommate, my best buddy, playing lacrosse, and then we would go watch the women's games at W&L, and I was like, what the fuck is this?
Literally,
like I'm glad nobody's bleeding and shit, but like this is
so like I just remember this very distinct time. Like I'm watching this. There was this girl, I think her name was Vicky. Like I kind of had a thing for her, but like I'm watching this game, and she's got, I don't know if they have a name for the ball in lacrosse. There's some fucking ancient Indian word for it. I don't know. But like she's going for the goal,
the rubber ball that's coming at like 90 miles an hour towards her face.
Seriously, but like I don't know if she had it and she was going in for a shot or she was just trying to block somebody else. But literally, it was the most skillful and like most violent thing I have ever seen out of a woman in person. Goes low, takes her stick, literally catches this person as they're running by her with her stick, flips them over and just like slams them over her back, like picks them up, and this girl literally landed like this on the fucking ground, and I'm just like, whoa. That was major.
Well, just real quick, addressing the comments of Flo, she's got to go, but nice stream, you guys.
Night, Flo. If I'm back in time, I'll call you. If not, sweet dreams. I'll text you.
There you go.
Have a good day at work tomorrow.
So we got Preston here talking about wrestling is awful, but I suppose it's purposeful. I think it is. Moving back, he wrestled in Pennsylvania for decade. It
Mhm.
takes a toll. It
Yeah.
does, man.
Like people think
Like,
wrestling is
fuck.
fake, and like to some degree, yeah,
well,
a
like,
lot of
WWE,
that's
like,
definitely, but like
stage
even if it
entertainment.
is staged, like you're still putting your body on the line.
Well, like real wrestling though, like getting on the mat.
Oh, that's
and-
different.
Well, yeah, I think that's what he's talking about here. But like, it's. I think the purposeful part for me was, I was the guys that I would spar with or work against. Like I don't know. I was just as big dude. I was in like 4 liters of dark beer a day, and I was just like even more of an alcoholic than I am now. And like I was paired up with all these little skinny thin guys, and it's like some of them had technique, but it just kind of didn't matter because I was
Like it's just a mass game, yeah.
that's just like I was just fucking huge, and I was like, I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm retarded, but
you can't hurt me. So
like you're 120 pounds, I'm 240 pounds. This ain't gonna work out.
this is only gonna end one
Like,
way.
I'm gonna lay on you, and I might kill you.
So it's
Like,
funny you mention this. My stepdad, a guy named Jim, when he was younger, like he is still kind of a bigger dude, but he was younger. His nickname was a whale because he was like 6'1", 6'2", like kind of like my size but taller. And he was a wrestler. And back then, like being my size, you were basically like your school's Andre the Giant. Like they had fat kids in the 70s and shit, but like it wasn't like what you have now. And like I'm not saying I'm a fat kid, but like
well, it's
overweight.
progressed over time.
Yeah, but so like he was in like his own fucking like heavyweight weight class, and there was never any kids that were in his weight class. So like he was either sitting on the bench and not wrestling, but still repping the team, or they would put him out there and he'd get, like you said, like some $120 farm boy who looks at him and is like, "Are you Goliath? Because I'm not David." And then that's be the end of that. And then like he literally had one time where he was going and like they got some fucking like country fucking bumpkin from like Knox, New York. And Knox, New York is literally, it's like a broken down barn and a Stewart's gas station and farms. That's it. And like this dude literally like just completely fucking devastated him because it was the first time he had ever actually fought somebody in his weight class. So he was just like, "Oh, all right, like I don't know what I'm doing anymore."
I think it's going back to Preston's comment that it's awful. It definitely takes a toll. I mean, I still have rugby injuries that are worse than what I had in the Army from 3 deployments and everything. It's like it takes a toll, but you do it because you love it. But also when it comes to boxing, especially jiu-jitsu, and I got to combative level 3 in the Army, which is like, oh, big deal. But I learned a lot of shit, and I learned to be humble. And especially with wrestling, like you're taking a dude on the mat, and you think you're a hot shot and everything. Like, man, I outweigh this guy by like 60 pounds, no problem. And then you just get fucked up, and you're like, oh my god.
Right.
Like it teaches humility, and I think people who I've wrestled with, people who I've been on the mat with, or boxed with, or especially played rugby with the fronts and the back line, and everything. Like it teaches you to be humble and to know your own limitations, but also to try to improve on your weaknesses and really. I don't know. It kind of keyed me into this concept that I work with even to this day, that I think people fight the same way they communicate. So if somebody is getting all crazy and just arrogant and emotional and angry and just like loud and crazy in verbal communication, that's how they're gonna fight. But if someone is strategic, tactile, someone who is paying attention, remains calm and focused, and they're not happy it's going on, but they're keeping the calm, they're making it happen. That's probably the biggest guy you got to worry about in the room, that you got to be concerned about, because that is someone who can handle themselves in that kind of environment.
To quote, I can't remember this dude's name. The loudest one in the room is the weakest one in the room.
Yeah, I think if I go into a party and there's a quiet guy in the corner and he's not saying anything, he's just looking, he's watching, he's sizing people up, just hanging out. That's the person I worry about the most because they're exposing the least. And with Samuel Clemens or Mark Twain, saying it's better to look stupid than open your mouth and remove all doubt.
Remove all doubt. Yep.
It's true because someone who's a fighter, someone who goes on the mat, someone who has really tested their mettle and really understood their deficiencies and really push that, get that humility and understanding of where they stand to other men and physical conflict. That's somebody to worry about.
Yeah.
Somebody that takes that for real and learns from it. So it's a lot to learn from, but it's athletics. I mean, between hockey and football, rugby, boxing, wrestling, everything that I was involved in and did. I mean, rugby was the most challenging. That was the most challenging for sure. I loved it the most, but it was a cruel mistress, man. That thing was. But it was a good time. I wouldn't persuade my future kids not to do it, but it's definitely you got to know what it's going to do for you, but what it's going to do to you. I guess I would have to say. But
it's really easy when you're young to just think you're invincible and like you get injuries and it's like it's no issue, no problem.
Yeah.
Like, I'll just heal and be good to
true.
go. And I have a thing with my left knee that I got when I was, believe it or not, fucking airsofting when I was younger. But I came down wrong after literally hopping over a log. And I don't know if I hyperflexed it, but literally it was immense pain and my knee just fucking locked up. I don't know what the fuck happened. I don't know if I stressed a tendon. I don't know if I compressed my fucking kneecap or if I compressed some other shit like that. But occasionally if I'm squatting or running, I'll feel my left knee start to click. And then from there, it's not really pain, but sometimes I just don't have the support on my knee that I have normally. And I never thought about that when I was younger, all the shit you used to do. And it's just maybe it's not the best, direct example, but I just, when it happened, after it stopped, I was all right, I'm good. I'm not going to have to worry about this again. And now it's oh no, this is still haunting me a little bit.
Yeah, it'll come back. I mean,
I don't know how much of a tangent that was.
Well, not really. I mean, we were just talking about physical stuff and how it does impact your body. And I think when we're younger, we have typically a more fit, but we're also mindset, we're oh man, I can do this, whatever. And just, man, I remember we did a rugby a match against Longwood University, and that was my rat year, my freshman year in college. And one of the players, we had one of our guys, Ox, we called him Ox, huge guy, and he hit this dude, and we just kept going. It was down the front line, and 5 days later, he ended up dying. And it was holy shit, I love rugby a lot.
But Ox died, or the dude Ox hit died?
The dude Ox hit died.
Really?
And Ox was huge, 300 pounds of just muscle. And he became a chaplain in the Army.
Did you guys have any, I know normally no, but did they have you wearing any protective pads, or were you just straight
no? So I mean, really, with rugby, and the coach we had was from New Zealand. He was on the All Blacks at one time, which is big time rugby team. But his thing was the key is not to do you guys all are used to American football with hits and very short duration, high energy hits and concussions and crazy shit. What you really want to do is avoid getting hit. What you want to do is keep playing the game, because this shit's like soccer on crack. This just keeps going. Mm-hmm. And I learned a lot from him. I learned a lot from that. We played a couple matches, one at W&L where we just split this dude's, I lacerated my skull and just broke this guy's facial structure. He ended up needing reconstruction because his nose was over here and shit. It was
Jesus Christ.
But I was like, and that was when my mom, Mama 2A, said like, hey, you want to serve in the Army, you want to look at your career. Do you really want to keep playing this game as much as you love it? And as again, being young, I said like, yeah, I'm going to keep playing. I mean, I'm not going to disregard it, but I'm going to keep playing. And
death, injuries, that happens to other people. But
yeah, I mean, I guess not to quote Al Pacino, but when you get old, things start getting taken from you, and the stuff you did when you were younger. I mean, some of the, like my right knee, there's no cartilage anymore. It's like I just kind of work with that. But some of the injuries I've had playing rugby or wrestling, especially boxing, ice hockey, everything. It's like, man, that rivals what happened in combat or the rollovers I've had, especially the one in Iraq that was really bad. But it's, we all just kind of, you think you're high and mighty until you start feeling it when the weather changes and you get old, and even just getting out of bed. I mean, shit.
Yeah, dude.
Well, let's check real quick on how we're doing.
I don't think anything's moved.
Everyone is saying like, oh, like we gotta be patient, man. I see that from Biden.
So the Biden camp is like, don't worry, it's not over yet. And the Trump camp's like, holy shit, we thought we'd lose by now. This is awesome.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about, maybe if we can for a second, let's talk about, we do have, I guess if you're more left-leaning, concerns that if Trump were to lose, that he is going to refrain or hesitate or, try to not leave office or something. Left or right, you're worried about violence maybe or something. So what do you think about that stuff?
I think it's tricky. I think a lot of what we see in the media these days is like, it's a combination of a couple of things, like straight factual based, we feel this might actually happen, so we're just generally trying to warn you reporting. Like, that is probably 5 to 10% of what you see in the mainstream. The rest of it is literally one or two things. It's dog whistling.
What's dog whistling for those who don't know?
So dog whistling is like, if I keep making a bunch of comments that kind of go back to something, like if I keep making insinuations and leading around a point about somebody being, I don't know, overweight, or if I make comments about like, if I just make increasingly like comments about myself, about like bagels and Hanukkah and stuff like that, like it's a little more direct, but like basically it's saying something without outright saying it. So like if you're making insinuations and sideways stuff that like suggests that like you don't like black people, for example, this is one thing that really gets called on the internet, just like, oh, you're just dog whistling racism. But it's like, people will say things and like sometimes, yeah, they are kind of dog whistling some sort of bullshit. It's not necessarily race, but like the other way it gets kind of put up is like, you will get accused of dog whistling for talking about certain points that like don't actually really have anything to do with dog whistling or racism or sexism or intolerance, or for making calls to violence or anything like that. But you just see that all the time. It's all, Trump refused to disavow white supremacy. Trump like does XYZ. And then on the other side, it's like, you hear things about like peaceful but fiery protests and shit like that. And like, maybe I feel like, I don't know if that last one is exactly dog whistling, but like, it's a combination of that and just outright like, okay, no, where was I going with this?
Well, I think, in terms of, like, oh, if Trump loses, he's not going to concede and he's not going to leave. Right. It's like
poisoning the well, I think maybe is the term.
I think it's kind of like it's a leftist boogeyman kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's like, like, dude, our vice president has come out and said, hey, if we lose the election, we lose. And that's it. Like, it's going to happen. I mean, between whenever we know the results of this shit show versus Inauguration Day in January, I mean, that's a lot of time to see the light, if you will. but armed protests or violence or whatever. I mean,
it's going to be mostly people fucking up like around where they are. So if that happens, it's unfortunately probably going to be like very left heavy places. Los Angeles, Chicago, New York City, probably Miami. Major inner cities where you have that sort of like clustering and like where there have been like major protests and riots, maybe those areas are going to kind of see that again. But like if it all depends also if it's like a political protest thing or if it was like a more direct response to some fuckery that went on with like some local police department.
yeah, I think it's going to be isolated to a local level, or it's going to be some kind of individual event. I don't see some
Like,
kind of.
Mostly I agree with you, except for like places like California, Oregon, like Portland, Washington.
Well, I mean, there's
Portland,
a lot of
Oregon.
business owners and places that have boarded up just,
Mhm.
you know, and just growing up in LA, whether the Lakers won or they lost, there's always going to be something, you know, it's like maybe that kind of reaction, but I don't think it's going to be some widespread, you know, red
No,
flag
definitely not
shit.
not like the purge or anything like that. It's going to be localized. But like California, I mean, like if people like we hear talk about this all the time. Oh, they're busting in people from out of state to go protest, and they're leaving pallets of bricks in the middle of cities. Like, if there is any sort of organizational like mass demonstration of grief type deal, it's going to be like probably like San Fran, Los Angeles, probably DC, places like that, where you have that many people in one spot where you can just like say, hey, who wants to go protest for a day and get paid and fuck shit up?
Yeah, the next point that matters here is the legitimacy of our election between, and we're talking about tens of thousands of different ballot box, you know, drop box places, voting, polling places, people sending in ballots or trying to vote in person, waiting hours in the cold, you know, in line to do that. I mean, is there any kind of conceptual basis for some kind of interference or, you know, something like that? I guess is the big question, or is it legitimate?
I don't really see it happening on like, I could maybe see individuals here and there, bad faith actors just engaging in fuckery, but like it's on a very low, like one dude maybe takes 10 ballots and stuffs them in his desk or something like that, like shit like that. It's nothing like, oh, like Virginia Democrats literally like captured every other Trump ballot and like took them all and threw them into the fucking Chesapeake Bay or some bullshit like that. Like you're going to hear a lot of that. And like, I'm sure like one thing I will point out, like if Trump does in fact win, like we are not going to hear the end of like, oh, did Russia interfere with our elections? Did Russia do this? Did Russia do Y? Was it somebody else? Was it China or something like that? Like, at least for the first couple of weeks, it's going to be nonstop. Is Putin up to his old fucking tricks shittery before somebody finally just goes, hey, you know, it was a pretty close race. Like Biden just didn't get the support he needed. And then it's just going to go down to what usually happens. The losing party blames everybody who voted third party or voted for third party candidates and accuses them of taking votes away. I think that's where we're going to be at eventually.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll have to see, but I'm gonna keep this going.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you gotta dip out,
I'm thinking about it. I'm getting kind of sleepy and like I'm sober enough where I can get home, but
for sure. Yeah.
do I look sober?
Well, it's up to you. I mean,
do you guys think I'm sober? Like legitimately, like everyone's like, no, I'm cool to drive and shit like that. But like
now, Sabo also lives like a mile away. So,
literally, I think it's less than a mile actually.
Yeah, but it's the kind of thing where, you know, you can totally crash on the couch. It's cool, but
No, I got
you guys have to know the next step is, you know, it's just going to be once he leaves, just you and I, and I guess as a arguable.
Arguable.
Yeah. So
That's fair. Well, if I get pulled over tonight and I get a DUI, you guys will know. But
Oh God, no.
that'd be fun too. I have like 3 guns in my truck, so
Whatever. It's Utah. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
But yeah, my company commander, and then eventually the last DUI we had was our XO as well, our company. So I've known people who have had DUIs. So let's not do that. Let's not endanger the public. But you can crash here if you want to. But also, Sabo has you've had like 2 beers this whole time.
it's like 4 and a little bit of whiskey, but I am a lightweight. ZX.
Yeah, well, we're
Okay.
going to take safe precautions here, so we're not going to flex or tempt anything. But oh God, oh no. Well, it doesn't matter how far you need to
If I fuck the
drive.
breathalyzer, it doesn't matter anyway, so I'll be fine.
Yeah. So if you guys can excuse us for a second, but I'm going to be right back with you. We're going to keep going, and maybe if you guys want to see it, I'll show you the garage. And
The garage is fun.
yeah,
Ignore the weird things on the wall. It's well, there's like a cube and some leather straps and a bunch of nails.
no, it's not like that. You guys are going to see it for yourself. But yeah, so we may be gone for a couple of minutes for a second here. But I'm going to say my goodbyes, and then we'll just kind of wrap it up with Sabo. But I'm going to be here probably at least the next 2 hours. So you guys have to, or get to deal with me for at least the next 2 hours. But real quick, before you go, does anybody have any questions, gun-related questions? Because Sabo here is also like very adequately versed with multitudes of firearms and things. So
I try.
yeah, no, but he's good. So you guys can ask away for at least the next 30 seconds. Just let us know.
I'll hang out.
Yeah, we'll see what's going on.
I'm actually a little disappointed none of my degenerate Tumblr crowd managed to find their way to the stream. Because you would have known immediately. You would have gone from I'm over here. Like, what do you guys think of the M1? What does Sable Shalom think about big titty anime waifus? And I'd be like, you need to go outside. So he's probably good, but the Beehive State doesn't care what I think. Honestly, Preston, if you think I'm probably good, I'm probably good. Herbert Schmidt pistol. What is that?
I don't know. I think you need Gun Jesus for that one. Herbert Schmidt.
Herbert Schmidt.
Let's put that in the Google machine.
Stand by.
It's a 22 long, not 22 long rifle. Let's see. It's the Herbert Schmidt
22L. Hey, I mean, if it functions and barrel's not fucking pitted, I'd say it's a 22 revolver, man.
Is this a revolver?
Yeah, it's a revolver. It's like a Cattleman. It's like a Ruger 6-shooter, but not Ruger and not a normal 22. Honestly, man, it's 22L. It's really not that. If it explodes, again, it's a 22.
Yeah, it's at least from my perspective, we're dealing with very low port and chamber pressure. 22 long rifle,
No,
or at least long,
yeah.
is not incredibly massive when it comes to the PSI count.
I would, if you're concerned, what I would do, and this is if you have a buddy or whatever, bring it to a gunsmith and just have him endoscope the barrel and just test the cylinder and shit just for cracks.
I was about to say, usually whether it's this or something in this realm, like an H&R Sidekick or something like that from production, usually the timing is probably off.
Probably.
So when you shoot it, you're going to get splatter and shit. It's not inherently going to be dangerous, but you're going to know the gun is not having a good time. So maybe something to look out. I don't know. I would just rather get a Ruger Wrangler at this point, something like that. K model Smith & Wesson, if you got the.
Or honestly, man, worst case scenario, like find a nice deserted place in the woods, tie it to a tree with a big ass string, and just.
Yeah.
And if the tree is still standing and the gun's still there, you're good to go. If it's not, you'll know, and you'll have all your digits and fingers and shit. So,
Well, we're gonna let Sabo go here. He's definitely good to go. So
the boy accidentally tested a water bottle. Don't put that in the live chat, please. Like, excellent, but
yeah.
your son should have probably formed one then. But don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's well. I mean, you know,
I mean, I guess it depends what state they're in, because like a couple of states have nullified that shit. So
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've said it earlier that I think the 1934 NFA is just absolute trash. Just needs to go, and all follow-on legislation needs to go.
it did not silence. No, okay, cool. No baffles, nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
It's just the plastic solvent trap.
Okay, so we're gonna say our goodbyes here to Sabo, and then I'm still gonna be around probably at least the next 2 hours.
Ryan's a machine, so
Yeah, it's I'm stone cold drunk, not in a position to drive, not trying to at all, but we're gonna keep this rolling. We gotta see. We're not quite satisfied. I'm sure you're not. We don't have results yet, so.
it was nice talking with all you guys. Hopefully you enjoyed my input. Hopefully I was helpful and entertaining. Probably going to do this again in the future, maybe with some guns.
Yeah. We have the full ATF, mainly the A and the F, with the T as well. But yeah, we'll keep it rolling.
Good to meet you too, Preston. Everybody else, hope you have a good night.
Okay, for everyone else, I'm going to be back in a second. But
so one thing I wanted to say, regardless of how the election turns out, like, just be excellent to each other, be nice, and especially be nice to yourself. Think about how you talk to yourself and speak to yourself nicer because you deserve it.
And whatever side you're on, or whatever it is, just stop being brittle and
shut the fuck up.
Just gonna roll with it.
Exactly.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Where is?
Yeah, you can open the garage. Let's open it.
How do you? I don't know.
I'll just push the button.
Is this the button?
Yep.
It's the magic touch. What does this do?
Oh, let's see. Well, you guys get to smoke a cigar with me. Sabo is, in fact, he's good to go, and he lives less than a mile away, but he is, in fact, sober, which is good. So in the meantime, I'm going to smoke a cigar. You guys get to ask any questions you want, and I'm going to take it outside. So let's go ahead and do that. And a little bit chilly out here, so I still have my Halloween costume set up, I guess. So I just grabbed it. Got to have the fleece cap. Got to have it. So let's make it happen. Okay. Hopefully you guys can still see and hear what is going on. We are moving outside. Oh yeah, garage. Here's the workbench. And we also have the storage shelf and the garage shelving for other things. But let's see if we can set this up somewhere where you guys can still hear. But I promise we're still going to move inside pretty soon here. Let's see. Yeah, let's go smoke. Sorry, our setup is a little bit of a shit show. That's the truth.
Power on. Ready to pair. Phone connected.
All right. One of the few things I got from the Navy guys is the smoking lantern is lit. Okay, well, thank you guys for joining us right now. I know it's a little bit late night for most of you. Let me adjust our microphone here. Okay, I think I got it. Anybody out there can tell me the volume is good to go? Maybe the camera angle, not so good, but it's all right. So right now it's about 12:18 a.m. So after midnight and November 4th, 2020. Thank you. Appreciate it. Let's see. Just got a message from Sabo. Says he's home safe. Everything's good to go. So that's awesome. All right. Let's get to a couple things. But first, I feel like some music. Because I can't. I mean, I can smoke without drinking, but I can't drink without smoking. And if I'm going to be drinking without smoking, then I need some music. So let's go ahead and get that started. Let's see if YouTube flags it for copyright infringement. What a time to be alive, you know. Well, since we're taking this little smoke break here at the garage smoke pit, let's see how we're doing on the election, huh? That's what we were supposed to be doing. Still just kind of gridlocked right now. At least is what it looks like. So we'll see. See if you guys can guess the band, if you can hear it. This goes back to March 2019. Well, 2020. Well, I do hope you guys are doing all right and everything that's been going on with COVID and everything. I Hope you guys have still had a job, and if not, at least found a different job or jobs. And still getting things done, still making it happen. That's something we did not discuss is, the resurgence of the 10th Amendment and how your governor, your mayor, everybody still matters. Maybe it matters more than you thought. I think I'll finish this up, and once I get a little smoke break in, maybe we can keep going, look at the results, and see what we got. That's right. We'll get back to the election pretty soon here. Just about a minute. There's the workbench, sword shelf. Oh, yeah. All right. I'll be right back, everybody. All right. Let's move it back inside. Be right back. Okay. Wow. Well, first of all, we've been going for 6 hours now. Just right over that. And, I appreciate you guys for watching and looking and hanging out for all this shit show here. So let's see. 80% lower Glock trigger does not reset on dry runs, but works flawlessly when shooting. What do I do? Save that thing for, at least just the lower. Just take the slide barrel, just everything off of it and out of it, and save that for the next buyback. So you can get like, $50 at Walmart to buy some 12 gauge shells or whatever they still have for sale, and just buy a Glock. That's kind of the thing right there. Thing is, I think Glocks are best used just pretty much mostly stock. You can drop in aftermarket triggers and attempt to make it not suck. It's still just going to be what it's going to be. You can do some cool guy slides and aftermarket barrels, and just that's not what you do with the Glock. The Glock is best used as a service, defense, or duty pistol. It's not something you just want to fuck around with. And it's cool. I support American innovation and individualism and bootstrapping and just trying to make your own 80%, just whatever. But so long as you don't care about this gun in terms of defense or in defense of life, whatever, man. Just, running at the range or your local IPSC or IDPA or 3-gun match. But if we're actually going to carry this or use it for home defense, just buy a Glock. Just get a Glock. So I don't know. I would. The problem is if you do an 80% Glock lower, you don't really have anybody to go back to for a warranty. There's nothing you can do about it. So, range toy, maybe competition gun, or save it for the next buyback and just get some money to buy more ammo. Otherwise, definitely not. I just cannot. I've seen so many of those just fail, and I would just relegate that to just the range and stuff. But actually for duty or defense, no. And that's, nobody wants to hear that. Nobody wants that to be confronted with that. But I'm not going to stand up here and lie to anybody. So that's the truth. I mean, range gun, range toy, competition thing, if it still allows it. But no, just let it go, dude. Just buy a Glock. If you don't like what Gaston Glock has provided, just keep moving. But it's Glocks are not meant to be fuckboy objects or race guns. They're meant to be for duty and defense and high round count, low parts count. They're not meant for that stuff. So I just wouldn't. But that's, personal opinion. Okay, let's see real quick how we're doing on the actual election while we started this whole thing. So let's see. Let's see what kind of results we have. So we have Biden is calling for patience. Trump is claiming the Democrats trying to steal the election. Okay. Twitter officially flags one of his tweets. Right now we have Biden at 225 and Trump at 213 in terms of electoral votes. We have 49.86 for Biden percent to win versus 48.53% for Trump. Oh man, this is it's pretty close. It's pretty tight. So let's see if we can shed a little bit more light onto this. But according to CBS News, they have confidently called 207 electoral college votes for Biden and 213 for Trump. Oh shit. I think probably, it's only about 12:30 a.m. on November 4th, 2020, but I think the fact that Trump won Florida is that is not insignificant. So we still have Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia to go. So let's see, the Senate balance of power, 45 seats for the Democrats, 46 for Republicans. Definitely in the House of Representatives and Congress, Article 1 Constitution, that's 207 for the Democrats, 173 for Republicans. In terms of state governors, there's 20 Democrat governors, 19 Republican governors. Man, this is legitimately, it appears to be, at least at this point in time, very polarized, sectional. So, oh man, looking back at the numbers at Florida, 5.6 million voted for Trump, 5.2 million voted for Biden. So that's like a 400,000 vote difference. And every single vote is going to count. It always does, especially for the battleground states. But let's keep going. Let's see, Iowa, Trump got that. Pretty solid. Minnesota, looks like Joe Biden is going to get it, but I don't know. Trump is at 1.4 million, Biden 1.6 million. So I guess, but Trump is getting Ohio at 3 million over that, and Joe Biden's getting 2.5 million. So the result is, it appears to be pretty close to call. Yeah, there's no real telling. I mean, for those looking on this years later, if you are, just midnight and a half, almost to 01 a.m. on November 4th, 2020. There's no there's a lot of stuff still coming in. So, but man, what if Trump won again? Oh man, be so many sad pandas. What if Biden wins? It'd be a tough one. Historically, not as common, but it has happened, which with George H.W. Bush. So, it can happen, but oh man. Well, I guess we'll have to see. I think I'll probably, call it a night. Pretty soon here. Do you guys have anything that you're seeing that I'm not? Let's see. Yeah, it's just everything I'm looking at. It's just too really close to call it. Well, Jackie Chan. It's I don't know who's winning. It's pretty tough. I mean, I'm looking at the map. I'm looking at the data. I'm looking at what votes we have counted in, especially in the battlegrounds like Arizona, which probably going to go to Biden. Pennsylvania is still a toss up. But the fact that Trump won Florida, that's a pretty big deal. So, we'll see what happens here. If the courts weren't packed, we'd have a chance. But he's going to call the mail-in ballots as fake and take it to the court. From Rebecca. Who's gonna do what? So the Electoral College is a fucking scam, says Rebecca. Can we hang around for a second? Maybe hear some drunken thoughts on the Electoral College. Is that something we can do? Only if you want to, Rebecca. You don't have to stay if you don't like to. But I'm gonna stay for a couple minutes here. Well, probably at least another 30 minutes. So, well, thank you for joining and welcome. You missed quite a lot, and I'd like to offer some comments on the Electoral College. I think it's something that's misunderstood, and I think it's something that is not it's the enemy and it's the friend, depending on who is winning or losing, or what particular election it might be. This election and the one previous, it's come in the most spotlight, but I think it's deserving probably of its own podcast or almanac, but at least very short for a couple minutes covering it here. So here's the thing. Electoral College, each state, from a face value, we can say each state has points or a number of points in the Electoral College. The Electoral College is interesting because that is what the states, people who voted in those states, decided where they want those electoral votes to go. And in December is when the actual Electoral College votes. So, last election, there was a couple officials who, they like, I know my state went to Trump, but I don't want to do that. So I'm going to take these electoral votes and try to push them towards Biden, or in that case, Hillary. In this case, maybe Biden. We don't know yet. But and the Supreme Court came down and said, hey, the states can penalize you for were promised to represent your constituency and the people in your states. So if we want to levy fines or penalties, or the states want to do that, that's all 10th Amendment all day. Like, they can do that. But let's back away from that. What is the Electoral College? So detractors of the Electoral College will say, oh, it was an old system that was made for just being on horseback and news spreading so slow and allowing time for all the votes to be counted, and then we can actually assign, based on representation, points for the Electoral College, and they can just kind of finally accumulate which what state it went for. Here's the thing that nobody wants to hear, but I see it as true. If we just strictly went off of a popular vote that would be predicated on two understandings that I don't know if everyone understands or is ready for. Understanding number one is the power of the states and the representation from these states simply wouldn't matter. We just take that, throw it in the garbage, put it in the burn pit. It's gone. Fuck it. Which some people, depending on who's running or not, maybe it serves them, maybe it doesn't. Depending on election, they're not intellectually honest. Maybe they'll be fine with it one year, and then 4 years later, or 8 years later, they won't. Whatever. Problem number two is, if we got away from the Electoral College, you would just see, and this is me attempting to forecast the consequences of this kind of decision, you would see presidential candidates exclusively and most likely only, touring in California, Texas, the East, New York, places with high density. That's the only places they'd ever go. If you live in bumfuck Montana, they wouldn't care. They don't care. They're never going to see you. So, if the Electoral College was gone, it was down to the popular vote, and only the popular vote, the states would lose their representative power, and the candidates would just have a cheat sheet for the states they do have to visit, which would be 5, really: Florida, Texas, California, New York, and they could throw in maybe 1 or 2 extras. But those states would drive the rest of the attention and the therefore policy eventually of any presidential candidates that would want to campaign or hold rallies or run or do anything. And getting back to something we talked about hours ago in this long haul thing, it's not what I want to see. It was what the founders were cautious, and I don't want to say cautious. They were afraid of the tyranny of the majority, or in this case, apparent majority. So I think the states, based on representation, population, they're going to be assigned certain electoral votes based on population and representation, and every single state is going to matter. Because if we move to something different, where we're just going off a popular vote, it wouldn't matter what the states have to say. It would just matter what the most populous states have to say. We'd be in a position where it would be so opposite of trying to, have equality for all in our criminal justice system and everything else. I just wouldn't want to see that. So I guess that's, right now in my drunken state, that's probably the best argument I can make to retain the Electoral College. not everyone may buy that, but at the same time, I think it's worth paying attention to. Representation of the states was kind of a thing that mattered. I think it still does. So let's see what's going on in the comments. Okay, let's see. Oh, we're talking about the COVID-19. Well, I mean, it's been a tough year. I think if we can all take a pause and just recollect, I mean, when COVID-19 was first starting, we had, I mean, what a joy at this point it was to only have 6 cases in America. Just single digits of cases, and it's I don't know. We were staring down the barrel of 2.5 million, 3 million deaths to this thing. And thank God, probably first and foremost, it does not affect children as much. It seems to be mostly problematic if you are living my 600-pound life, or you are old as fuck, or whatever. That seems to be the problem, or at least have the least survivability rates. Not that that's awesome, but yeah. Let's see. Let's go back to the comments here. Two and a half million, I would assume, deaths if we did absolutely nothing. So I think these last comments here, kind of a demonstration with, like, it's not, we don't have to hate each other over this. I think if you're going to make an argument, or especially a counter argument, there's got to be some intellectual fact. There's going to be some stuff backing that up. And I'd like to see us, we the people, attack ideas, not people, if we can. It seems like we can't. I like to think that some of us still can, but Honky Savage, that the Democrats are not counting the goddamn votes. I don't know if that's true. There are people right now, as I'm talking, as we're all listening and everything. There are people right now in all 50 states and the District of Columbia that are still counting and recounting what they already have on hand. Plus, this election has had, I mean, this is shaping up to be an election. We might have already passed it, but this election, we're going to have the most votes ever in any U.S. election. And a lot of those, I mean, we had over 100 million votes already cast before election day. You know, that's unprecedented. Okay, let's see. Do you trust the mail-in ballots? Honky Savage says, hell no. Voting should be hard. I think there's some very basic requirements of voting that if you can obtain a driver's license and or state identification card, you know, it should be relatively the same. I mean, every concealed carry permit that I've ever gotten in every state that I've gotten one in, the requirements were pretty substantial usually. And, you know, it's like, man, registering the vote, not a big deal. Getting a valid driver's license, that's kind of a big deal. Getting a concealed carry permit, that's on the extreme end of the deal. So, you know, depending on the states and everything else, I mean, again, 10th Amendment, where, you know, the states at least have some authority to ensure who is voting. Are they still alive? And who are they? I need to verify identification for this registered voter and whatnot. I don't see that as unreasonable. I think it's a little bit insensitive to make an argument that, you know, some people of different minorities or whatever just can't vote because, you know, it's like, I think there's some parallels with Jim Crow and just awful stuff in our history that I don't believe are the case when it comes to, you know, having some kind of, if you can have a driver's license or a state ID card, registering to vote is not a bridge too far. And I've lived in 7 different states. Every single state had its own different stuff. But at the end of the day, you know, I felt it was just as easy, if not easier, to get a driver's license than it was to register the vote. So I don't know, you know, why, you know, we're worried about suppressing votes or, you know, trying to do some grandfather tests or awful stuff when it comes to registering the vote. Just register the vote. You can, these days, you can pretty much, in most of the states in our union, you can even do that from online, especially if you already have a driver's license. And I think most people do usually, or at least a state ID card. So let's see. More hands mean less accuracy. Going back a little bit to Preston in the comments. Yeah, I think more hands lends to less efficiency and perhaps less accuracy. At least being a former government employee, if you will. Let's see. I don't have anything against senior citizens. Do you? Wouldn't classify it as hate. We've had scantrons. I'm assuming that's what he's referring to. For 50 years, when used as a pejorative, yes. If you don't own property or pay taxes, you should not vote. Why not just vote more of other people's shit into my pocket? Grammar is atrocious, but I think I can figure this out. Why not just vote more of other people's shit into my pocket? Agreed. Blah, blah, blah. Growing populations, apostrophe should be after the S. Vote. There's not much we can do to stop that. Here's the thing: everybody is getting kind of caught in the weeds here for by and large, a little part or a big part, but I think Russia, China, are organized enemies overseas, or adversaries at least at a bare minimum. They want to see, they do the same shit we did overseas. They want to destabilize. They want to make the ruling regime or government look powerless, corrupt. They want to make election processes or processes of government, at least whether they are or not. They want to make it look, um, not justified, corrupt, illegible. Just not valid. This is coin operations 101. This is destabilization of local adversarial government structures. So if you're China or Russia, you want to destabilize. You don't necessarily care who wins. You just want the American people to lose faith and confidence in our government institutions, and that's simply that. Let's see. Let's see. These 5 states plan to stall and not count. More perhaps, but not unnecessary hands. Well, I think what I'm going to do, I'll let you guys keep hating on each other and arguing in the comments. But while you do that, I'm going to look at what we do have in terms of states that have reported in. Let's see. I think it's not going to be weeks or months or Supreme Court. I think it's probably going to take a couple of days at most, but maybe even by tomorrow we'll know. Let's see. The fact that Trump got Florida is a big one. Got Texas, projected to get Georgia, North Carolina. He's already got South Carolina projected. Oh shit. Trump is projected to get Pennsylvania. Yeah, so I will it's people, you have to understand, okay? Like, we have a lot of absentee ballots. We're in the middle of allegedly still a global let's see. Trump wants to stop the vote count. Oh my God, what is going on here? So, okay, according to CNN, and I like to shop around. CNN is not where I go 100% all the time. I like to shop around. You can't have one, the other, or something else. You gotta look at everybody. So at least right now, starting with them, they at least at 1 in the morning on local time, November 4th, 2020, Biden has 220 electoral votes, and we have 230 for Trump. Oh man. Oh shit. So let's put it this way, if you are a very pro Biden person, which I don't know of a single one, but if at least you wanted Biden to win, at least to block Trump, or you reluctantly voted for Biden just for that purpose, or at least you did not want Trump to win tonight, if that's the camp you sit in, or that's the mindset you have, I would not be feeling that confident right now. Let's put it that way. Yeah, going back to what we were talking about earlier with the Me Too movement, it's amazing that both are rich, white, millionaire politicians who have sexual assault allegations on both of them, racial allegations on both of them. That's supposed to be, I guess, at least in theory, if I had any shred of anticipation of hoping there was going to be intellectual honesty, at least from the left, that was supposed to be everything they didn't like. But they're definitely down with Biden. Even the founder of Me Too and everybody else coming out saying, "Oh yeah, we believe the allegations. We believe you." Vote for Biden. Sorry, your sexual assault doesn't matter to us. We don't care. Sorry, we're going to vote for Biden, despite the claims you have against him. That's when I was like, excuse me, can we back the truck up for a second? Like, what the fuck did you just say? So I guess, pick which, from a very lefty perspective, pick which white millionaire, career kind of guy is that you want to win, because whatever. Okay, going international. Going to the British Broadcasting, Corporation, the BBC. Here we got Biden at 2020, Trump at 2013. Nobody is super confident besides Fox News to move into projecting Georgia, North Carolina. Oh man, let's see. What is definitely interesting, though, for those who are keeping track of the House and the Senate, and at least for those of us like me who are worried about if Biden were to win, and then the House and the Senate, everything goes blue, to worry about packing the courts. The Senate is at 47 Republicans and 46 Democrats. So, packing the courts or trying to change the composition of the judicial branch, looks like that's kind of out the window at this point. Let's see. See, we've started the peak in the comments here from Preston. Why did you want Biden to win, if I may ask? That's good. That's conversation where it's like, you're not literally ISIS or my enemy, but I just want to know or understand, like, why did you prioritize in that way, or what makes you think that way? What makes you want that to happen? In a very, at least non-threatening, non-judgmental kind of way. I think more conversations like that, I think, need to happen. See, getting back to the Senate race. Okay, I'm looking at the comments right now. I'm more of a leftist. I'm interested in preserving the rights of all people, not just suburbia and the upper class. If you're going to ask if I'm a socialist or whatever, I don't know. That's okay not to know. I think, yeah, I don't have, I personally don't have a lot of good things to say about socialism. My bachelor's is in history. I'm a student of history. I've encountered a number of people from the now defunct East Germany, Cuba, Venezuela, Brazil, Argentina, the dirty war, everything there. I mean, there are people still alive, a lot of them, walking around today that have literally made boats out of garbage in the attempt to float to the United States just to escape. And they got babies and kids and family. They got people on board rafts that they constructed out of garbage to just in the hopes they can make it through the ocean to get to the shores of America to escape the socialist regime that they cannot be part of, or they deemed it was you're not the kind of people in our society, we're going to kill you, we're going to hunt you down. And they figured, they already had neighbors and people being, the doors being knocked on in the middle of the night, taken away, never to be seen again. They figured they might be next, so they left by any means necessary. They escaped. They risked everything to leave the socialist regime. And I think that's probably why Trump won Florida, because there's a lot of Cubans, Venezuelans, there's a lot of people there that the Latino vote, that they escaped those places and they know exactly what that shit is like, and they don't want anything remotely resembling what they left because they lived it. And I think that's an important thing. You don't have to exactly walk in their shoes, but I think at least for the people of South America, the people of East Germany and the ex-com block countries, and people that escaped, literally risked their lives to escape, or jump over a wall or swim over an ocean on a raft made out of trash, risked everything to escape it. I think their story is worth telling. I think their story is worth listening to. And you don't have to have lived under a full socialist, country or dictator or socialist system to really respect and appreciate what these people have to say about what they risked everything to escape from. So, the fact that Trump won Florida, it's big, but it's not as surprising as some might see it, because there's a lot of people there that have a very personal story about their time dealing with an actual socialist, some kind of country or dictatorship regime. And, I remember the words of my history counselor when I first, started in college and started pursuing a history degree. He's like, hey, just understand, you can study history. I'm all about it. It's cool. But just understand that you're going to understand history and you're going to be watching so many people who have no context at all what's happened before us and the struggles and the everything that's happened. So, the whole thing of, if you don't know history, you're doomed to repeat it. His words were, if you study history, you're doomed to watch others repeat it, because they're not going to listen to you. They're just going to feel, usually acting on emotion. They're just going to feel the way they feel. And they're not going to care about the knowledge that you have, that they consider a pastime or a hobby, but sometimes it actually matters. So anyway, thank God I've never lived in a truly socialist country. But I've met people from around the world that and also in our country too, that have escaped those kinds of regimes. They've described the stories of what kind of job they were told they need to have and given, what what kind of life they were told they need to have, and knowing they were under surveillance all the time, and the drop of a hat, their ethnicity, creed, race, religion, gender orientation, you name it, could just become the enemy, and now they're going to be hunted down and shot. Doesn't sound like the kind of country I want to live in, but I don't know. I think socialism is like burning your hand on the stove. It sounds like a cool idea, but it does not sound like a cool idea for those who have done it, kind of thing. Just looking at the comments right now, which are going wild. Okay, we have a comment about from Rebecca there, the Floridian Cubans, so expatriate Cubans in Florida, U.S. citizens or green card experiences are valid, except it's incredible how Trump's campaign is heavily against illegal immigration. Isn't that ironic? So, the full disclosure is the last mission or event that I had in the Army was in El Paso, Texas. We lived across the street from a Walmart that later became a little famous for what happened there, infamous. But we were doing the border mission, doing that Donald Trump shit on the border in El Paso. And we had a 12-mile stretch. It was a 12-mile sector of border. And I had the night shift with several of my soldiers. We would assist in ways that would not violate the Constitution, but in ways, at least as active duty federal troops, that we could do to assist Border Patrol. We could not, there's a lot of things we couldn't do in terms of engaging in law enforcement activity and all kinds of stuff. At least there were some things we actually could do. But on our 12-mile stretch of border, we would usually have 900 to 1,000 a day of people coming in. And it was not Mexican nationals. It was not anything like, it was mostly Hondurans, El Salvadorians, people from Argentina, Brazil. It was people, and the Border Patrol called them turn-ins, or people that they were not trying to run from us. They were trying to turn themselves in for amnesty or trying to get some kind of status in the United States, whatever. And that's, where I really saw how administrative rule or the statute or policies presidential administration places really affects things. Because we can shelter the children if they come in with parents. So you would have a cartel dude and another cartel dude that would kidnap or traffic children, bring them over the Rio to our side, claim that they were gay and they were going to be killed, which, by the way, happens in socialist countries. I mean, Che Guevara, huge, absolutely hated gay people. He shot them on camera. But everyone wears his face on a t-shirt, which I guess is cool. But So they would claim, oh yeah, we just came from, Honduras, especially the favelas in Brazil. Like, oh yeah, we're gay parents, and here's our kids, and we had to leave because if we didn't leave, we'd be killed, which is a fact, at least for those countries. But they weren't what they said they were. It's like, okay, so you kidnap these kids in Juarez. You guys are, you're not coyotes, but you're working for the cartel. You're going to bring them over. And then as soon as, we dump off the kids at a bus stop 24 hours later, and we dump you guys off with them, you're going to traffic the children. You're going to take them wherever you want and just keep doing what you want to do. That's what it seems to be. And unfortunately, that's most of the time, that's what had happened. There was times where the Juarez cartel that we, dealt with a lot on the other side of the border, the Mike side, the Mexican side, they would purposely tell families, groups, and children, like, oh yeah, just go over the Rio, and cross the canal, and then, once you land on American soil, just turn yourself in and seek amnesty and whatever, it's going to be fine. But they would send them through the worst part of the Rio or the canals where they would drown. So we were pulling kids and people out of there almost on a nightly basis, just about, almost. And so while they're tying up emergency response personnel and us and everyone else, Border Patrol, everyone, then the coyotes, or chiefly the Juarez cartel, would be sending drugs and personnel on the west side of El Paso and just pushing product, moving personnel. And I got to hand it to the Juarez cartel. I've never seen such disrespect for human life since what I saw in Iraq with ISIS. And I'm looking at, we have 12 miles of border that we watch every day. And we have 1,911 people a day on 12 miles of this border. If that's not a crisis, then I don't know what the fuck is. So also, complementing that with, my grandmother, who's still alive, and she still has the stories of living in England during the Blitz in World War II and the Luftwaffe, the Germans were bombing London. Stories of her going in the coal sheds and the subways and coming out and the whole city's gone and people are dead. And eventually they saved up enough money to send her mom and my grandmom, on the USS Liberty, coming through Ellis Island in the 50s, getting dumped off in New York. So like I'm a huge fan of immigration. I personally believe that our diversity, this is giving your poor, giving your tired. We're going to shine that lamp. Come here, be successful, live the American dream, pursue your happiness. The only limit that you have is your own capabilities and the limit that you're willing to work. But at the same time, we can't have a country if we are having, just on 12 miles of border, 1,000 people a day, a single day, every day, pouring over. And that's just 12 miles of our entire southern border. And I'm definitely not here to say I'm anti-immigration or that lawful, legal immigration is the problem. I want that to continue. I think that's what, in large part, helps make us great, honestly, as a country. I'm just here to say that the problems on the border are far worse than anybody can imagine. Unless you've worked on it for months, you've been there, you've seen it, you see what goes on every single day there. You do not understand how bad it is. And you find people like my grandmother who legally came here, and she didn't happen to live geographically next to the United States where she could walk over, and swim through a river and just get to us. She had to live through World War II and the Blitz and the battle for Europe and everything. And then her family had to save up enough money to send people legally at a time through Ellis Island and everything else to get here, and then carve her own way out, make her own living. You find people from Cuba, everything else that immigrated here and worked so hard to become naturalized citizens and get that American citizenship and swear in, take the test, everything. And then the prospect of allowing anybody and everybody in, and just, it's kind of whatever. People like that who escaped. So the Cubans, and especially the Venezuelans, the Argentinians, like the people who survived the dirty war and everything, like, I understand why they are not a fan of, they had to work so hard and risked their lives and everything just to get here and do this legally and eventually get American citizenship. The fact that they are not on board with amnesty or just willy-nilly just letting people in from God knows where. I mean, when I got to El Paso, I thought I was done with Arabic, and then we had a couple Iraqis, different dudes from that part of the world that had flown to Mexico City, got up to Juarez, and then crossed in El Paso just to insert themselves in. It was like, dude, I thought I was going to be dealing with Mexican nationals, and I'm really not. I'm dealing with South Americans, and every now and then we got a dude from Iraq. We got a guy from Romania. We got American citizens, with warrants that are trying to cross back into America illegally so they don't get caught and arrested. We got all kinds of crazy shit going on down here. And it's 1,000 people a day for 12 miles. So at least on the immigration thing, and also I think it's like, that's the food, the water, everything. That's all taxpayer funded money. And if there's human life in need, you can't ignore that and just let them die or suffer. I'm just saying, to say that's not a crisis is fucking insulting after what I've seen and dealt with on the border. So that's all I'll say about that. Let's see. Let's look at the comments. Oh, wow. The comments have gone crazy when I went on that rant. I've never applied more tourniquets in my life than El Paso because we had the BNSF railway moving into Juarez, and the coyotes would tell the families, oh, go run, hide under the trains. And then we would get out of the vehicles. We'd be in our army uniforms. So, if you're from South America and you see soldiers, you're thinking rape, robbery, murder, whatever. That's not how the U.S. military rolls. We're not going to do that to people. So they would run even faster and hide under trains, and the trains would start and stop at a moment's notice. And we had a lot of people getting arms and legs and shit cut off. It was not a good time. Let's see. Okay, still going through the comments. How deep they have you. What do you think the backbone of socialism is? Says Rebecca. It's a lot of ugly shit. Thank God none of us have had to live under it. Controlling the means of production. Meaning they have a personal stake in the company they work for and are therefore more inspired. Oh, man. Yeah, I would encourage you to look into the German metal band Rammstein or Rammstein. They all started out in East Germany when the wall was still up, Soviet Union was still a thing, and they had the means of production. Yeah, they were told what job they were going to do. They did music on the side quietly, trying to keep it on the down low, so East German police didn't find out. But they were issued a job, and like, oh, you should be proud. You are shoveling coal in this boiler room, and you should be proud that you have a stake in this company, and it's great. And turns out lead singer of Rammstein didn't want to shovel coal. It was like not his life ambition, but that's where he was placed to be for, that's what they told, that was his issued job, and he was supposed to be proud of it. It's like, it's, I detest anything that crushes the individual human spirit. I hate things that destroy individual creativity and capabilities. I admire and accept and welcome things that provide opportunities for people to really be them and pursue their happiness and achieve their goals. If you want to, be a chef and own a restaurant, if you want to, whatever it is, I want you to have the ability to go do it, as opposed to be issued a job and told you got to be proud of it. And this is all you're going to be in life. I'm not about that whole socialism thing, because historically speaking, you don't need to have a bachelor's in history like me. But historically speaking, I mean, you can Google a lot of this stuff, but not very kind to the human spirit and individualism. But, easy for us to say. Socialism is such a wonderful idea until you live under it. At least from the people I've met around the world who have lived under actual socialist regimes. All right, let's keep going. Well, the comments are still going. This has been going on for 7 hours. So I think I'm going to call it here. But before I go, everybody, I'm going to, from Fox to CNN to everybody, and kind of see how we're doing and what's going on. Let's see. It's difficult to tell. Well, I'll still be here a minute. I don't want to make you sad. Come on. I'll still be here a minute. Let's see the recap here, because the whole task and purpose of this was for election stuff. Let's see. So we have projections. Trump allegedly projected to get Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and possibly Nevada, which that might be it. At least for me, even if Biden wins, which is destructive to our Constitution, but at least something backing that down would be Congress, Article 1 Constitution. So in the Senate, chiefly just talking on that. Let's see. We have, it's a stalemate. 47 in the Senate, Democrat, Republican. It's everything's within margin of error. It's awful. Let's see. Can you guys still hear me okay? Is the audio, the video, everything's working out? This is the first time I've done a live stream. It's going on like 7 hours at this point. So I appreciate you guys for being here or stepping in when you did. This has kind of been a long haul, but this only happens every 4 years. So let's see. CNN still has Biden at 220 electoral votes, Trump at 213. Of course, you need 270 to win. So but we still have Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Maine, Michigan, Wisconsin. Man. Okay, let's go somewhere else. What about Amy Coney Barrett? What thoughts do we have? I have some thoughts, but I'm going to withhold for the moment. What thoughts do we have? Maybe I'll stay around for another hour. I don't. So I'm a gunsmith, and I work at a gun shop. I also do sales when needed, and I'm not scheduled to work tomorrow. And I've got some things around the house, some honey-do list stuff that I'm going to try to achieve tomorrow. But based on what's going on here, I might be called into work tomorrow if I can make it, which I might. But I've not yet begun to defile myself, even though I'm stone cold drunk right now. Okay, let's be analytical. So, we're at the BBC right now. They have Biden at 220 votes electoral and Trump at 213. That's at least what they can confidently call, which relatively seems in line with what I'm looking at across the different media outlets at this moment. Let's see. All I got to say is, look, if you are a Biden fan, or at least maybe not the biggest Biden fan, you just wanted him to win to block Trump, or you just wanted Biden to win for whatever reasons you have, whether you're seriously in support or you just would rather him win over Trump, whatever it is, like, I would not feel very confident. I would still be sitting on the edge of my seat, probably going to have an emotional attack and anxiety and whatever. But seriously, looking at these numbers, I just looked at everything. If I was a Biden fan, I would not be feeling so hot right now, especially at the Senate. The Senate was a big one, and that seems to still have a Republican majority. So that's not good news if that's the way you wanted things to go. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna put my glasses on. Let's see. Okay, so we're talking about SCOTUS, the Supreme Court in the United States. Assumably Trump, made the court unbalanced days, 6 Republican, 3 Democrat before the election, against the wishes of the previous justice. So, okay. So Rebecca and company here, we have people on the chat. I'd like to elaborate, if I may, on the Supreme Court of the United States. If we can kind of unpack that, there's a lot going on in there. Let's see, the next one after that. Okay, so Justices, this goes back to the 80s, back to Bork, Justice Bork. So there's a judge at the time, nominated by President Reagan at the time, who was very Republican and very conservative, very right-leaning, and he was not afraid to make it apparent. President Reagan at the time nominated him for the Supreme Court, and because he had already, legally not speaking, purged himself, but he's kind of shown his cards, at least the Senate in his confirmation hearing at the time was not as convinced he could be fair and impartial as a justice on the Supreme Court. So he did not get confirmed. So since that, or since those times, justices like to, as much as they can, try to remain as impartial as they can, and especially if they are nominated for the Supreme Court and they're standing before the Senate at a confirmation hearing, they don't like to, and the senators will be like, oh, well, how do you feel about abortion, pro-life, pro-choice? What are your thoughts? How do you feel about guns, Second Amendment? What are your thoughts? How do you feel about this or that? And they, it's a very, it's kind of like a crafty kind of dance around, not, answering questions with a yearbook kind of answer, but not really getting into the weeds because they don't want to. They don't want to show all the cards just yet. So with the justices, going back to this comment here, we're looking at, he made the court, presumably being Trump, made the court unbalanced days. So we're calling it 6 Republican and 5 Democrat. I think the numbers are off and the classification is off. And I apologize, everybody, because I'm definitely far too drunk and inebriated, but I think I'm going to do the best I can. So the Supreme Court, so we're talking about Article 3 of our Constitution. The Supreme Court, they get nominated by the executive. They get confirmed by the Senate. They have a life term. And probably the most ironic thing we should actually be talking about is our Supreme Court and our justices on that court, of the judicial branch, the highest court in our land, according to our Constitution, and they are nominated there by the executive, but checks and balances, they are confirmed by the Senate, provided the Senate is happy with that kind of justice. And they serve a life sentence, whether, they can be on there as long as they want until they decide to retire, or in the case of Justice Scalia or Justice Ginsburg, that they actually die on the bench or pass away. Now there's a vacancy and it has to be filled. So it's ironic that the justices of our judicial branch, the highest court of the land, they are not elected into office. They are nominated by the president, and they are confirmed, if the Senate agrees, by, our bicameral Congress, Article 1 of the Constitution, or our Senate. But they serve for life unless they die on the bench or they choose to retire or resign. But they are there, to determine if things are going to be constitutional or not, to take cases that have run on appeals and had conflicting results out of state and appeals courts. They get to choose what cases they hear. But here's the thing. The reason why I'm bringing all that up is our Supreme Court justices, again, they're not elected, and it's not, in this case right now, President Trump, deciding, oh, I like Amy Coney Barrett, so I'm just going to put her on the Supreme Court. Like, in his executive powers, he can nominate her, but it's up to the Senate to confirm her. And in this case, the Republicans did have a majority in the Senate right now, and they confirmed her. And that's what happened. But first of all, I guess my protest here is the number. So you said 6 Republican versus 3 Democrat. So let's not forget about Justice Roberts. Probably most relevant here came to light with the Obamacare, the ACA decision from the Supreme Court years back, where Justice Roberts sided with the more liberal or lefter leaning judges. And that actually kind of pissed me off a lot, because the Supreme Court is supposed to see what's in front of them and decide if it's good or not. Their function is not to see what's in front of them and make changes as they see personally fit, and then decide it's okay or not okay. Like, it's in front of you, it's either good or it's not. But getting away from that, moving back to the numbers game here that I protest or argue about, Justice Roberts, George Bush nominee, so Bush era, but he has sided with liberal or lefter leaning justices in some pretty big cases, including the Obamacare, the ACA case that happened several years back. So the 6 versus 3, I would say at a worst case scenario, if you're more conservative minded, that would be a 5-on-4, like the Heller versus DC decision in 2008. At best case scenario, if you're conservative, could be 6 versus 3. But it is, not trying to put lipstick on the pig or sugarcoat this, but if you are left or leaning, you are not going to be, and you have reasons to not be very happy about the Supreme Court right now. The second protest I have, or the thing I want to mention, is you framed it as Republican versus Democrat. That's not how that works. More accurately spoken, I know what you say, but more accurately speaking here, when it comes to our justices and jurisprudence and how judges will actually rule from the bench, or at least make determinations that come across their desk, it is an activist versus originalist kind of mindset that justices will have on the bench. There is one camp that exists that says the Constitution, it is what it is, and it isn't what it isn't, and we're going to see what it has in times of peril or questionability. We're going to look at what was written in the words that are here, plus who said it and what did they really mean in the context of what they said at the time. What did they mean when they said this? And based on that, we're going to make a determination. And if you got problems with it, we don't give a shit. Like, change the law. If you got a problem with it, change the law. But this is what's here. These are the men who wrote it. This is what was said at the time. This is what they meant. We're going to take an originalist kind of concept here. We're just going to look at, what does the Constitution say? What is before us? Does it match up? Does it not? Fine. Here it is. Versus what would be called an activist kind of mindset, which may encompass an idea of, I don't particularly care word for word what the Constitution says. I have a case that's in front of me. Maybe let's say it's Obamacare or the ACA, and I want it to go through. So that's my starting point. I just want this to happen. And I look at the Constitution and the context of it, the words. I look at it as a living document, and I can just bend that shit like a bonsai tree. I can just do what I need to do and just kind of interpret and contextualize any way I feel like, and I can just kind of maneuver my way into the conclusion I want. That'd be more of an activist kind of judge. So I think, more accurately spoken, it's not 6 versus 3. It's solidly 4 or mostly 5, sometimes 6 versus 3, 5 versus 4. And it's not Democrat or Republican. It's originalist versus activist or living Constitution kind of jurisprudence. So that's at least, trying to make sense of our judicial branch and why it's weird and how it exists and why it is a numbers game to an extent, but it's not Democrat versus Republican. We're talking about something that goes back to British common law. This is far beyond the Coke versus Pepsi argument, Republican versus Democrat thing that we have today. It doesn't work that way. Let's keep going in the comments here. Let's see where we have discussion about. Let's see. Ruth Bader Ginsburg recently passed away. God rest her soul. And she did say, as her last wish, I don't want my seat filled before we know for sure who the next president is, and that next president should fill my seat. Constitutionally speaking, the interesting part of that is nobody fucking cares, because by the Constitution, when there is a vacancy on our Supreme Court, it is up to the executive, the president, to nominate someone, and it is up to the Senate to confirm that person. And if there, for some reason, is a tie, then it comes down to the vice president to break the tie. That's part of his powers. So that's cool that, the notorious RBG wanted, to wait to the next guy. But speak on the premise of the Constitution, what is legal, what is lawful, how is our country structured? Nobody fucking cares. Like that's cool. That's what you wanted, but that's not. There's no requirement to satisfy your wishes or how you feel. Like, I'm sorry, but nobody fucking cares. Like, if there's a vacancy, it doesn't matter if it's a day before the election or it's a month before the election or it's the middle of that guy's term, or, the executive just took power and, there's a vacancy. There's no stipulation or context or statute or language that makes any kind of requirement or suggestion that the Supreme Court justice is going to, there's going to be some kind of stipulation as to, we need to give it some time or we need to wait on it. It's like, no, it's like, it's cool that she wanted the next president, whoever it was going to be, to nominate her replacement for the Senate to possibly confirm. That's just how she felt. There's no, nobody cares. I'm sorry, but that's constitutionally speaking, nobody gives a shit. Like that's how it is. And again, my argument, the same I have with the 1934 National Firearms Act, is if you have a problem with it, change the law. Don't bend and maneuver that shit to what you just want it to be because you feel like you need to do it. If it is or it isn't. And if it's not the way you want it to be, change the law. Otherwise, I don't know why we're wasting time on it. I'm sorry to be so cold about it, but I don't care. Like that's what the Constitution requires and allows for. So with the recent confirmation of Amy Coney Barrett, like that's how the fucking Constitution works. So if we have beef with that, we either have to, write up some legislation, pass, put in a bill, attempt to make it into law of, okay, if it's 6 months or whatever time period prior to an election, then the current residing executive cannot nominate and the Senate cannot attempt to confirm or have a confirmation hearing. Whatever, write it up. But, what Ruth Bader Ginsburg wanted, I really don't give a shit. Like, the Constitution is more important. So I'm sorry, but I'm really not. I don't care. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Not okay to remove the checks and balances instituted by our founding fathers. It is, in fact, okay to accurately interpret the Constitution and apply it to the judicial system as planned. When Amy refused to answer any questions about her opinions on any hypotheticals in her confirmation hearings, she showed that she was incapable of interpreting. No. So again, going back to the Bork rule, it's actually what it's called now, scholastically. But yeah, judges, again, especially if they're before the Senate in a confirmation hearing to possibly be on the Supreme Court of the United States, like they hold those cards close. It doesn't mean they're not competent. It doesn't mean they don't have a way that they would judge that. It just means that, like, hey, I can't be super left or right wing and just like blast it because I want to be a judge. I want to be fair and impartial, and I may have pre-existing conditions of how I feel about a certain thing. But if you notice in her confirmation hearing, like justices that came before her, especially Neil Gorsuch, I think he had a really good answers for these kinds of questions. But it's it's going to be a pomp and circumstance kind of thing. It's kind of a circus, kind of a play, kind of a thing where senators will purposely hit really hard with controversial, crazy questions, knowing they're not going to get an answer. And then the potential nominee in question will just be like, hey, I would have to see the particular instances of that case. I can't. So it's not, let's not be confused that Amy Coney Barrett is incapable, especially because she's a woman. I think that's kind of insensitive, and there's no comment here suggesting that. I'm just saying it's not because she's not capable. Yes, she's a woman, but she's also proven herself and worked through the ropes. Judicially speaking, she's done a lot. She's had a lot of intellect. She can be fair and impartial. Let's give her a chance, kind of thing. And it does not mean she's incapable. It just means she doesn't want to answer those questions, because nobody wants to answer those questions if they're sitting in that seat. Again, going back to the Bork rule. But yeah, so commenter Rebecca Anderson, you're not wrong in saying, Amy Coney Barrett did not want to answer questions, and you were hit with the counter argument. Well, what questions specifically? And you said all of them. Yeah. Welcome to Supreme Court confirmations since the 1980s. Nobody wants to answer that shit because they want the job, and they don't want to, not legally speaking, but intellectually, jurisprudence speaking, purge themselves in a confirmation here. Nobody wants to do that shit. So you're not wrong that she didn't want to answer questions, but why she didn't want to answer those questions, I feel like you don't get that, or you're not seeing why that happens, not just with her, but any justice before her. Okay, let's keep going. Man, you guys are getting all nasty in the comments. That's okay. It's America. First Amendment activity, pursue your happiness. As long as you're not advocating for violence, which I do not support, then fire away. It's your freedom of speech, which later became freedom of expression. Okay, let's see. I understand that, but then why did the Republican Party force the Obama administration to wait until after the 2016 election to replace Scalia? Well, that might be because of, again, historically, there's a certain Democratic senator from Nevada that created the nuclear option. And Republicans at the time told him, you can do this because you have the majority, and we don't like it, but you're going to do it. So you're going to do it and just invent things for yourself, invent powers for you and your party, but you're going to regret this. Oh boy, did they. Yeah. So we had Merrick Garland, which Obama, I got to give him political credit that he played a card where Merrick Garland was, he was not a super leftist, activist, crazy, lefto whack job kind of guy. He was a relatively centralist in some cases, depending on policy, at least decisions, was leaning to the right on some things. So Obama nominated someone that was relatively appeasable for both sides. And the Republicans refused it for almost a year until he got out. And then they turn around and just ram through Barrett into the Supreme Court. But again, let's do a little research as to how and why that kind of shit is going on. Let's see. If Biden wins, I'll go into depression. Well, I fucking won't, and I don't want him to win. I think if the coronavirus and all this shit has shown us anything, it is the fact that the 10th Amendment, like surprise, is existent and it actually matters, despite the 17th Amendment. That in layman's terms, who your governor, your mayor, your senators, your congressmen, who they are actually kind of fucking matters, because whether you are, trapped in a bunker like Joe Biden, just not seeing any humans for weeks at a time, or if you're actually, businesses are open and you're wearing masks and you're doing stuff, but your commerce is happening, you're still living your lives. Those decisions are being made by your governor, your mayor, your town council, your county commissioners, your local state authority and governance. So, if Biden was to win, I'd like for us to move back to a place where the executive was like an overglorified DMV worker, where it's like, I don't care who gets hired or fired at the DMV. They are limited in what they can do. So I don't care. I'm still going to vote and I still care, but if it doesn't go the way I personally want it to go, it's not the end of the world, man. I got shit going on. I'm going to keep trucking. I don't give a fuck. When is the last time, and I'll ask everybody here, when is the last time that President Trump or President Obama, when he was in office, or President Bush when he was in office, when is the last time any president has walked into your fucking house and paid all your bills and put gas in your car and made you a fucking sandwich? The answer is never. Okay, so whoever's at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue up in DC, maintaining or occupying the White House, whatever, for whatever period of time, there are going to be things that matter, but man, we should be looking at things that actually matter in your fucking state. And the coronavirus, I think, is really, unfortunately, kind of a tough love thing that's kind of shown people like, holy shit, the states, my local governance, county commissioners, mayor, governor, senators, and especially congressmen in my district, people that are doing shit in my state, that it kind of matters, right? So I'm not, whether Trump or Biden wins, if you wanted Trump or Biden to win, if your guy doesn't win, man, we got to keep trucking, man. We ain't got time to be fucking around being all sad about this shit. We have to move on. Okay. Nobody's trying to kill you. You get to wake up probably with clean drinking water, running electricity. You don't have a militia of people running around cutting heads off. You don't have to kill people. Nobody's trying to kill you. you still wake up tomorrow with the same car and the same house, the same job, or whatever circumstances and stuff you have going on. Man, we have to just fucking move on, you know, whether it goes the way we want it to or not. We just got to keep trucking, man. We got to keep going. So, you know, that's all I got to say about that. Let's see. Why would they bother having the congressional hearing then? I'm a woman. I am not being insensitive. I don't know what being a woman has to do with being sensitive or insensitive. I know guys who are intensely sensitive, and I know women who are cold as ice. And I don't think that's, you know, assigning traits on a gender one way or another. I think that's a little bit beyond what I would do, but I'm not judging. You see it, you call it like you see it. It's the First Amendment zone. So here you go. Let's see. Let's keep going with these comments. Oh, we have Ben who has entered the chat, and he may eat his words, but he's trying to call it now. Trump wins with 284 electoral college votes. Okay, let me back up. Let me get on track. Aiden does not want Biden. Okay. Rebecca says, you were saying that we shouldn't be insensitive about Amy because you thought I was accusing her of being intelligent or intelliger. As a full disclosure, like I've said this whole time, no, it's okay. No, it's good. It happens. As a full disclosure, I am completely drunk. So you get to see me just send it. When I get drunk, I get chill and I get very blunt, and I get really introspective. So when there's grammar issues or spelling issues, and maybe I overanalyze that, maybe that's a fault. I admit it, but you're dealing with the real me right now. So let's see. So you said, okay, you were saying that we shouldn't be insensitive about Amy, presumably Amy Coney Barrett, because you thought I was accusing her of being not intelligent. Okay. No, I think, and maybe I'm off base, so you can tell me. I was just talking about how Supreme Court nominees, especially before the Senate in their confirmation hearing, they are very, like, intensely reluctant to project or detail determination on you know, hypotheticals that they have not even seen the casework or documentation for. If you guys, I'm still here. I'm still committed to be here for, like, I don't know, at least the next 2 hours, because this is getting really interesting. I hope you guys are okay putting up with this. There's almost a dozen of you guys here, so appreciate you guys being here. I'm just going to plug in my computer before it dies of battery and get some more whiskey, because why the hell not? And hopefully I can bring up some more discussion. Yeah, let's all take a little break. Go get yourself some drink, get some food, take a latrine break, whatever you got to do, and let's hit it like in the next 45 seconds or so. But If not, you guys can comment something. I'll be right back to it. Got to get some more whiskey. Got to plug this thing in and keep rolling. But I do have to say before I go real quick and come back, I do appreciate all of you for being here. Does not matter how you feel or how you think. I just appreciate everybody for being here. I know it's super late here in the United States for those overseas and in Europe and elsewhere on the continent or different continents or on the globe. Appreciate you guys for being here as well. So for international and also fellow Americans, I appreciate everybody for being here. So yeah, just blast it, man. Everybody throw comments in if you got questions about anything. I don't care. This is your free shot. Just send it, dude. Okay, I'll be right back. We're gonna keep going though. It's still going. Still going. Okay, well, I'm back. And what do you guys think? Should we, no matter who wins or what happens, do you guys think we should do this maybe once a week or something like that? Would you guys be down? And we can just kind of come together, talk about our issues, and ask questions and just kind of hang out. I think it'd be kind of cool. I don't know. Tell me what you think. Would you look at the time? Cope o'clock. Okay, so while we're all taking a little train break and everything, let's see how the results are going real quick. I'm going to check the comments. Joe Biden will ruin Washington, D.C. That's from Aiden. So, okay. So, well, it's kind of a hard thing to answer because Joe Biden, from what I understand, has just about 48 years in public office, which in my estimation is basically half a century in public office. And when you look at the numbers of how long the United States has been a country, that's it's almost a quarter of our, well, just a little bit less than that, of our entire existence as the United States of America. So that's a half century of being in the public eye, allegedly as a public servant, somehow being a millionaire, which they all seem to do when they spend a lot of time there. So will Biden ruin DC if he becomes president. I don't know, man. He spent a lot of time in public office, so I don't know if there's going to be any new stuff going on. So here's the next thing, and we kind of alluded to this, if I remember right, a couple hours ago, because we're almost going on 8 hours since this thing got kicked off. But some people say that if Joe Biden were to win, he would get inaugurated, become our 46th president, and maybe hang out for a little bit, just kind of church it up a little bit, just kind of pass on, get ready to go, and then pass it to Kamala Harris and just kind of maybe pull a Nixon and just retire and be like, okay, well, I did what I had to do to defeat Trump, and I just want to retire and just be done with this shit and pass it off and go. That's a possibility. Let's see what Aiden is saying. If he does win, he will be trash president. We'll see if Trump come back tomorrow. They are tied at the moment. Yeah, so that's a good point, Aiden. We should look at least what allegedly we're being told here of what is happening. If anybody even fucking knows what's going on, just to be honest. Let's see. Again, I'm going to shop around and kind of see what we got going on here. 26 million more votes to count. Okay. Biden has 238. Trump has 213. Let's see what we got going on in terms of the national map. This is from Politico. We're going to keep shopping to CNN, Fox, BBC, everybody else. And on Politico, it says Trump wins key battlegrounds, but final results may take days. Wonderful. Let's see. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. I'm looking at this map, and I got to say, oh, damn. Okay, I got to say right now, if you are hoping Biden is going to win, you should not be very confident right now. Let's go ahead and put it that way. We are looking at pretty solid on Florida, Texas. Looking like Trump's going to get Pennsylvania, which was important. Georgia, North Carolina, Michigan, Wisconsin. He's got Ohio, Indiana. Yeah, so if you're hoping for Biden for whatever reasons you have, not coronas. But if you're hoping for Biden, I'm looking at this electoral map right now from Politico. This, if I wanted Biden to win, I would not be feeling too great right now. Not for certain one way or another, but I would not be feeling good. Let's put it. Doesn't this? You got the shakes right now. Doesn't for you too? Doesn't it? Don't you feel like this is a little bit like 2015? Same kind of thing. Because I do too. I mean, this. Oh, wow. Okay. Let's keep shopping around. What else we got? Okay, so Political just had Biden at 238. The BBC has Biden at 220. Trump at 213. Oh man. Trump and Biden both predict win as count goes on. Oh wow. Okay, let's keep going here. See what other data we got. Okay, let's go to CNN, see what they have. Still counting despite Trump's attack. And this is 2:20 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, United States, November 4th at this point, 2020. And that's what CNN is running right now. Still counting despite Trump's attack. What attack did he have? I guess we all must have missed something. Let's see. The ongoing tallies in a few key states will determine whether it's Biden or Trump who get to the 270 electoral votes. Oh boy. CNN is calling 220 for Biden, 213 for Trump. In their presidential projection map, they still have yet to have Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Maine. Oh shit. Guys, I have to say, I'm not saying it looks like Trump might win this thing. I'm just saying it looks like Trump might win this thing. And because I may not have worked, well, I'm not scheduled to work tomorrow, depending on how the gun shop looks. I am confident to keep going, and I might keep this thing rolling for a while. Are you guys still entertained? Is this working out? Can you guys still hear me? Is we still got comms here? Visual, audio, everything's here. Because holy shit, I gotta say, man, I'm looking at this map. I'm looking at these numbers right now. Yeah, if I was trying to have Biden win, I would not be feeling so happy right now. At least not very confident. Let's see what other numbers we can pull out of here. Well, if you guys are just joining us for this, or just kind of popped in, This thing has been going for just about 8 hours now. Previous to this, we had Range Chris, we had Miss Texas, we had Sabo Shalom, and it was pretty lively back then. But the chat got a little bit crazy as of late. Preston, appreciate you're here. Or visual, audio, everything's good. Just making sure. Again, this is the first time I've really live streamed for real. So I hope you guys are enjoying it. I did put up a video when I was at work. We had just shot the MG42. I was letting it cool because, 1,200 rounds a minute is kind of intense for a barrel. And I asked if you guys wanted MG42 review, which I don't, whether you guys wanted or not, I think I'm going to do it. And I think you guys would. I can also do the MP7. That's one of our more popular guns that we have. Pretty interesting gun. So, you guys let me know. I got the 240 Bravo, got a 249 SAW, MP7, MP5, M4, M16, A2, MG42. I got all that. So let me know if you guys want that. Let's see. Politico is saying Joe Biden has 3 different ways this could go where he wins. And at this point, Trump has 31 ways where he could win. But let's see. Looks like Biden is projected to win Arizona. Trump won Florida, and Florida's big, man. That's 29 electoral votes. And on the race, the 270, that's not insignificant. That's a pretty big deal. Georgia, it's looking like it's going for Trump, but that's going to be 16. Iowa, Trump has that. That's 6. Maine has split electorals. What do you know about Tika? I got one of their finished Mosins upstairs, man. Tika makes, the Finns know how to make a rifle. Let's put it that way. You looking at getting something? Maybe their T3 like that. Michigan has 16. It's sort of projected for Trump. Biden is being called for Minnesota, North Carolina. Well, 7 mils at 7. That's what I imagine it probably is. They don't do 7mm Mauser. That's like old school. So I would imagine 7 Rem. But yeah, it's the kind of thing where Tika and modern stuff, people know them by their modern offerings, but the company goes way back to the Winter War, the Continuation War. They go back, and they know how to make a rifle. Let's put it that way. See, Nevada still up for grabs. Probably going to be Biden for 6 electorals. Pennsylvania, man, that's 20 electoral votes. And that's sort of projected, at least right now, to be Trump. But here's the thing. The ballots they have in person, they're going to count those first, at least historically. And then the stuff they get in the mail or mail-in ballots, they're going to count that next. So, I mean, there's people right now, as we're doing this live stream, in all the states, who are furiously counting and recounting and making sure they just tally everything up. But it's, I don't know. This may take a day or two to really figure out who won. But it's, I just, if I was in the Biden team, I would not feel 100% confident. And if I was in the Trump team, same way. But it's, it's a little bit tough. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, as long as the optics are good to go, it's it should be good. But just depends on if you're feeding it ammunition it likes, and you as the you're driving the weapon system, that you are doing your part to make that happen. Yeah, I think you'd be good. Yeah, if it's an old Weaver scope, probably has the old school duplex reticle. There's no hash marks, mil radians, and definitely no kind of Horus reticle or anything. It's just going to be a duplex standard crosshair Weaver scope. But yeah, if it's getting results, dude, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Probably nothing wrong with that barrel. I think it's weird because the guys who are like the tactical cool guys, they shoot their guns, they're always dirty, they're training all the time. The hunters are the guys that shoot guns like that. They're gonna have like 2 boxes total for the gun, and they're gonna keep it loaded, and it's gonna be like dusty, rusted, fucked up, and they're going to want to upgrade the scope, and they always buy the wrong rings or scope for the gun they have. It's always that it comes in the gun shop. If you're a gunsmith or you work on guns, you work in a gun shop, rule number 1, the first thing is get the gun out of the customer's hands as fast as possible, especially from the hunters. They probably have rounds, at least in the mag, or at least sometimes there's one in the chamber, just nobody knows. So yeah, I do not believe in, and I will never advocate for, mandatory government training in firearm safety and safe handling of firearms in order to purchase a firearm. I would push to have mandatory training in the safe handling of firearms in high school, or some kind of curriculum there, but not as a requirement to purchase. I would never advocate or want that. All I can say is, after my time in the various gun shops and ranges across the country that I've worked, like in the different states and everything, I just makes me wish people gave it a little bit more of a shit when it came to safety. It's kind of a side tangent. Adjust to yardage. Yeah, most of the hunters, they prefer 100-yard zero, shooting a little high, and they're always shooting something that's a barrel burner. Some kind of serious fast loaded round, like the 7 millimeter or something else that is pretty much a laser line. But they mostly fail to understand height over bore, and they go for these scopes or rings that are just trash. But yeah, they'll come in. We can get it done. It's just not ideal. Yeah, David Cricket, little 22 single shot bolt action. Yeah, those are cool for the youngsters, and even if you're older, you can jump in on that. It's a lot of fun. Let's see, what other results do we have here? Yeah, I mean, it's from everything I'm looking at, it's just it looks like we don't know. And depending if it's a right-leaning media outlet, they're announcing or projecting a certain state to win a candidate, but nobody really knows, because some of these states are sitting on a pretty tremendous, 26 million votes that are being sat on. I guess this was was one way to increase voter turnout. I guess we can put it that way. Let's see. Yeah, still the same thing. It just seems like everyone kind of went to bed. Okay, so BBC just changed from 220 to 224 for Biden, and then 213 for Trump. Trump and Biden both predict win as count goes on. Same thing. Let's see. Although millions of votes are still to be counted, the U.S. president says he will go to the Supreme Court. That's from the BBC. Republicans and Democrats battle for the Congress. Let's see. Again, if you guys are just joining us or someone is just kind of hopping in, we had pretty lively chat here with 4 of us, and then the actual chat itself has been kind of interesting, ongoing. Looks like, I mean, this thing has been going for 8 hours, over 8 hours now. Man, at least my local time, it is 2:36 in the morning. I usually go to bed around 3 or 4, so I'm still going to be up for a while. But it kind of looks like we're still trying to figure out what's going on. It may take several days. We'll see. Well, there you go. For everybody that was a fan of Mitch McConnell, he's going to serve another 6-year term, which is, there you go. In Arizona, former astronaut Mark Kelly defeated Republican incumbent and former fighter pilot Martha McSally. Okay. Let's see. We have Zachariah is coming in. If they've stopped counting ballots in some states for the night, when will they resume counting? Well, the guest is a former government employee of sorts. I have to say that everything moves at the speed of government, which is not to say that it's fast or efficient. It's very slow grinding wheels that turn, even just a millimeter at a time, very slowly, but it happens eventually. So I think it's what's been challenging. There's a couple challenges here. So Zach, thanks for joining in. But I think just back to the point, what's challenging is we're dealing with a COVID kind of situation. We have in this election, it looks like we have the most voter turnout or participation than we've ever had of any U.S. election ever. Probably rivaling since 1908, which had pretty big turnout for that election, at least off the top of my head. But it looks like we're going to have the most just overall votes total. And we're doing this in the midst of a global pandemic, is what they say. And we're doing this with a lot of absentee or vote by mail kind of ballots. So there's a lot of counting that needs to happen. Ugh. So it's not a fun answer. It's just the most accurate that I can provide. It's gonna slow grind, man. Maybe we're gonna be here for another 2 or 3 days, maybe. But I don't think it's gonna be like weeks on end and something crazy like that. Maybe it will. I don't know. Let's see. Biden is at 238, depending on who is accounting for that, and then Trump is at 213. So out of the three most likely courses of action of Trump winning narrowly or Biden winning narrowly or Biden just completely landsliding, looks like this outcome is going to be a matter of someone's going to win, and it's not going to be by a lot, which, is not saying much here at least 2:40 in the morning local time, 2020, November 4th. Not saying much, but it appears to be that Biden or Trump is going to win by just slightly. Someone's going to tip the balance, and it looks like Biden right now, but there's still a lot of votes to be counted. Almost 25 million votes that still need to be counted. So we'll see what happens. But on top of that honesty, to further just keep it real, when will they resume counting? I mean, they're counting right now, like as I speak, and as you guys are hanging out and watching this. For those of you that are here, they have battalion-sized elements of people and volunteers and poll workers and people right now that are staying up late, and they are, as we speak, they're counting and recounting. They're doing this right now. So I'm just while you guys are hanging out, just looking at results. Like I said, Mitch McConnell, he's going to be around for another 6 years. So there you go. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, she is going to stay. Let's see. Candidate wins election 1 month after dying of COVID. That's great. yeah, I'm just still looking at all the numbers, so it seems not as conclusive at this moment. So I think right now, not to borrow an army term here, but we got to hold what we got and just kind of see how this is going to shake down. It's, I mean, there's no clear winner right now. We're just kind of hanging out. Okay, CNN has Biden at 224 and Trump at 213. So what's interesting is Biden's number keeps going up, but Trump's number kind of stays the same, although the same states are not filled in on the map, so nobody really knows. Well, I think we'll just keep watching the results. We'll definitely be, talking about this pretty soon here in another almanac or shotgun blast. But yeah, if you guys have any questions or anything, just leave it in the comments. But it looks like we're just kind of hanging on and we're going to see what we got. So I'm going to call it for tonight. We did 8 hours tonight, which, thank you guys for showing up and being here and being part of this. But I think for tonight, we're not going to get anything real. And I think we're just going to have to wait and see. I don't think it's going to take weeks and weeks on end. I think we're probably going to know in the next 2 to 3 days for sure, I would say. So we'll see how we do on that. But again, thank you guys for watching. We'll definitely stay up to date, and hopefully you guys enjoyed this live stream. And we'll see about doing this again. Maybe we can do this once every week. Maybe not quite like this, but something. So yes, Godspeed, Preston. Thanks for being part of it. Thank you all. And I guess the last thing I'll leave you with is, whether your guy is going to win or lose, or whatever's going to happen when we know it, it's not going to be the end of the world. Let's think about the good things. You don't have to kill anybody. That's awesome. Nobody's trying to kill you. That's also pretty cool. You probably get to wake up with clean drinking water, which is also pretty fucking rad. You get to wake up and there's like electricity, which is cool. You actually live in maybe not a hardened structure, but you live in a house or something where you have shelter from the snow or the rain or whatever. That's pretty cool. So sometimes it's good to wake up and just take an inventory of the things that maybe us on this side of the planet take for granted or think are very basic or common. But the sad news is not everyone everywhere has what we have. And, whether your guy wins or loses or whatever the outcome is going to be and how it affects you from what you wanted, I think we have to retain some kind of objective standpoint as to where we actually stand on a world stage of quality of life and how we live. So, it's just, let's just be grateful. A little bit of humility and gratitude goes a long way. And be grateful for the friends and family and people you have that you care about or care about you. And I don't think this is, whether it's good or bad for you and how you feel or who you wanted to win when we eventually know. I don't think this is the end of the world. So long story short, appreciate you guys all being here. And glad you could be part of it. And let's just keep seeing what's going to happen. And all right, Mr. 2A signing off. Here we go.